Hello! Hello, hello, everybody, one and all. Welcome. I know it's been a little while, hasn't it? A little while since I've streamed. Welcome to you, Senpai. Yes, yes, indeed. You absolutely cooked on this thumbnail. Oh, thank you. Well, I appreciate that. I was hoping someone would notice I tried to put in a little extra effort and creativity on this thumbnail. I wanted to tell you that even though you already know that since you said so through my body on April Fools. Well, it does mean a lot, so thank you. Thank you very much for letting me know that, Tia. Hope you're doing well today. Yeah, I'm doing pretty well. It's, by the way, I don't know if you all noticed, but I have a special OBS filter today. I have some candlelight going on. Figured it would fit the mood for today's game. Yes, reading this by candlelight. That is how we'll be reading today's chapter. Which is chapter 4, by the way. Already on chapter 4 of this game. There'll be 7 chapters total. And I believe the developers recently released chapter 5. I think chapter 6 and 7 are still the last ones left. But today we'll be looking at chapter 4. So that should be a good time. But yeah, before we start, let's see, was there anything else? Anything else going on recently? I suppose tomorrow is Easter Sunday, for anybody who celebrates Easter. Filter is a little distracting. Oh no, I don't want it to be distracting from the story. Let's see if I can make some modifications to it. Maybe I need to just turn down the intensity just slightly. Let's see. If I just turn the brightness down a little bit. Wonder if that helps. I'm doing pretty good. How about you? Oh, okay, I'm glad to hear you're doing well too. Yeah, no, I'm doing pretty well too. I think that the April Fool's Day stream was a lot of fun. So that was a really fun thing to do earlier this week. And yeah, I have some other kind of long-term video projects that I'm working on. One thing I was working on today was a new Substack post, which I hope to have ready sometime tomorrow. I don't know if I will, but if not tomorrow, then perhaps sometime over the next few days. So that's been one kind of project that I've been working on lately. But yeah, other than that, just kind of, trucking on and kind of doing everything in the usual way. So chat, let's begin. I'm curious to see where this new chapter takes us. Ooh, episode 4 waits. If you'd like to save before continuing, please do so now. Well, fortunately, I have already saved, so I do not need to do any more saving. So I can go ahead and it should start with a recap, much like the previous chapters. We'll see if it recaps. I know there must be some details that I've forgotten by now. Yeah, by the way, now that we're actually seeing how the filter looks against the text of the game, let me know, T, or let me know, chat, if it's still distracting and I can tweak it some more, or maybe just remove it altogether. My hope is that it doesn't end up being too distracting, but that it instead, enhances the effect, makes it look like I'm reading by candlelight. Sometimes it's a little tough to get the settings just right, though. Looking forward to the Substack post. Oh, thank you. Yeah, I hope it'll be an interesting one. It'll perhaps relate to the occasion of Easter in certain ways. Or you can join the Discord, follow us on Blue Sky, or continue. I shall click continue. Would you like to see a recap before starting episode 4? Yes, please. Yes, please give a full recap. Yes, but just to recap episode 3. I like that they give us this choice of recapping just the previous episode or the full recap. Since a lot has happened, and that includes, of course, in the previous episodes, I'm going to go for the full recap, just so that everyone who's here can be fully caught up. So let's dive in. Full recap time. The funeral of Edwarine Scarlet, your cousin's mother, and your aunt seemed like something you shouldn't ignore, even considering your own late mother's rocky relationship with this side of the family. Oh, that's right, yes. Traveling to Scarlet Hollow for the sake of Perlan's funeral, my aunt's funeral. Actually, now that I see it against the background of the game, you know what I'm going to do, chat? I'm going to decrease the drop shadow effect just a little bit. I think that might help. Yeah, I need to bring the scale just slightly down. There we go, that's a little bit better. Oh yes, here's Tabitha. Everyone's favorite. I mean, I think that's fair to say for Tabitha. Welcome to our family's humble estate. Unfortunately, due to the current state of the house, only a few rooms will be safely accessible during your stay. I wouldn't go wandering anywhere else if you value your limbs. The floors have been known to give out. Yes, gotta love her personality. Oh, and there's Stella, our friend, the YouTuber. So what do you say? Want to tag along? Hold the camera for me while I narrate against a darkening sky, that sort of thing. Ooh, that fateful evening when Duke sadly met a dire fate in the woods. You'll eat those words when I come carrying a mountain lion corpse out of those woods at dawn. Alas, it was not a mountain lion. No mountain lion did that to that deer. A single deer remains behind, staring down the beam of Stella's flashlight while Gretchen whines and pulls at her harness. Duke grapples with the thing as it grabs at his shotgun, pushing the barrel out of the way as it grasps for Birdie with oddly jointed limbs, while Stella stares in shocked silence, as if paused, watching as the other creature attempts to wrestle Gretchen into the darkness, her desperate cries going unheeded. And then we made the choice to save Gretchen. You dive for Gretchen, attempting to snatch her away from the thing's misshapen hands. Oh yes, the ditchlings chat, if you remember them. They're egg layers. You manage to grab her, but the creature isn't deterred. It rears back on its hind legs, its mouth opening, whispered tones sliding out alongside something sharp and unnatural. But then there is the deafening blast of Duke's shotgun, and suddenly it is gone. Oh my god, what do we do? Oh yes, the two useless cops. Stella, keep an eye on him for us. Make sure he doesn't get into any more trouble. Oh, and then there's Wayne. Welcome home. My grandma, this is good chat that we're doing all this because I forgot all about I forgot all about Sybil and the interaction that we had at her place. My grandmother used to talk about pale creatures called ditchlings. She always said they were a terrible omen, a sign of suffering to come. I'm going to bed. I'll see you tomorrow. Oh, there's the cat in the background. I forgot about the cat. But listen, you'd better stay out of trouble today. I want you home by sunset. I don't want to hear complaints. Just do what I ask, and we won't have any more problems. Tabitha takes a few steps toward the door. Is it too much if I just out and say that I like your face best without any filters on it? It's your stream though, so you do you. Ooh, without any filters. Well, thank y'all. I guess I'll take that as a compliment to you. Let's do a little comparison. Here's with the filter on, and then here's with it off. Oh, wow. To me, somehow it looks so bright. Does it look brighter than normal? I feel like... Maybe it was a result of playing with those filters that made it brighter. Or maybe this is just how bright I normally am. And just my eyes haven't gotten used to it yet. From the darkness of the candlelight, I've gotten used to the darker looking version of me. But I think right now you might be the only one here, Tia. So I will go ahead and maybe during, like, if there are any especially scary moments later in the stream, perhaps I'll turn it back on to enhance the effect. Are you sure you don't have multiple filters on? Well, I did in the past, like for the Minds Beneath the stream. Right now, though, they're all turned off. Yep. Yeah, all those filters are listed as off, so none of them should be having an influence. But if I still look brighter than normal, you can let me know. Maybe I'll just like delete them all and see if, and if that doesn't fix it, then at that point we'll just have to roll with it. Tabitha takes a few steps towards the door. Sunset. But we did not follow her advice. We went over to visit her at her workplace. Just don't make yourself a burden, all right? I have a lot to do today. Oh, we talking about a certain young man who may or may not have caught the boss's eye? That Sam Wayne fella, wasn't it? Whatever. If anyone asks, we never talked. Got it? I don't want to disappear, too. Ooh, and then there he is. I am the only person in this town who truly cares about your safety. Don't forget that. Even if it's already too late to stop what's going to happen. Whatever you're looking for, you're barking up the wrong tree, so just go someplace else before... Tabitha once again trails off. Both she and Stella have noticed the girl with the dark braid and glasses sneaking along the ridge. Ooh, that's right, Rosalina. That is the person that they notice. Senpai is ever thoughtful. I was expecting more people here today, but I guess it's a little like old times. Yeah, more might show up a bit later. Sometimes, I guess especially on Saturday, people can be at different places. Some people might even be at parties, you know? They might even be touching grass right at this moment. In which case, we can only be happy for them. It's Rosalina! Kanika, we found her. She's headed up the hill. They went in? Does Stella have no sense of self-preservation? My dad says our house is haunted. Oh, that's right, she was embarrassed by her dad. But she's interrupted by a pair of thunderous knocks. Wait a second. Where'd 3 of you run off to? Are you kidding me? Touching grass? When could I watch Axaeon VT? Never. I see. So you know how it works, Tia. There is something in the darkness before you that's much louder, though you don't hear it, but you can feel it in your chest, like the deep growl of a predator. That's right, the mysterious doorway, like a portal to another world. What do you think you're doing? Get away from there. Your cousin dives toward you, but not before the light from your phone illuminates the chamber. Ooh, yes, the mysterious circular doorway. Axaeon, are you all right? Wait! Becca and Alexis are still down there. You can't just leave them here. I know which way they were going. They'll listen to you this time, I promise. But sadly, they did not listen. They were crushed in the mine collapse. The 3 of you managed to squeeze through the entrance just as the walls of the mine come crashing down. Tabitha doesn't say a word as the car cuts along the darkened road. Yes, this was all episode 2. Ooh, the possums. I forgot about them. There are 2 of them now. You know what it makes me think of? like, these must be significant to the plot in some way if the game is including them in the recap. Even though they haven't been significant in our playthrough so far, maybe they become significant if you have the talking to animal skill. Like if you select that skill at the beginning of the game. So Chad, if you ever decide to play this game, and there are like many, many possible playthroughs of this, it's a visual novel with just loads and loads of possibilities, that might be an interesting path to explore, is selecting that talking to animal skill and seeing what the possums have to say. Rest in peace, those kids. Oh, hey, Blue Ice Cubes, welcome. Yes, indeed, indeed, rest in peace. As the warning at the beginning of the game tells us, you can't save everyone. So I hope they survive because they're cute. Yeah, like they're like, you know, little roommates almost, you know, just hanging out in my dresser drawer here. As you're ready to leave, Janie approaches from the far side of the kitchen. Tabitha remains between the two of you, impatiently tapping her foot. Oh, Axaeon, before you go, I heard about what happened last night. I mean, I heard about it before Miss Tabitha mentioned it just now, and then I heard it again. What a wonderful sentence that is. I just wanted to say, I'm so sorry you got caught up in that. I'll be praying for those poor kids. I can't imagine how scared they must be. Oh, that's right. Yeah, Janie, her husband, is the pastor. So I suppose she probably is pretty religious. Morning. Is the new blend ready? Of course. Axaeon, if you'd like to keep Miles company, Tabitha and I will be just a minute. Oh, and here's Bo, Duke's kid. Oh, excuse me. Wait, you're Axaeon, aren't you? My name is Bo. I'm Duke's boy. It's a pleasure to meet you. The policeman told me you saw what happened to my daddy. That's right, we did, Duke. Oh, and here's Stella, our emerging love interest. And with that, breakfast is served. He's a dog. Oh, yeah, the mayor. The mayor was a dog. You can tell this dog is the mayor from his little sash and his fancy top hat. There's a regal air about him, almost as if he knows the position of authority he's been elected to. This would also be a cool one for the talk to animal skill, getting to talk to the dog, the one who's the mayor. Ooh, this guy. Before you can catch up to your companions, you're intercepted by a nervous man with a cross around his neck. This is the one we got a bad vibe around. Mystical. It's hard to put a finger on it, but something compels you to dislike this man. Sounds like old Gretchen and the mayor may have some unresolved issues, wouldn't you say? I'm Pastor Daniel. Take it you're Axaeon? Everyone's been buzzing about you. I'm so sorry about your aunt, but I'm sure she's in a better place now. If you'd ever like to discuss your beliefs, my door is always open. Yeah, I think he must be working with the dark forces of the town in some way. The basement is what you might expect out of a tortured artist who spends all his time confined to his studio. Discarded canvases line its edges, while trash and sketches leak out from their piles in the corners of the room, hiding the bare cement floor. Ghoulish faces coat the walls in paint, sneering out at their creator. That's right, this is Stella's friend, and our friend, I guess now, who has the really strict mom, and also apparently is not in good health. Your mom is so scary. She can be a little intense, kind of overprotective, which I guess makes sense. Anyway, make yourselves comfortable. You'll have to forgive the mess. I've been distracted lately, haven't been cleaning much. Oh yes, this awkward dinner scene. That mom's face. Yeah, if someone looks at you with a face like that, it's not good news, you know. Need to leave that interaction ASAP, most likely. Dinner is already laid out. Dinner rolls, spaghetti, and a light salad. Kanika anxiously picks at her food. Stella is nervously talkative, and Reese is suddenly quiet and tense, his shoulders tight as his mother perches on the chair next to his. Dr. Kelly eyes all of you with a sharp, fierce gaze. So, we were talking about maybe watching a movie sometime this week, while Axaeon is still in town. We'll have to see how you're feeling. I can handle a movie, Doc. Yeah, we'll just sit downstairs in the dark. Reese is used to that. I'm sure he'll be okay. You're always overestimating how much you're able to do, Reese. This is why you keep getting sick. If I get sick, so what? It's not like that's ever going to change. I'm sick every day, and I'm not getting better. I don't want to spend the last few miserable years of my life holed up in the basement alone, just because seeing my friends has been deemed too strenuous. I'm an adult, for God's sake. I can't believe I have to ask for permission from my mom just to have friends over. Reese stops mid-sentence, wincing in pain and wrapping himself in his arms. Don't say things like that. I'm doing everything I can to try and fix... Silence as Dr. Kelly's eyes shoot open. Reese? Reese abruptly pulls himself from the table and leaves. Yes, and one thing we were uncertain of, chat, I remember we talked about it last time, is whether the mom is making Reese sick. Maybe even intentionally. Man, I always feel bad for Reese not even being able to control his own medical treatment. Yeah, it is. I hope there's some way we can help him in this game. I don't know if we'll be able to, but that would be great if our character could somehow help him become better, become healthier, get into a better situation. Oh yeah, here's Oscar. Hey, you're here sooner than I expected. Hope dinner went okay? Yeah, something like that. Hey, I hope I'm not too late. Have I missed any creepy paranormal stuff? That's right, here we conduct our sort of exorcism, if you can call it that, of the house. Oscar and Kanika startle as the door swings open. She also had the forbidden door in her house, but the recap didn't cover that. True, yeah, that's a good point to you. I'm a little surprised, actually, that the recap did not cover that, because it seems to me like that was a pretty important detail. That's maybe a clue to how she might be working with the dark forces of the town, too. Hold it. You're not taking my cousin along on any more of your little hijinks without me. Whoa. This is where I've seen it. It appears on top of the stain. Look at Gretchen's face there. Stella pulls back the carpet, revealing a hatch, the floor around it stained in reddish brown. I'm going for it. Ooh, yes, and this is where we were transported to the other world, the other dimension. By the way, chat, get ready for a possible jump scare incoming. Because I remember last time this was like the worst jump scare. Wait, do you hear music? Yep, there it is, there it is. Movement stirs as a figure cloaked in shadows rises to attention. Stella. That's right, all of our friends were possessed and revealed glimpses of the past to us. There you are. I would have found you sooner, but the Resonant clearly doesn't want me here. It doesn't seem to have the same issue with these miserable little parasites. Bottom feeders always manage to slip through the cracks, don't they? Oh yes, and here was our trial. We were put on trial. The sins of the father are to be laid upon the children. One of you must forfeit. It doesn't matter which. Bullshit! You and Tabitha come to in a basement, a mound of packed dirt in front of you. Your friends are nowhere to be seen, though Sybil remains standing on the stairwell, as if she's been patiently waiting for you to get up. Ah, the spirit is gone, and the two of you are back, and both of you are whole. I have to admit that this is quite an unexpected outcome. Excellent work, Axaeon. Oh, thank you, Sybil. That's right, yeah, nobody died. And I feel like it was definitely possible for some people to die in that section, but we made it out with everyone alive. I'm so sorry, Axaeon. I don't think I can talk right now. I'll call you, okay? She hurries off down the road. Before I go, Sybil places a hand on your arm, holding you back for a moment. I'm sure you have questions after everything you saw tonight, but let's not get into it here. I think everyone could use a little rest and relaxation right now, yourself included. If you swing by the tea room sometime tomorrow, say early afternoon, you and I can have a little chat. I'll see you then, Axaeon. Okay, we'll have to keep that in mind to talk to the grandma. You don't even notice yourself entering the guest room and falling into bed. Suddenly you're just there, buried under your family's musty covers. The spirit of Charles Shaw Jr. has been put to rest, but disaster still looms over the town of Scarlet Hollow. Still, tonight was a good night, and you fall asleep with a gentle, well-earned smile on your face. And that is the end. That was quite a recap. Wow. Guess a lot's happened, so it makes sense the recap would be kind of long. But yes, now it is time to begin Chapter 4. You open your eyes. It's a new day. Yeah, now that we've put the spirit of Charles Shaw Jr. to rest, we'll have to see what trials await us in the current chapter. Last night seemed so far away. You can almost pretend the horrors you witnessed in the annex were nothing but a nightmare, chased away by the harsh morning light. An involuntary shudder runs down your spine. But your thoughts are interrupted by the buzz of your phone on the nightstand. Hey, have you heard from Stella? I haven't been able to get a hold of her. Thought she might have at least checked in with you. Yeah, good call, Kanika. Have we heard from Stella? You check your messages. There's nothing from Stella. Ooh, hope she's okay. So I can call, text Stella. I haven't heard from her either. I'm sure she's fine. Oh god, what if she's in trouble? What if she's hurt or dead? I think it's a little too early to catastrophize. Never mind how Stella is. How are you doing? Ooh. Straight to the flirtation. Yeah, what if Wayne got her? Does Stella disappear like this sometimes? You know, I think we should maybe explore a little bit. Yeah, why don't we call Stella? I feel like a call is warranted in this circumstance. You dial Stella. Hey, what's up? Ha, just kidding. I'm not able to come to the phone right now. Oh, that is... I thought she was actually there for a second. Come on, Stella. This is actually a recording of my voice. It isn't really me. Technology, huh? Anyways, leave a message. Or don't. I never check this thing. She's not making it any easier for us. The mailbox is full and can't accept messages at this time. Oh, that's just great. Okay, well, I'm gonna text her at least. Morning, hot stuff. Are you good? I'm kind of worried about you. That Wayne guy didn't come after you, did he? Send Stella a photo of a nervous puppet. Well, she does tend to respond to meme messages, but I feel like now the circumstances are a little more serious. And yeah, I should probably mention Kanika, because yeah, Kanika is pretty worried too. I'll say, Kanika and I are pretty worried about you. Please respond. Or actually, well, I kind of like this one too. I'm kind of worried if you ran last night. Text me as soon as you get the chance. I'll go with that one. You wait for a few silent minutes. I mean, I probably should respond to Kanika in the meantime. Your message sits undelivered. Oh no. Maybe she actually isn't okay. That doesn't check their emails, friend, yeah. Yep, we've all had a friend like that, haven't we? I'm sure she's fine. Actually, yeah, this might be useful. Like, does Stella disappear like this? It does seem kind of unlike her, but Kanika might know better than I do. Does Stella disappear like this sometimes? Kinda. But with everything going on, I don't feel comfortable letting her run off on her own. Look, I know we haven't exactly gotten along, but we should meet up in town and look for her together. Looks like you have your morning plans in order. That's right, yeah, we probably should find Stella. Ooh, visit the opossum. Yeah, let's see how the possums are doing. You open the drawers. The two opossums stare up at you. They both have a bread now. That's nice. They're pretty resourceful. They're good at getting bread. Maybe I'm gonna wave at them, you know, let them know I come in peace. You wave at them. They continue to stare up at you blankly in response. Okay, well, that was a nice little update, possums. I'll leave you back to your, whatever you're doing. You close the drawers. This is their home now, and there's nothing you can do to change that. I detect something slightly ominous in that. Actually, oh yeah, check the closet. I want to see how that creepy doll is doing. Yep, she's still there. You make your way to the closet. There was no denying it. The doll moved at some point since your most recent visit. Ooh. Oh no. Now the doll's moving on her own. But your long-dead relative's creepy doll isn't the only thing that's different. Someone was in here. Something to mull over for the rest of the day. Like, who could have been in there? Like, the only person I can think of would be Tabitha. But she has no reason to go in there. Or maybe Wayne? Was Wayne in there? Take a shower. You might as well take a shower before starting the rest of your day. That's right, don't want to be stinky. You step into the guest bathroom and into the shower. Feels good to wash away the grime of last night's haunting. But eventually, you'll have to leave this place and confront the rest of the day. In the meantime, we've got a mystical option here. Lots of doom consume me. Think about the door in the clinic. Ooh, I could go back to the door of the clinic. Yikes, if it wasn't Tabitha, I couldn't sleep at night. Yeah, I know. If it wasn't Tabitha, it's got to be something bad. Think about the afterlife. It's undeniably real at this point. What you've seen is terrifying. Yeah, I guess my character does have pretty good evidence of the afterlife now. It was something I hadn't really thought about before reading that prompt. Think about Stella running off. Oh yeah, those two girls still buried in that horrible mine. Yeah, I don't have much hope that they're alive. Think about Duke. Scrub feverishly. I could think about Sybil's warning. The worst is yet to come. Wayne, and whether you're ever truly alone. Think about someone special. Oh, I think that's the option I chose last time. Finally being out of this hellhole and safe in your own bed. Let's see. I guess if I pick this option, the door at the clinic, maybe that brings me there later in the day. But I kind of like this mystical one too. I'm going to go with it. Every minute feels like another thread holding this town together starts to unravel. Thoughts of doom consume you. You're done here. You turn off the faucet and dry yourself off. Yeah, let's head downstairs. It's time to face your cousin. I feel like Tabitha and I are cooler now, than we were at the start, because we went through that experience together and neither of us died. So now we should be pretty tight, You find her in the kitchen, her shoulders hunched in a tight ball of anxiety. They're striking. This week, of all weeks, as if I didn't have enough on my plate already. Ooh, Booksmart. If history is anything to go off of here, it almost doesn't matter how strong the strike seems. This is Tabitha's battle to lose. There isn't a union in Scarlet Hollow, which means that a proper strike isn't even legal. Your cousin can do pretty much whatever she wants. So Tabitha looks like she's holding all the cards. By the way, chat, is the audio pretty good for the game? I just realized it might have been a little bit quiet. But if you want me to, if it would be good for me to change it, increasing or decreasing, let me know. She could fire everyone and wait them out, for instance, or pick and choose her targets. Ooh, that being said, does it even matter how the strike plays out? Any resolution would merely treat the symptoms of the disease rotting the heart of Scarlet Hollow. So the disease goes deeper. It's something that even the strike can't affect. Mind is okay? Okay, good. Good to know. Yeah, I wonder if we'll be able to cure this disease, to resolve it, to save the town, or at least most of the people in the town. I'd like to think that we can. For things to stand any chance of getting better, there's something deeper you still have to fully uncover. Talk about the strike, what happened last night. She could make examples of the leaders of the strike. Good old 20th century factory owner practice. You know, she does seem like the type to make an example, like, out of the leaders. That is totally a thing Stella would do. Like, just look at her face right now. You can see that she's already scheming it. So that is a very solid point, TP Ninja. Also, welcome, TP Ninja. Nice to see you again. But yeah, let's see. I can't get a hold of Stella. Yeah, do you think she's all right? I'm sure she's just processing what happened last night. We weren't the only ones who were traumatized. Okay, nice little bit of optimism from Tabitha. I'm not sure how convinced I am by it. Probably should talk a little bit about what happened last night. So ghosts are real. I still can't get over that. It feels good, doesn't it? Getting rid of something our family left behind like that. There are egg-laying abominations roaming the woods. What's a strike gonna do? Yeah, I don't think the strike's gonna stop the ditchlings. You raise a good point, Tia. So it feels good, doesn't it? Getting rid of something our family left behind like that. Sure, but you did most of the heavy lifting there. She's, you know, giving us credit. That's quite a... I feel like that shows how far our relationship has come, that she's not just, like, biting our head off. Yeah, I'm procrastinating. Oh, I see. Well, TP Ninja, I'm glad to know that you've chosen this stream. You've chosen to spend time together with me and with all of us here to procrastinate. It's very much an honor. So ghosts are real. I still can't get over that. I can. What does that actually change about anything? I still have a mind to run, and you still have a funeral to attend. Okay, now the old Tabitha is back. Morning, or I suppose night, Tia. I know, it's so cool how we all have different time zones. But yes, morning to you, TP Ninja. Oh, Blaze Cubes, you're procrastinating too. Okay. See, we have some procrastination buddies here. I do think it's true, whenever you're procrastinating on anything, the best thing to have is a buddy, you know, to procrastinate with. Yeah, any news about the trapped kids? Haven't forgotten about them. We have confirmation of at least one voice down there, and the boys have been digging around the clock. I don't think it'll be long before we can put all this unpleasantness behind us. Okay, so maybe at least one of them lived. Never been more glad to be born in Singapore because the energy crisis is really bad in Southeast Asia at the moment. Ooh. Interesting. Yeah, I hope that all gets worked out and that you're able to not be too affected by it, TP Ninja. Yeah, sounds like it can get pretty bad in some areas. Not me. Watching Axe is a planned part of my schedule. Oh, that means a lot to you. Thank you. Yeah, let's see. If the mine's still in trouble, I wonder, like, would she be open to selling it? Like, you could just sell it and sell the estate. Get out while you still can. Tabitha bristles. I'm not giving up like that. This is the Scarlet Mine. I'm not just going to cash out on our family's legacy. I'm bringing the mine back to life, one way or another. Very willful as always. So yeah, you should probably get going, right? Yeah. I've dawdled long enough. Stay safe. No more hijinks. Yeah, sure. No more hijinks. We'll agree to that, Tabitha. Yeah, totally not going to do any more hijinks in today's stream. But let me know if you get in trouble, okay? Oh, she cares about us. That's so cute. Tabitha slips past you, her heavy boots thudding down the hall as she marches away to face her employees. One may say it's your axing time, Tia. Time to find a tree. Oh, TV Ninja. You're too good. You're too good on these puns. Time to figure out the rest of your day. Fuel up with a quick PB&J? Yeah, I think definitely. Don't want to go ghost hunting or whatever on an empty stomach. If Stella's MIA, who knows when you'll get the chance to eat. You make yourself PB&J in anticipation for the long day ahead of you. And that's that. Head to town. You head to the front door and begin your trek to the town below. Ooh, am I going to encounter any beasts in the woods? Ooh, I think I do see a ditchling there. You see that, chat? Like around the middle of the screen? I know it doesn't show my cursor, but it does look like there's something there on the road up ahead. The sun shines down through a thin layer of clouds, illuminating the path in watery gray light. You can't help but feel countless eyes watching you from the tree line, a feeling that reminds you of your time in the woods with Stella. Ditchlings shouldn't be out in the middle of the day, though. They're getting bolder. To your surprise, oh, you find a familiar face making its way up the path towards you. Oh yeah, it looks like Avery. Tabby-chan, kawaii. Yeah, she is. So much so. Hey, I was just coming up to see you. Hope you're able to get some sleep after everything that happened last night. Oh, thanks, Avery. That's actually very thoughtful. I was up most of the night, totally wired on adrenaline. I think Ax's character should have something heavier for breakfast, like Poe. Ooh, yes. I think, yeah, so far, like, all of the breakfasts I've had in this game have just been, like, PB&Js. I mean, not that PB&Js are bad, but I do get the sense of wanting some more variety. So I agree with you on that, TP Ninja. I see a few things and I don't like it. Oh, thank God, it's Avery. Yeah, I mean, I still don't know what that thing in the distance is. It looks like a ditchling. Oh, actually, there's also one on the far left. It might be partially covered by chat, but you see it, chat? See that thing on the left of screen? Now that looks like a ditchling for sure. And there's also one on the right too, now that yeah, they're definitely all around us. Ooh, I could do a mystical. How do you feel? Ooh, yeah, let's see what he thinks about this. How do you feel now that it's a new day? Possession is the sort of thing that can leave a mark on a person's soul. Aw, thanks for asking about the state of my soul. I appreciate that. I'd be lying if I said it didn't have an impact. I kind of feel bruised all over, physically and spiritually. But hey, that's part of life, right? Nobody makes it to the end completely unscathed. True, true. Those are wise words, Avery. I'm kind of thrilled that my new emotional baggage comes from a ghost instead of some boring normal trauma. That's right, this is top tier trauma. Like, you can't buy this kind of trauma. You come up to see me? That's sweet, all. There's ditchlings everywhere now. Poe is pronounced like, derived from French feu. Oh, okay. Derived from French feu, whatever it's worth. Thank you, T. I didn't know that. So feu, I'm sure it's good. This is all around us. Very much so. Variety. Someone make a peanut butter sandwich or some toast with jelly on it. Easy. Yeah. I guess if we wanted to really, that's one way of going about the variety of Blaze Cubes. Not sure if our character would be satisfied with it, but hey, you know, at least it's something. Yeah, what is he gonna say to this? Like, does he notice the ditchlings? Avery turns to survey the tree line. Noticed a few on my way up. They're kind of funny, now that I'm getting a good look at them, with their scrunched up little Sharpie faces. I don't know if I'd call them funny, but, you know, if that's how he wants to look at them, then I guess, you know, more power to him. So, should I be worried about these things? I know they're a bad omen or something, but like, are they dangerous? Well, we've heard they don't attack humans directly, but they also did seem to attack Duke. And we know that they're a bad omen. Yeah, I don't know if they're dangerous in any direct way. A little hard to tell. They're not going to eat me if I take a wrong turn, right? Not eaten, just used as an incubator. That's probably worse, though. I don't know. Yeah. Maybe so. But I kind of like this vague one. The mystical. You need only fear what they foretell. Okay, cool and ominous. As long as being eaten alive isn't on the table. Unless they're foretelling a zombie invasion or something with werewolves. In which case, I guess I'm still stuck with being eaten alive. Good point, good point. Ooh, let's see, has he heard anything from Stella? In some ways, I suppose it'd be comforting if your emotional baggage came from a ghost, if you could deal with the ghost. Yeah, something like if it's just a case of like being able to like banish the spirit, then, you know, that maybe is closure. Like, you know, you've resolved the situation. Which may be kind of like we did with Charles Shaw Jr. So maybe now at least that will help that situation be in the past. Like, surely we can add something on there, like good old Chinese Kai. Oh, I'm not familiar with that dish. But I bet it's good. It has a nice name. He doesn't know he's going to get incubated. I hope he does. I like Avery. But if he does, then, you know, we'll just try to help him out as best we can. I can believe you've never encountered it, having grown up in Tennessee, but pho is like the dish of the Vietnamese diaspora. Oh, okay, interesting. Reminder to y'all, Avery is non-binary with they, then pronouns. Oh, okay. Thanks, Tax Evasion. I'd forgotten about that. Also, welcome, Tax Evasion. Nice to see you. But, yeah, let's see. Have you heard anything from Stella? Haven't heard from her. Though we don't text much, and I haven't checked with Winnie to see if she came in for an early breakfast or anything. But if you haven't heard from her, that doesn't sound great. Seeing her like that last night was awful. She's usually so unflappable. That she is. Kanika and I are meeting up to look for Stella. Ooh, we could tell him to get lost, or we could have him with us. Let's head to town. Yeah, I think we could use Avery. Like, we need all the help we can get at this point. I'm a bit at a loss with regards to the story at the moment, I'm afraid. No worries, TP Ninja. Yeah, there's a lot to it. But gradually, through bits and pieces, it'll probably come back as we continue it. There was a recap at the start of the stream also, so if you weren't around for that, you could always rewind and watch parts of the recap. But yeah, I'm going to tell him, yeah, Kanika and I are meeting up to look for Stella. Want to come? Absolutely. I told Winnie I'd be coming in late today, so I've got time. Nice. Good foresight there. I don't know how much time, though. When I saw this morning, the diner is hopping. It's absolutely packed with miners. Ooh, because they're working overtime. They must be using that as a home base for the strike. Oh, wait, not working. Oh, the opposite of working overtime. Okay, yeah. Oh, by the way, there's a strike going on. I'm sure you already know that, though. I have to imagine Tabitha would have told you this morning. That's right, yeah, Tabitha did mention that. Hey, I wonder, chat, if I flirt with Avery when I've already flirted with Stella, is the game going to let me be with both of them? Or is it going to do the usual video game thing where, like, I get to be with neither? Let's test it out. We're going to do a little experiment. Say, you were coming up to see me? Oh, that's sweet. What can I say? I'm someone who knows what they want. Ooh, wow. He's quite forward. I don't know if I can handle this level of Chad energy just radiating from him or from them. I would have walked up here at the crack of dawn, but I figured I should let you sleep at least a little longer. Though not too much longer. Had to make sure you didn't go running off into trouble. Not without me, wow. So Avery is very good at the, like, flirting and, you know, like letting us know what they want. Let's head to town. Yes, indeed, let's. Yeah, good idea. Ah, thank you. I'll do that after the stream. Okay, good plan. Is Axe having Witcher 3 flashbacks? Maybe partly, yeah. Though I think when I played Witcher 3, I ended up getting with Yennefer. Even though like I tried to flirt with multiple characters, I think it kind of just, yeah, locked me down that path. But luckily, I at least had one person. You can flirt with whoever, but once you pick an option tagged romance, you're locked in. Oh, I see, okay. That's useful. Thank you, tax evasion. Is there a poly relationship ending of the game? That'd be extra root. It'd be hard to write since you need to juggle more characters, though. Oh, yeah, I do wish you could be poly, but also this game's already horrifically complex. Yeah, I mean, to be fair, yeah, to the developers, in a game like this especially, like, I understand if they want to simplify things a little bit by not making, you know, poly relationships possible. Because I can see that would take a lot of extra writing and just extra testing and making sure all the paths still work out. You and Avery start back the path to town. It isn't long until you once again find yourself on the main street of Scarlet Hollow. Ooh, there's Kanika. Axaeon, you made it. And you picked up an Avery along the way. Hope you're both doing okay, like, emotionally. Well, thank you, Kanika. Yeah, I'm not too bad. Yeah, Avery's pretty stoic about most of these things. Better after seeing Axaeon. Ooh, okay, well, Avery, you flatter me. Wow. That's good. I feel like I got crushed by a steamroller or something. Joints all out of whack, totally exhausted, and super foggy. Ooh, maybe need more sleep. My mom has been insisting I caught a cold, but I wasn't buying it. But as of this morning, I've come around. Could be a whole DLC of its own. The poly ending. Yeah, that would be funny if they did a DLC just for that. It's definitely something beyond exhaustion, even considering the ridiculously stressful week we've all had. But I'm not going to let that stop me from looking for Stella. That's good. You're a good friend, Kanika, to be searching after your friend Stella in this way. Do you still think there could be a rational explanation? Actually, yeah, this is a good question. Like, who's managing the general store? Oh, wait, it's Miles, isn't it? Mom and Miles can deal for another day while we go looking for Stella. This is important. Or at least the mom's going to be there, Sybil, because Miles isn't really going to be very useful in that situation, I don't think. Not that the store isn't, but if something happened to her and I was spending my time minding the register, I don't think I could live with that. I'm getting the vibe that everyone's getting what Reese has. Kind of hope I'm wrong. Ooh, oh no, that would be bad if everyone's getting that condition. Maybe because Reese is like sensitive to dark things, and he's very artistic and has that sensibility. Maybe that caused him to get it first, but now it's spreading to the others. That is certainly one possible angle of it, Tia, you're right. That could be what's going on. Still supposed to see your mom at some... Oh yeah, that's true. We shouldn't forget about this. That Sybil offered to sort of shed some light. Supposed to see your mom today. Maybe she'll finally shed some light on things. I'm not sure what she's planning to tell you today that she couldn't have told all of us last night. Maybe she's going to read your fortune. After last night, I wouldn't doubt that she actually could. Your mom's always had a bit of that Glinda vibe going for her. Fair observation. Yeah, maybe I should stop making fun of her whole New Age mystic thing. Lots happened in the past couple of days. I mean, yeah, like, if I were someone who had experienced all of this in the game, I don't think I would be making fun of New Age mystical spiritual people either. I'd be like, okay, yes, like, they all have the right view of what's going on. Ugh, I need to take a page out of Stella's book and just block this shit out. I need to be focused. Can't keep having all these existential crises. Yeah, I think you need to talk with a philosopher, Kanika. That would help solve your existential crisis. Or maybe just make it worse. But either way, I would say you need to talk with a philosopher. That is my prescription, my recommendation. There'll be plenty of time for tea after we found Stella. Actually, I do wonder what she says to this. I was kind of surprised you reached out to me after all the issues between you and Tabitha. I care more about finding Stella than I do about the ongoing feud between me and your cousin. Very wise, very mature. And I'm not going out there alone, because the last thing I want is to go missing while looking for someone who went missing. We do everything in groups from now on. Very sensible. People shouldn't be judged by their family anyways. Whatever people may think of your cousin, it has nothing to do with you. Lots of wise characters in this game. So I could say, let's not dawdle. Sure. Are we sure we need to go looking for Stella? She's a grown woman. I think we probably do need to go looking for her. She's probably okay just dealing with complicated emotions. I don't think it's that. Let's not forget that Wayne... Oh yeah, Wayne threatened her last night. You don't think he actually followed through on that, do you? I hope not. Might come a time when we have to be in conflict with Wayne if he's threatening Stella. Look at that. They're beating the horror trope. It's only up from here. Yeah, it's kind of refreshing to see like a horror type game, a horror type piece of media where the characters are not just like idiots, you know. They're actually making sensible observations and sensible decisions. I'll say, let's not dawdle. I'm worried about Stella, and it doesn't feel right to be doing anything that isn't actively looking for her. Agreed. Let's get to work. Where to first? Well, we could go to her house. The cops, yeah, I don't think the cops are going to help. Oscar, yeah. Check out the diner, the mine. Oh, there's so many choices for where you could go. Check out the church. Let Avery know that you and Kanika can take it from here after we just asked them to help us out. I'm supposed to get tea with your mom today. Maybe she'll have some ideas. I feel like her house is probably the good starting point. Good place to start. Maybe she just slept in. That's what I'm hoping. Would have gone already, but I was kind of nervous about doing anything by myself today, just in case I ran into yet another horror from beyond the veil or whatever. Yeah, very sensible. I think this is our first time, maybe. Or actually, no, it's our second time, I guess, being at Stella's house. You make your way towards Stella's house. Horror media where they do a ritual at the start because they think it's a joke. I don't mess with that stuff. Yeah, so much horror media is just like, oh, like, you know, they're screwing themselves over. It's like a train wreck that we just can't look away from. Kanika knocks anxiously on the door. It creaks open. Ooh. Now things are really getting intense. The interior is cold, and not just physically. There is an absence of joy and life that leaves only a chill behind. This is the ghost of an empty house. There's a sobering dread that comes with the knowledge that your search won't end here. For the life of you, you can't remember if Stella closed the door behind her when the two of you left for the library yesterday morning. This is good. So we know she's not there, but I feel like we should probably investigate the house just to see if we find any clues. This is going to be a journey of clues, chat, of putting together and investigating. She's dead. Stella died, and it's all my fault. I mean, let's not catastrophize just yet. But I probably should tell them that, yeah, I don't sense anything supernatural here, but I don't like the look of this. Might as well invite ourselves in, right? Yeah, we should go in. Screw going. Let's just get the cops. Yeah, I think we should. Time to investigate. Yeah, we should go in. Cool. I'll be brave and go first. Oh, thank you, Avery. Avery casually steps over the threshold into Stella's house. The living room is almost exactly as you saw it the other day. Whatever happened to Stella Doesn't look like it happened here. Doesn't look like there was a struggle or anything. Unless it happened in another room. Or maybe someone or something caught her off guard. You didn't have to add that last part. I'm going to forget you said that. And just be thankful that this doesn't look like a crime scene. Okay, we could investigate the kitchen. Investigate Stella's room. Yeah, let's investigate the kitchen. We were there with Stella not too long ago. Stella's kitchen is messier than she left it yesterday. A couple cabinets are hanging open, and a loaf of bread sits on the counter by a used butter knife. Okay, well that's not too ominous so far. How about horror media where they do a ritual with actual intentions but find out they did step 20 wrong, resulting in unleashing evil upon themselves? Yeah, I mean, you can't afford to get step 20 wrong. Like, that's the step everyone gets wrong. You know, that's the rookie mistake. So annoying when that happens. Something sinister lurks here. It does. I can feel it. I can hear it in the music, too. Someone was here after Stella and I left. Ooh, we didn't leave the kitchen like this. Maybe Wayne was there? Maybe we didn't. Yeah, because I don't think she made us bread. Like, she made us the waffles. So what? Do you think someone rummaged through the kitchen? She must have come home last night. Why would anyone else leave the living room one piece just to trash the kitchen? Yeah, it is kind of puzzling. I mean, the town's surrounded by monsters. Maybe they got hungry. I don't know. It's a little too strange for me. Or maybe she came home last night, had a snack, and didn't feel like putting things away. Now that, I think, is the most rational explanation that's been proposed so far. I feel that. But then that leaves us with another question. If she came home last night, where did she go? And why did she leave? And why haven't we been able to reach her? Yes, the questions are piling up. We need answers. Let's investigate her room. The corkboard with all the conspiracy theorist like photos and lines connecting them. That does feel very in character for Stella. You make your way down the hall to what you assume to be Stella's room. She's not here. Though it's a little untidy, it's the usual sort of untidiness that accumulates when someone doesn't often have guests in their bedroom. There aren't any signs of violence. Ooh, we could check her computer. Wow. Where she makes all her YouTube videos. You go to check Stella's computer. I'm not sure we should be snooping on her computer. Isn't that an invasion of privacy? We already broke into her house, right? For all we know, there could be some sort of clue on there. Like a note detailing exactly where she is. Yeah, it's a good point that Avery is raising here. We didn't break into her house. The door is left wide open. Okay, well, I mean, yeah, I guess that's also kind of true. Well, maybe the computer was left open too. Ooh. What if we don't find Stella? It's because we didn't snoop on her computer. That is a distinct possibility. Stella didn't want us to snoop. She shouldn't have gone missing. What is even this statement? I don't make the rules. Okay. Oh, here's the really important question, chat. But what if she's been gossiping about us to her online friends? Yeah, we have to know if that's the case. Gotta do whatever we can to find her, even if it's invasion of privacy. Let's see if it's password protected. There isn't a password. It's almost like she wants us to snoop. Like, so many of these are just really funny rationalizations. Thinking she got disappeared after making food and before putting things away. Ooh, like, yeah, maybe Wayne came after her. Maybe that's how she got disappeared. There's a plushie in the background that looks like the long, quiet Slay the Princess reference. Ooh, yeah. Maybe it is. It wouldn't surprise me if it's a Slay the Princess reference. I guess Kaniko's maybe partly blocking it by now, but I think I remember the plushie you mentioned, Tia. Wow, there's a lot of choices for this one. So we can choose not to snoop on the computer. Since Stella's safety is at risk, like normally I wouldn't, but I think this time probably the stakes of the case warrant going in there. Maybe the computer was left open too. Exactly. If there isn't a password, maybe we're supposed to take a peek. Maybe we'll find the first note in an elaborate scavenger hunt she set up overnight. Well, Avery, ever the optimist. Guess we'll see. Okay, fine, but I'm going to stand over your shoulder the whole time and make sure you don't go looking for anything personal. Kanika really doesn't trust us very much, does she? Stella's desktop is horrifically cluttered. There are simply too many files and folders to fit on her monitor. They overlap each other in a chaotic, multi-layered display. Okay, that sounds like Stella. Oh, I love chat. Do you see that right above my head? There's the cool S. Was that a thing for you, chat, when you were like in elementary school? Like all kids just sort of instinctively knew about this symbol and just like drew on like notebooks and folders and stuff? Or is that a thing that's gone by the wayside and I'm just horrifically dating myself by even bringing it up? I mean, this is a fairly recent game, so maybe it's still, you know, around, but really brings me back, you know, seeing that symbol. Never even knew what it meant, but it was just like one of the universal symbols of being a kid, you know? Just seeing that little S everywhere. The cool S, it was kind of for me, I see. Oh, Tia says, yeah, okay, good. So you're familiar with it then, Tia. More of a middle school thing for me, yeah, okay. Interesting, interesting. I guess everyone has slightly different experiences with it. To be honest, I don't think I ever quite realized how to draw. Like, I could draw one now. I know the strategy to draw it now is like to do like the 6 vertical lines and then just kind of connect them. But back then, I think I was more of just someone who kind of like appreciated it from a distance. Got no clue. I've seen a similar font before that has S like that, I guess. Okay. I see. Yeah, there are fonts that kind of approximate it, at least somewhat. Oh, that's cute. On the left side, there's a sticky note where you can see Gretchen, the dog. I don't know why she would draw that on a sticky note, but hey, like it's really cute that she did. Whoa. How do we find anything on here? I'm suddenly a lot less worried about an invasion of privacy and a lot more worried about this being a complete waste of time. Booksmart lets us sift through the chaos. Might be a North American thing. Maybe so. Yeah. Maybe we'll have to do like a stream on this at some point and like drawing stream of the cool S. I don't know if it'd be a very long stream. Might have to think of more things to add to it. You've spent plenty of time with computers and are more than capable of sifting through the chaos of a messy desktop. One folder catches your eye. Boring tax stuff. No, do not open it. It's it's not boring tax stuff. It's if we open that folder, there will be an invasion of privacy, and it's going to be really awkward next time we interact with Stella. Years of helping friends with their computers have made you all too familiar with this folder. Yep, our character knows what's up. Boring tax stuff never contains boring tax stuff. For that matter, it never contains anything related to taxes, and its contents are never boring. Like, if the name of the folder were just like taxes 2024, taxes 2025, like then it would be legit. It's the inclusion of the boring in it. Like, that's how you know it's not actually about taxes. Open the folder. Stream gigabonked imminently. I thankfully have nothing to hide on my laptops besides my gambling. Okay, you know what, chat? I don't want to actually do it. So I want to save right now. But just to say, like, it's just too funny, I think, to pass up. Thankfully, I have nothing to hide on my laptops besides my gambling. Oh, okay. Living the straight and narrow for the most part. Yeah, let's open the folder. You open the folder, you're surprised to find it contains a carefully mapped out diagram of the Scarlet Hollow mines, including holes in fences and areas with low visibility. Okay, this is not what I was expecting to be in the folder. This might help us, though, if she has maps and stuff on it. Oh, it looks like her and Tabitha, too, from back in the day. There's also a handful of old photos of Stella and Tabitha together as teenagers. Tabitha wears an uncharacteristic grin, an authentic, joyful smile. Stella's eyes are somehow brighter, less tired. Oh, this is so cute. This is, I guess, back when they were together. Both of them seem to be living in a happier time. Okay, this is way too personal. I'm gonna go stand in the corner while you wrap this up. You think? Check her open tabs, check her search history. I know, like, she is just so adorable. I'll check her open tabs, see if there's anything there. It would take you all day to count the number of open tabs in Stella's browser. So numerous are her tabs that you can't see a single icon. A sea of rounded, featureless triangles from Windows Edge to Windows Edge. Man, how many tabs does she have open? Chat, how many tabs do you usually have open? Because for me, it's like, I have anywhere from like 2 to 5 tabs open at a time. Like, and hardly ever more than that. But I was talking with some people a while back, and apparently, like, this is a really small number relative to most people. Like, most people have way more. And I was a little surprised to hear that. But, like, where are all these tabs coming from? I just wonder, like, what need is there for, like, having a lot of tabs? Maybe I just don't do as much on the internet as some people do. Maybe if I had more diverse activities, I would have more tabs. Tax evasion says 12 right now. Okay. Okay, that's still pretty manageable, though. I feel like, okay, usually 5 to 6, 4 usually. All right. So all of us here, it seems like we are relatively... What? TP Ninja? 200? 200 tabs? Okay, that is a lot. You are officially now the king of tab browsing among this group, at least. So congratulations, TP Ninja. I guess, yeah, you've managed to surf the most tabs. Rest in peace, Ninja's computer. Her most recently opened tab is a post on Uncle Carl's Bigfoot Farm, a forum for cryptozoology enthusiasts. Just have them collate into different searches or things I'm doing, like different subjects for research, for assignments, for instance. Okay. Yeah, I guess I can kind of put myself in the frame of mind where if I were researching something and like moving from thought to thought really quickly and, you know, continuing, like starting a new thought before I had finished a different one, sometimes I can do that. I don't usually open new tabs while I do it, but I think that helps me understand, at least to some extent, like especially if you're researching something new. You visited Uncle Carl's Bigfoot Farm in the past. Despite the name, despite the fact that posters call themselves Carl's Big Feet, the community takes itself very seriously. It's one of the more consistently active cryptid boards on the web. Okay. So this is like Stella's headquarters, basically. Use bookmark your tabs and close them. It's okay, they aren't all active at once. Vivaldi is a great browser. It's just to help me keep track instead of needing to recall and open new tabs each time. I see, I see. Here will be whatever music I'm listening to that day, and the others will be whatever I'm actually working on. Okay, that's how I usually do it too. Like I have one tab on YouTube with like ambient/study music, and then just, yeah, like a couple of tabs for whatever I'm working on that day. But it's kind of cool, you know, that we have different approaches. People have different approaches to tab use. It's all part of the great diversity of this human experiment. Everyone is different. The post in question is titled, "Something Big is Happening in Scarlet Hollow." Hidden Appalachia. Hey everyone, was out chasing a skunk ape sighting the other day, and I found these weird little guys. My friend's mom says there's something called ditchlings, but I've never heard of them before. Anyone have any good leads? So that's Stella's account name. Okay, Hidden Appalachia. Bride of Bigfoot says, camera isn't shaky enough. This is totally staged. Oh no. Being called out as fake by a fellow cryptozoology enthusiast, that must hurt deeply for Stella. Username Mothstan says, clean footage and some sort of cryptid nobody has heard of except for your friend's mom. The only thing I'm seeing when I Google ditch links is some city in England. Thought you were legit. Lucky Star, is anyone gonna believe her? Guys, since when did high quality footage count as anything other than actual evidence? Those things are terrifying. Okay, good. Lucky Stars believes us. Gary2125479 says, since every low budget horror movie started doing guerrilla marketing, I smell an ARG. Jeez, they're a skeptical bunch, these cryptozoology enthusiasts. Surprisingly skeptical. I'm serious. I've got a ton of extra footage. Look at what they've been doing to the animals in town. They're apparently some sort of bad omen, like Mothman. Okay, I'm listening. I love me a Mothman. This conversation, it feels so authentic. I love it. Lucky Stars, I believe you. Ugh. Lucky, you're falling right into her lap. I don't trust YouTubers. They're entertainers, not scientists. Scientists. Sick. That's right, chat. Yeah, never trust anything a YouTuber says to you. The thread continues into the next day. Hey, okay, so one, this isn't an ARG. I would never. And two, you're not going to believe this, but we went into an abandoned mine last night to investigate things, and I'm pretty sure we found some Tommyknockers. Listen to this knocking we managed to catch on tape. Yeah, that is one advantage Stella has here, is like she has a lot of footage of this stuff, so maybe that'll help convince them. There's a link to an audio file titled Tommyknockers Real.wave. Just because you put the word real in your file name doesn't mean they're real. 2 supernatural events on back-to-back nights? This is so fake. I can't believe I bought into that River Runner hype. You're so full of it. YouTubers are always going to sell out to big indie horror. This is Kidnapped by Aliens all over again. I see. He's been hurt too many times, Mothstan. You could just tell. He's wounded. The wounds have not healed. Also, lol, doughy white things and out loud popping noises. This is definitely an ARG. Did you sell out to Pillsbury? Fighting words here. Stop cyberbullying her, or I'm going to call the mods. Locking this thread and giving everyone a 7-day ban. No cyberbullying and no self-promo. Oh, jeez. Okay, mods being horrible. As always. This game is so realistic. The thread ends. Ouch. Well, that was a useful, got to check Stella's posting history a little bit, see what she's posting online about all this. Maybe Stella should make an ARG to profit off them. I mean, if she did, could make quite a profit. So if she ever gets hard up for money, then that is definitely an idea, TP Ninja. Mothstan. Oh no, the mods. Yeah, the ban hammer for all that. That is so typical, I feel like, for things like this. Locked because you all can't behave. That's what they say. You check Stella's search history. She hasn't visited any websites since Tuesday night. If she came home after last night's incident, she didn't touch her browser. True, but she was kind of tired, so maybe she just didn't go on her computer. Her search history is almost entirely work-related. A furious series of queries for various monsters and cryptids that might fit the profile of ditchlings. That's that. It's a waste of time. Let's get out of here. I mean, I think it was time well spent. I'll just say, okay, I think we've seen enough. Thank God. Let's see, thank God. Okay, I think I love seeing someone's room, but I have had a chance to clean up for company. It's a neat little snapshot, Kind of is. This reminds me of why I stopped using forums, crappy admin. Seems this is an experience we all share. Sure looks like a room. Any thoughts? Do you think there was a struggle here? Yeah, I don't think there's any clues in here. I don't think so either. This is what her room's been like for pretty much the entire time I've known her. The only thing that's changed is the computer getting a lot fancier. Ooh, nice, so she must have upgraded. I could use a few more houseplants. I'll put together some trimmings after we found her. She still does those little corkboard with string things. She loves putting the strings on there. I don't think they actually mean anything. They're more for decoration anyway. Okay, don't worry, Avery. I won't tell her you said that. Who was the Axaeon? Yes, moi aussi, me too. Turn to leave Stella's house. Okay, so she probably came home last night, but she's not here now, and we don't have any idea where she might have gone. I thought I was overreacting this morning. I hope she would just be sleeping in. I can't believe she's actually missing. We'll find her. That's right, that we will. Someone who's moderated some discords, don't worry, the mods hate their job too. Well, that makes them a little more humanized. Yeah, the fact that they hate their job, you know, it makes me not quite as inclined to criticize them. The easiest is to follow the nature of the server as a guideline and follow the rules to the letter, playing bad guy. Then let some more community-oriented mod play good cop. Lessen punishments. Ooh, that's intriguing. So yeah, even Discord mods have their own good cop, bad cop routine. Who knew? See, these are the things that I just haven't really picked up on over the years. It's always useful to have you around here, chat, to help me learn these things. Left a few servers over the mods being too friendly with people and ignoring their behavior. Got a serious threat once and all they got was a 10-minute time. Okay, yeah, that's ridiculous. Just a 10-minute timeout. I think you did the right thing by leaving there, Blue Ice Cubes. We're going to the cops. I know they probably won't actually do anything, but we should see if we can get them to start looking for her before we go anywhere else. So we could tell the cops, could check on Oscar, check the diner. Yeah, I mean, might as well let the cops know. I guess it probably couldn't hurt. Yeah, let's go. We should make sure the police know Stella's missing. Ooh. Very fitting music for the police station. It makes me feel like I'm in trouble somehow. Like they've caught me. The police station is exactly what you would expect from a town the size of Scarlet Hollow. It smells strongly of coffee and faintly of aged furniture and paper. And the general tidiness speaks of a department that doesn't get much of anything done. Yep, small town cops, nothing like them. But you're also not alone here. You enter to find a worried Bo standing between you and the officer behind the desk. Big Betty wasn't just a pumpkin, Deputy Franklin, sir. She was going to be a prize winner. Raising her was the last thing me and my daddy did together. She was important to our family. The Scarlet Hollow police are spread pretty thin at the moment, young man. Any property disputes will have to wait, if indeed there is a dispute to be had. Are you sure it wasn't some animal that took your vegetable? Sir, you know Mr. Tremaine thinks that land belongs to him. He probably thought Big Betty was his to take. He can't come into his door, so for all I know, he might be all the way to the state fair by now with our pumpkin. Ain't there something you can do about it? So, okay, some options here. So you're the mayor's security guy. He is. He's probably not going to like it if we say that, though. Maybe we'll find Stella in the jail for trespassing the mines. That would be nice if we found her, but looks like, alas, she is not here. Sometimes you need someone to be harsh as well. Oh yeah, true, for the mods thing. Left a gaming server once because the owner was openly racist and no one else cared enough to stand up to him. Yeah, sometimes it can, if the mods aren't actively policing behavior that they should, then that can be a flaw in its own right. Had a fun experience where a mod saw something that another mod had already addressed and decided unilaterally to at everyone about it and start a massive fight, leaving to a bunch leaving. Okay, so it looks like we've all had experiences of Discord mod drama. Somehow that makes the world feel a little less lonely, you know? We all share certain experiences like this. Since the owner is effectively a dictator over the community. I guess kind of, in the case of a Discord server. Doesn't this town have 3 cops? Where are the other 2 at? Good question. Maybe they're off looking for Duke. But yeah, I guess we probably should ask Bo about this. Like, did he at least manage to find Duke's body? Bo, did you manage to find your dad? Bo's stoic expression breaks, and for a moment, you can almost see tears forming in his eyes. But he blinks them away. Yeah. I found him. I gathered what there was to gather. We're giving him a proper burial in our family plot. It's been tough going, trying to dig the hole while the farm is crawling with those hairless things, but it needs to get done. Man, poor Bo. It's sad for him. He's the classic kind of country boy that you can tell is sensitive on the inside, even if he doesn't often show it. There is a certain sensitivity to his character. You think they'll go back to where they came from soon? Mama and me have tried to fight him back as best we can, but it seems like there's more every minute. Ooh, they will once they've had their fill of suffering. Personally doing everything I can to send them packing. I believe once the coming disaster has finally struck. So I kind of like them. Halloween's in just a few days and they've really helped set the mood. This has got to be like the worst response ever in a game like this, which has contained many bad potential responses you could give. I'm not saying that one, as funny as it is. But I think Bo needs some encouragement right now. So I would say, yeah, I'm personally doing everything I can to send them packing. I'll do my part to help. I'll kick in as many of those nasty little faces as I can. But I don't know how many I can send scampering off. Seems like there's no end to those critters. Yeah, we're in this together. We'll find a way, Bo. Like crap, the ditchlings are taking over the farm now. Yeah, they're getting bolder. So it seems, so it seems. I'm so sorry for Bo. One day he's living his life, the next there's monsters and death everywhere. Yeah, I think he and Reese are 2 of the characters I feel the worst for at this point. Not sure Bo's going to feel good about the mythical... Yeah, that's why I didn't go with that answer. It just seemed a little less sensitive. So I should tell them about Stella. I'll say Stella ran off last night and she's still missing. Missing person? Apologies, Mr. Calloway. I'm going to have to handle this first. He's using this as an excuse to not deal with Bo. Deputy Franklin pulls out a few forms from the front desk and hands them out. If one of you could fill these out, please. I can take care of that. Thank you so much for taking this seriously, Mike. I know Stella has a tendency to go on hiking trips, but this feels different. Oh, Ruben Montero, welcome. Oh, another one. Yes, another one indeed. Or another episode of the game. Currently on episode 4. She can't be in her right mind going back into them woods after what happened to my daddy. You sure you can't start looking right now? Thanks for taking this seriously. I don't want to nag him too much. I'll just say, there's got to be more I can do than just give us paperwork. Just tell me, yeah, thanks for taking this seriously, officer. I take everything seriously. Now, is there anything else I can help you with? Can't wait to see Tabitha or Tabby Wabby. Just kidding. Hey, I think everyone here is looking forward to seeing Tabitha. We probably will see her again sometime in the next few minutes or so. We have definitely not seen the last of Tabitha. Weird question, but are you part of a cult? Where's that coming from? Saw this about a pumpkin. Yeah, I don't think... None of these explorers seem particularly important to me. We'll just say... Looks like you've been busy. We'll be on our way. Kanika hands the completed report back to Deputy Franklin. Thank you, ma'am. We'll get this filed right away. Good luck out there. I hope Miss Richmond is all right and you all find her soon. Thank you, Bo. Silently walk out. Yeah, thanks again for taking this seriously, Deputy. Just doing my job. Maybe flattery will help us out with finding Stella. Tabitha really is like a cat. She hasn't been kind to us at the start, but we all love her. True, though she has been growing on us. Like, you know, she has been getting nicer to us. In that way, maybe she also is kind of like a cat, you know? Like a cat that takes a while to trust you. Maybe if you ask the cult question, who views true form as a cryptid and consume you all. Ooh, that would certainly be an interesting, like, quick ending to the game. Kind of like an Easter egg ending, almost. Well, at least we filed the report. Still, I guess finding Stella is going to be mostly up to us. We gotta find out what's been going on with Julius, too. He's been missing from the diner for a few days. It's weird. He usually comes in every single day. Julius, I think that was the mean guy. Yeah, if he's not in there, something must be up. Maybe he's preoccupied with ditchlings. I just hope he's okay. One problem at a time. Yeah. Where to next? So we could check in on Oscar. Maybe he'll know what to do. I mean, he does have some experience with the supernatural here, so he might know what to do to find Stella. Hope nothing else happened after we all went home last night. They're so brave for sleeping in that house after everything we went through. Good point, good point. I'd rather sleep in the woods with the ditchlings than someplace that was that haunted. Your mom said it's safe, and I'm inclined to believe her. Why would she lie? But how would she know that? Magic, probably. Yes, magic indeed. But there's only one way to find out. Let's go. Morning light streams in through the library's large windows. In the bright daylight, it's once again a place of comfort, all menace having fled in the wake of Charles Shaw Jr.'s departure. Oh, nice. Yeah, it looks bright and peaceful here now. No ghost, thank God. I was not up for an encore. Yeah, it's gone, just like your mom said it would be. Guess Oscar must be back. You know, that's where I'd be if I finally got my house back. I've always been surprised at how unsupervised this place is. Sometimes it feels like anyone could just walk in, do whatever they wanted. Well, that's small towns for you. That small town trust and hospitality. Something that just can't be bought, you know. Like what? Steal books? I mean, they could, right? Not saying anyone would. Just saying that people in this town trust each other. A lot. It's nice. Let's go find Oscar. You make your way back towards the annex. It feels strange to be back here in the light of day, as if the events of the previous evening were all just a terrible dream. Ooh, mystical prompt. More accurately, it feels as if the events of the previous evening were mostly just a dream. That hideous stone carving is still buried in the basement, and though it's subtle and subdued, you can still feel the faintest of hums reaching out from it. So maybe it still is calling out to us in a way. This hallway really takes me back. Feels like it was only yesterday that we were last here, blissfully unaware that our entire lives were about to change forever. It was only yesterday. I know. Kanika knocks on the door. Oh, there's Oscar. Oh, good morning. So good to see all of you. Please, come on in. Yeah, I like Oscar. He's a nice dude. You have no idea how good it felt to sleep in our own house last night. But I suppose I didn't do too much sleeping. I mostly sat and stared at the hatch all night. Nothing happened, but the idea that something could happen was more than enough to keep me wide awake. So, what brings you here? Stella's been missing since last night, and we're trying to figure out if anyone's seen her. She hasn't gotten in touch with any of you? Oscar seems awfully cheery. He does. I mean, I guess maybe he's cheery just because, you know, his house is no longer haunted. But yeah, I mean, if I were in his circumstance, I could see being a little unnerved at the possibility that, like, the ghosts might come back. But yeah, it seems like he's in pretty good spirits about it. Pardon the pun. I really care about her and she's just gone. Would we be asking if she had? Yeah, no need to be rude. Just say, nope, we have no clue where she's gone. It's not good. Haven't seen her since she ran off last night. I feel terrible. I should have done a better job warning her. Stella was practically banging on your door trying to get evidence of ghosts. I don't think you were going to be able to stop her. Yes, a thoughtful and true statement from Kanika there. There was no way you could have known how she would react when she found it. I don't think even she knew how she'd react. And besides, you didn't know how bad it was going to get. You can't blame yourself for everything, man. I know you probably feel like it's your responsibility to make sure everyone around you is okay, but sometimes that's just not going to be possible. You're only one guy. Avery is speaking some deep truths here. Now I'm really starting to worry. It sounds like no one in town has seen her. Doesn't mean something bad happened. But it doesn't exactly sound like it's all sunshine and roses for her either. True, true. Sorry that I can't be more helpful, especially after everything you all have done for us. It's okay, Oscar. Nobody blames you. I know time is of the essence right now, but while you're here, I wanted to let you know that I'm determined to do whatever I can to help investigate what's happening in our town. I was hoping we could compare notes. Might help me narrow down where I should start my research. Okay, this is good, chat, because Oscar seems like a powerful ally. Like, he knows a lot about this stuff. He's going to be able to help us get to the bottom of this. As far as I'm aware, there was nothing paranormal in Scarlet Hollow before very recently. Now here we are, suddenly surrounded by weird little goblin creatures in the woods and plagued by angry ghosts. You think there was an inciting event, right? I do. That's my thought too. It was never like this in the Holler before. Something must have happened that kicked off all this magic stuff. Ooh, yeah, something like the death of my aunt and the fact that I came to town. Maybe that's related. Avery stares at you. I mean, it's obvious, right? Things only started happening once Axaeon got here. You're not wrong. Exactly. If there's a catalyst for all this, why wouldn't it be a lost Scarlet finally coming home to Scarlet Hollow? Ooh, this is like the thing where they say the name of the game in the game chat. Like, he said the thing, you know? Is Axe the variable factor? I think so. I think I just might be TP Ninja. If I may, Axaeon getting into town isn't the only major event that's happened lately. Pearl Ann died over a week ago, and those creatures in the woods were already reproducing by the time he arrived. True. So yeah, maybe it was Pearl Ann's death that caused it. Not to mention, I started seeing things in her house before Pearl Ann passed. I think. I never thought to make a note of exactly when the spirit made itself known. If there's a root cause for all this, hopefully there's a way to put the genie back in its bottle. I'm going to do my best to find out if there have ever been any similar events, whether there's anything special about Scarlet Hollow that might explain what's going on. We'll fill you in on what little we know, so we at least have some place to start. Okay, we could ask if the ghost is gone. Maybe your aunt was the protector of the town or something, and the wards went down with her death. Yeah, that's an interesting note, TP Ninja. I think in a previous stream, Tia had a similar theory that maybe the curse was being kept at bay by our aunt, and now that she's dead, there's no one there to ward off the curse. It seems like that is compatible with all the events of the game so far, and like that would explain. So that could very well be it. So yeah, we've been finding these weird stone seals. There's one in the mines, another in your basement. There might be more. These are those carvings you mentioned last night, right? Yes, yes, indeed. To think there was something like that under my house all this time. And to think someone must have put it there. But who? This gives me quite a few threads to follow. Thank you, Axaeon. Axaeon, didn't you say you felt something similar to the mine seal outside the clinic yesterday? I hope that doesn't mean something weird is about to happen there, too. It probably does. But yeah. Yeah, we can hope. Uh-oh. Losing the only doctor's office in town seems like it would be bad. Here's hoping we sort things out before that becomes an issue. This is why legacy planning is so important, chat. Never know when something unexpected happens. Now, no one is left to maintain mystical wards. Ooh, yes. That is a good point. Like, if Pearl Ann had just left in her will some kind of arrangements to have this dealt with, none of us would have to be dealing with this problem right now. You know, I was thinking about filling that basement with cement and pretending it was never a part of this house. But if we're all here, maybe we should go down and... Oscar sighs. Take a closer look at that carving, seal, whatever it is. Ooh, heck yeah. It'll be like checking out the behind the scenes of a haunted house the morning after. I mean, I know you're joking, but that's literally what we'd be doing, right? Yeah, now that you mention it, yeah. Guess that wasn't the best analogy. No, I think it was the perfect analogy. I think we should do it. It'll help us get some answers to what's going on here. It's been bad enough going into haunted houses and abandoned coal mines at night, but there's something that feels so much worse about going down there in the middle of the day. Can't say I'm thrilled at the thought of it either, but we need to do whatever we can to start getting ahead of things. I really don't think this is a good idea. Ooh, mystical prompt. The spirit is gone, but you can still feel a faint hum undulating from the basement. Imminent danger may not await you down there, but the stone remains active, if at least weakened. Who knows in what strange ways it might manifest itself? So I could tell them the spirit is gone, but we shouldn't go down there. All that remains are dusty boats. Going down poses no imminent risk. Let's go, Oscar. Conquer your fears. Yeah, I'm leaning toward chat that I think we should go. Because even though there's some risk, it's been reduced. And it might help give us some important information. Wonder why horror with mystical stuff tends to happen in small towns and not cities. What exactly is protecting them? It's a good question, Blaze Cubes. What I think is part of it, at least just from a storytelling perspective, is that in small towns, there aren't as many people. And if you're trying to tell a horror story in a city, there might be more of a sense of like safety in numbers if there are lots of people around, which might make it less scary. But I guess if you're in a small town, there aren't as many people. And also there's just like, you know, being surrounded by dark woods, and maybe it creates more of a sense of mystery. Whereas if you're in a city and there's like, you know, lights everywhere and there's like civilization and people everywhere, maybe it's just a little harder for there to be that same sense of like things lurking in the dark, you know, just beyond your vision. At least that's my best guess for why lots of horror takes place in small towns rather than cities. There might be other reasons though. It would be kind of interesting challenge to see if one could make a sort of horror game in a city, but like make it just as scary as something, you know, in a small town. I mean, I know there have been some horror games set in cities, like, you know, like Resident Evil 2 and all of that, but yeah, I guess they often have like an action element to them. Like if they were just like a pure horror game, like set in a city, that could be an interesting challenge in a way from a storytelling perspective. Like, I think that monsters are deterred by crowds and lights. Yeah, I think that's part of it too, very much so, Tia. Combined to the fate perspective of type/moons, because there's still mystery in such old and dark places, away from the influence of mankind. Yes, well put, TP Ninja, well put. Easier for stuff to go to shit in small towns. Ooh, that's a good part of it too, yeah, tax evasion. Because like with the small town cops here, like we see the cops don't really do that much, and that ups the tension, because then more of the duty of resolving the situation is on us. Like, we know the cops aren't going to come to our aid. Whereas in a city, like, if there are more cops or the cops are more competent, then, you know, that might reduce the fear factor a little bit. But yeah, I'm thinking for this one, we should say the spirit is, well, actually, you know, I'm going to do a safety save just in case we need it, but I'm going to say the spirit is gone and all that remains are dust and bones. There's no reason for us not to go down there. That's reassuring. If we're going to trust anyone's instincts on this, it should probably be yours. Okay, let's do this. Heck yes. Okay, chat, here we go. Oscar leads you down the hallway, back down the hallway, familiar. Sorry, back down the familiar hallway. I don't know why I can't read now. To Rosalina's room. Watch, read, play, fate, guys. Oh, yeah, the idea that the propagation of mankind in science resulted in the weakening of mystery and the retreat of mystics into the reverse side of the world, aside from some places. Ooh, yeah, that's interesting framework or outline for a story there. I'm not too familiar with the Fate series, but I like the way that you put it just there, TP Ninja. I actually have a concept for something like that. Finish the script for it, but sadly I can't program. Hoping to eventually get it made with some outside help. Oh, okay. That sounds intriguing to you. Yeah, I'd be curious to hear more about it sometime. But in the meantime, best of luck with working on it or with finding someone else to help with it. Oh, there's Rosalina. Oh, hi, everyone. What are you doing in my room? Yeah, we just kind of barged in without knocking. That was pretty rude of us. I'm going back in the basement, Rosa. I'm afraid there's something down there that might help us figure out what's going on in town. It's probably best you go to the library while we... No way. If you're going down there, I'm going too. Remember what you said last night? No more secrets. We're in this together. Yeah, she raises a very fair point. You're right, Rosa. You can come with us. No more secrets. Am I the only person in this town who doesn't have a death wish? Sybil said that the ghost is gone. I really don't think there's anything to be afraid of down there anymore. Just give me a moment to move all this stuff out of the way. Oscar gets to work moving the furniture from the trapdoor, his broad shoulders making quick work of it. Before you and your companions know it, you find yourselves transfixed to the trapdoor. Oscar opens the hatch with a menacing creak. Everybody's heart skips a beat, though Avery's might have skipped a beat out of excitement rather than fear. I'm glad we have Avery with us. This would be scarier somehow if it weren't for him. But none of you are swept up into a ghost's nightmare puppet show. The sun continues to shine. The birds continue to sing outside Rosalina's window. See? Nothing to be worried about. Kanika would have probably been the smart character ditching town in the early part of the horror story if she didn't have friends. Yeah, that's definitely Kanika's character. I think you're right about that, TP Ninja. The slight tremor in his voice tells you he's mostly saying that to himself. Hey, whatever it takes to get him through this. There's no shame in that. Shall we? Yeah, I take it back. I'm good staying up here while y'all take a look down there. I do not like the vibes I'm getting from that pit. Yes, let us descend. Ooh, this Steam achievement there. Return to the basement. You descend the basement stairs and find yourself in the same cold, unfinished place you were in last night. I hate that the floor is still bloody nasty. Yeah, it does make it a lot scarier, the fact that the bloodstain is still there. Ooh, the hum is still faint, but it's louder here. You take a deep breath and push it out of your mind. So, what are we looking for? Axaeon says there may be a carving here, some sort of stone. Ooh, it's buried somewhere. It's buried somewhere here. It's got to be under that patch of dirt in the middle of the room. It looks like there's something buried there. Good eye, Rosalina. You're right. It's not exactly loose. but it's markedly different than the rest of the floor. No, Keiko, the one who gets left alone gets taken out first. Ooh, yeah. Even though she seems like she's in the safer location, maybe just the fact that she's alone is the kiss of death for her. Let's hope not. But that very well might be true. I'll get a shovel. She heads back up the stairs. Okay, well now Rosalina's back with her. Oh, no, okay, now Kaniko's alone again. I'll do the digging. Don't one of you coming in contact with some cursed artifact. Oscar takes the shovel from his daughter and starts to dig. It knocks against something hard, the sharp noise dulled by the soil. Aha! It's a stone carving, all right, and... Oh, God. His eyes go wide, transfixed on something within the pit. Stare into the pit, or you're not looking in there. What's it gonna be, chat? I think if I really want to get the answers here, I think I should look at it. But I don't know if it's gonna, like, possess me and, like, make me kill everyone or do some weird thing. You know what? I think this is another good time for a safety save. We'll just add another one right there. I'm leaning toward stare into the pit. Oh, it's a skeleton. Oh, that's Charles Shaw Jr. Because of, you can tell from the skull, the injury that his lover inflicted on him. The eternally screaming face of Charles Shaw Jr. stares back up at you from empty sockets. The carving lies beneath him, the heavy cold stone acting as his coffin. Looks smooth. 3 dogs run an endless loop around a furious goat, all bound in a ring of flame. The style seems almost Greek, or maybe Greco-Roman, the weathered carving reminding you of something you might see in a temple. Interesting. Ooh, mystic. Okay. Strange power emanates from the carving. It feels like some living thing, a darkness preserved in stone, buried out of sight and away from any eager hands. Or at least that was the intention. But power like this can't stay buried forever. Charlie. He looks so small. Dang, Charlie. Axaeon's grandma really did a number on you. Well, that's one way of putting it, yeah. Stare into the abyss long enough and it stares back. Ooh. Very fitting quotation for this part of the game. Charles, you victim of the corrupt. I know, it's really sad what happened to him, because it seemed like he actually loved her, too. Then she betrays him in such a brutal way. Nobody touch it. I'll have to call Dr. Kelly about this. We should have his body put to rest, right? That's how these things usually go. At least in the movies. And hey, we disturbed his body. He hasn't come back for a sequel. Confirmation that he's gone for good, right? So it seems, so it seems. I think so. It's going to make it a lot easier to sleep tonight. Does that mean they'll let me sleep in my actual bed? Whoa, let's give it one more night. I still don't know how I feel about you sleeping on top of that rock. So, I could propose that we destroy it. Or we could just leave. Yeah, what do we think about this? Wolves encircling a goat. It's a start. What was on the carving in the mines? Circle of arms bound up in chains. Stella took a photo of it. Not that that's helpful right now. But maybe once we find her, she can send it to you. Okay. Yeah, these stone carvings are all linked in some way. They all seem to have circular imagery on them. Interesting. I'm sure that description will be more than enough to get started. God, Edwarine betraying him is odd enough, but why on top of the carving? Did she know what it was? Either she knew what it was, or maybe the carving somehow influenced her to do it. Maybe the darkness of it consumed her and forced her to kill him, perhaps. Yeah, I don't think we should destroy it, because I think if we destroy it, it might turn out that we need it later to, like, fight against the ditchlings or whatever other forces there are. So I'll say, well, I've seen enough. Time to go. Yes, let's go back upstairs. Now that we know it's safe down here, I'll come back on my own time to do a more thorough examination. It says power that should be left buried. So could you obtain that power by digging it out after dealing with the corpse? Yeah, possibly. Oscar might be able to help us with that later, once he deals with the skeleton down there. You and the others make your way back up to Rosalina's room. Okay, chat. Time for a water break. I'm going to drink some water. Make sure you stay hydrated, too. This is a hydration check for everybody. Ooh, that is good. Water, one of life's wonderful, simple pleasures. As soon as you're all in one place, Oscar closes the trapdoor and moves the pile of furniture back in place. So, did y'all get possessed or cursed or anything? Oh, hey, Kanika's still here. She didn't get killed. That's good. No, but we did see a dead body. Close enough. I'm glad I stayed put. I'll be back to check on you in a minute. I've just got a couple of things to finish up with these folks. You, Kanika, and Avery follow Oscar back to the living room. So, I have more than enough to get started on my research now. But is there anything else I should know about? Anything else I should know about? I'm so full the thought of water makes me sick. Well, and if you are a blue ice cube, then you are water in a way, so I guess you wouldn't need to be full of any more water. But don't worry, Blue Ice Cube, I made sure to drink enough for the both of us, so you don't have to drink any. So I could ask him, are we sure the ghost is really gone? This could be some sort of cult. Yeah, I should tell him about this. I think there's something in the clinic. There was this door yesterday, and I could feel something pulling me towards it. I see. I'll dig up what I can on the clinic. There's a lot of history there. I wouldn't be surprised if there's something haunting that place as well. You have a friend that lives there, right? Should we tell him that something bad might happen in his house? He might want to stay someplace else for now, if the last 2 nights are any indication. Yeah, I can shoot Reese a warning text, but I don't know if his mom would let him leave. Yeah, it seems kind of unlikely that she would. She's got an iron grip on the poor dude. She's probably even more of a skeptic than I am, or was. Ooh, mystical choice here. Okay, could say get Reese out of there before something bad happens to him. Ooh, movie night. Could use that to investigate. Gonna break into the clinic and see what I find. Yeah, that's kind of a fun option too, but I kind of like the sense of knowing here in the mystical. One way or another, I'm going to find myself back there soon enough. It's faint, but I can still feel the pull of that clinic door, and it's only getting stronger. You're not planning on breaking in, are you? Because if so, nope, you are not going to do that. Let's not have a repeat of last night. We should be more cautious about what we do next. We don't want anyone getting attacked or possessed by any more ghosts, even if it is to help a friend. Yeah, that's a good point, Oscar. We should be careful. Careful in how we approach our next steps here. I don't know if we have time to play it safe. Ooh, okay, yeah, also a good point. Maybe rescuing Stella requires quick action. Just give me a day or two to do some research before you do anything rash, okay? Okay, fair enough. Yeah, a day or two I think we could spare. Yeah, I wonder, could this be the work of some sort of cult? Like maybe the pastor is involved in it in some way. I don't know, just throwing things out there. Any local cults that could be responsible? I think the cops are on it. Yeah, oh, here, chat. This is exactly what I was thinking. Maybe it has something to do with the church and the pastor. Okay, I would absolutely believe that Pastor Daniel is a member of some weird cult. Like, the fact that the game gave us that option, and the fact that the mystical prompts around him sort of clued our red flags about him, makes me think there must be something to this. Who else would be in the cult, though? Does anyone know any folks around town who are suspicious? Maybe Julius from the diner? The mean guy from the diner? For that matter, does anyone in town even regularly attend church? It's always seemed a little dead to me. It's kind of weird. Yeah, in small towns, like, you would think that most people are religious. I know most everybody in town, at least everybody who comes through the diner with any regularity. And I gotta say, nobody comes to mind. Does it count as a cult if it only has one member? Good question. If that member is the pastor, yeah, maybe. His creep level accounts for at least 3 normal cultists. Ooh, harsh. So, okay, I can propose we find Stella, Burning Daylight. Yeah, I think we've done everything we can do here, pretty much. Let's go ahead and find Stella. Need to find Stella and fast. Maybe church attendees? Yeah, it could be. Maybe that's like the cult that he leads. I agree. We need her brazen energy if we're going to do any serious sleuthing. See you around, Oscar. Let us know what you find. I will. So that's Oscar. Any other ideas? So check out the diner, mines, church. So this gives us a lot of options for choosing to find Stella. Yeah, let's go check out the diner. Good idea. Folks tend to congregate there. Maybe we'll run into someone who's seen Stella. Here's hoping Winnie doesn't try to rope me into clocking in early. The diner is busier than you've ever seen it. The small booth's packed with miners. What's going on? There's a strike up at the mines. They've made the diner their base of operations. Do you really need a base of operations for a strike, though? I guess I wouldn't know. I've never really taken part in a strike. Huh. Good for them. It's about time something like this happened. Oh, chat, is Tabitha going to come in and confront them? That would be really amusing. I would love to see that scene. Like, if she comes in and starts, like, nagging them or yelling at them. When you asked for the morning off, I didn't think you'd be showing up with friends. Sorry, Aunt Winnie. Stella's gone missing and been helping these two track her down. You haven't seen her, have you? Don't you apologize. I can't say I have. I've been a little preoccupied. This is great for business. These fellows can have as much free coffee as they can drink if they keep piling in like this. You need any help? No, Sal and I can handle this. One of your friends going missing is more important than a busy shift. It's very nice of Winnie. She really is very understanding. The miners didn't even notice you enter the diner, and instead of speaking in hushed voices, argue with each other loudly enough for you to easily overhear. I guess the shift schedules are pretty brutal, and I'd like more vacation days. I'd love to be able to see my family around the holidays, and better health benefits would be amazing. But what if she decides to fire all of us? You're only a year or so into the work, and trust me, the longer it goes on, the more it sucks the life out of you. At first, you're just unhappy, but you figure you can weather it till you find something better. A paycheck's a paycheck. Next thing you know, you've lost years of your life to a company that doesn't give a solitary shit about you, that uses up every free second it can suck out of its workers and pays us just enough to survive, but not so much that we can ever save enough to get the hell out. But we could get fired for this. I really need the paycheck. I can't get fired. And the company housing, that makes a big difference for me. Right, the company housing. How generous of Tabitha to put you up in a company-owned shack that ain't had maintenance done in decades, taking a big chunk right out of your paycheck that sure as shit ain't going towards property tax and upkeep alone. The company housing, that means almost nobody in this whole damn town owns the place they live. We have numbers on our side, Harrison. After what happened up there the other night, damn near everyone is joining the picket line. She can't afford to lose us all. We have the power here, as long as we're united. Yes, workers of the world, unite. You have only your chains to lose. Let's see, have any of you seen Stella? I'll just ask him. Oh, I could weigh in on Harrison's situation. So about the strike? Yeah, I'm going to ask them about Stella. Yeah, she's missing. The miners turn towards the doorway, all eyes glaring at you in unison. The YouTuber? Yes, the YouTuber. No, we ain't seen her. As you can see, we've got a lot going on today. We'd appreciate it if you didn't butt in. Harrison's voice drops to a barely audible mumble. I hope she's okay. Ooh, so Harrison seems like he values Stella, or at least appreciates her enough to hope she's okay. I wonder if I should... So about the strike, yeah, are they going to tell us about it? So about the strike, we all know who you're related to, kid. Word travels fast, and I'll be damned if we talk business in front of you. Ooh. If the mine fails, none of you have jobs left to strike over. You can tell them I support them. Save this till next week. Tabitha's mom just died and the whole strike thing is hardly fair. Yeah, they're not gonna go for that, I don't think. Maybe the boss's cousin, but I support the strike. Do I? I don't know if I have enough background to really know like if I support the strike or not. Do you think I like Tabitha? Our blood relationship means nothing. Well, actually, I do kind of like Tabitha now, though. Yeah, maybe I'll convince them with neutrality. Like if I tell them I don't have a horse in the race. I can convince Tabitha to just back down. I'm not a snitch. Tell me, I don't actually have a horse in this race. I didn't even know Scarlet Hollow existed until a few days ago. Great. Then don't weigh in and don't meddle with our lives. You told me not to weigh in, then my next option, yeah, weigh in on Harrison's situation. I mean, I want to see what it says, but I also kind of want to respect their space, you know, and not just butt in and be intrusive or be annoying. Well, they aren't a registered union, so it sounds to me like it's time to bring in new foreign workers to revitalize the mines and have the old workers leave, laughs in corpo. That would be the kind of move Tabitha would pull off, and I'm sure she would pull it off beautifully. Should I weigh in on Harrison's situation? Okay, I know I've done this a lot this stream. For some reason, this episode has me doing more safety saves than the previous one. But I want to see what it says here. Yeah, weigh in on Harrison's situation. Okay, what do you want to do, Harrison? Come to join the strike or don't let them pressure you. Ooh. Maybe I should ask him, yeah, what do you want to do? Harrison, I don't know. This ain't your business, and those sorts of questions are exactly what someone trying to break a strike would be asking. I mean, I just asked him what he wanted to do. I wasn't saying not to join this strike. Come on now, I don't think Axaeon was trying to break your strike. And how would you know that? This person's a stranger and a Scarlet. Hold your horses there, Zax. I don't care if y'all stand for a good cause. I don't even care how much bacon and eggs you've bought. If you start a fight in my establishment, you're out. Let's handle this like civil adults. You heard the lady? Don't get involved, or we'll all have to take this outside. I just want the record to show that just because I'm currently standing next to Tabitha's cousin does not mean I am friends with Tabitha's cousin. Oh, yeah. Thanks for standing with us, Kanika. Really, really nice and noble of you. I barely know this person. I guess we should get going. You turn and leave the diner, Avery and Kanika trailing close behind you. Still no sign of Stella. So go with the mines or the church. Yeah, might as well try the mines, you know. She might have gone there. Guess there's a decent chance Stella went to find your cousin, since they're friends. You don't see it? Oh, come on. The two of them have such a dynamic, you know? Classic dog and cat situation. Yeah, I mean, he's right about that. Can't deny that. Come on, I'll drive us. You follow Kanika to her van. It isn't long before you find yourselves outside the Scarlet Mines. Oh, the strike's here too. A wall of bodies, picket signs, and megaphones in hand forms a human barricade around the entrance to the Scarlet Mines. Look at that sign on the right, Scarlet, more like a toilet. I hope it's not weird to talk to them while they're in the middle of all this. Don't worry. I know these guys. Most of them are in the diner at least a couple of days a week. They'll be chill. Will they be chill talking to Tabitha's cousin, though? Look out, fellas. That's the boss's cousin. And Zach said these kids were just down at the diner acting suspicious. Don't engage. Oh no, they're on to us. Let's see, have any of you seen Stella? Just... Okay, might as well ask them if they've seen Stella. She's missing. The miners collectively ignore you. Okay, well that went well. Look, I know you have a well-deserved bone to pick with the Scarlets, but Stella doesn't have anything to do with the strike. Have you seen her or not? The YouTuber? I like that that's how everyone knows her in this town. She's the one on all the banned from property posters, right? We haven't seen her. We've been out here all day, so we'd know if she had come by. We'll make sure to keep an eye out. Oh, thank you, Davis. Can't say we'll be much help, though. We'll just be stranded around here for the foreseeable future. Shouldn't you be digging those kids out of the mine? Any words? Actually, yeah, maybe we should ask them about this. Any word about those kids stuck in the mine? We've heard voices, so we know they're alive. Now we just have to get them out. Well, like, okay, but are you? It's to me like you're just standing around here. They're alive? It's amazing. They must be so scared down there. We've got a team working in shifts to reach them as fast as we can. Okay, at least there's some team working on them. We may be striking. That just means we're not making the boss any money. Not that we won't do everything we can for the kids who need us. Okay, very noble of you, very noble. Yeah, can we visit the dig site? No way. There's a ton of dangerous equipment there, and the men working to rescue those kids don't need any more distractions. It's bad enough having parents breathing down our necks. They're making the job that much harder. They have every right to be at the dig site, but that one woman, Becca's mom? Yeah, they're being hassled enough as is. Ooh, I see. Why are the cops here? I mean, I guess the cops are usually at strike sites, not a big question there. Just need to talk to Tabitha. Let's just go. Okay, they haven't seen Stella. Let's go. Yeah, will they let us talk to Tabitha? I need to talk to Tabitha. So you're saying you want to cross a picket line? You don't have to literally cross the picket line to get inside. That map you found on Stella's computer had a couple of blind spots you could use to sneak in. Ooh, okay. That is a good note. I'm glad. See, chat, this is exactly what I was thinking earlier. Like, maybe the fact that we checked Stella's computer and saw that map would be useful to us later. Now it looks like it is coming in handy. So this is cool. Okay. Sneak in. Yeah, that wouldn't have been an option if we didn't look at that map. Let's go sneak in. You pull Kanika and Avery aside and tell them your plan to sneak in. I guess that'll work, but I don't think it's a good idea for us to follow you in there. That's a good idea. I've never exactly been sneaky. Plus, all the miners know me. I'd stick out like a sore thumb. We'll just wait outside by the van. Okay, it's going to be a solo mission. Gonna have to go in there incognito. You make your way to a hole in the fence and sneak into the mine. I guess it's not exactly incognito because I'm not in a disguise, but still, you know, being sneaky at least. This is why you always open your friend's documents, miscellaneous folder. Yes, indeed, tax evasion. You are exactly right about that. The dig site is busy. Massive drills bore into the earth as parents and residents tensely wait for any sign of progress. Angry woman, oh no. You're some relative of Tabitha Scarlet's, aren't you? Tell her to come out here now. Oh no, chap. She wants to speak to the manager. Oh no. How are we going to solve this? Alexis's family and I have been out here since yesterday morning. My child is down there, and Miss Scarlet has barely even made an appearance since she stood around doing nothing for an hour yesterday. Okay, well, to be fair, I can see how she would be, you know, stressed out if her child down there. Guess she's too busy hiding from her own workforce to come out here and let us parents know when our children might be rescued. Karen alert. She's even got the haircut too. Oh no. All you need is a cardboard box to accomplish this stealth mission. Why didn't I take one? That would have been the perfect thing for this TP Ninja. I could have dodged Becca's mom. Sorry, ma'am, I don't think Tabitha listened to me. So sorry for what happened to your child. Please don't yell at me. I mean, it does look like those men are working pretty hard. Yeah, like what's Tabitha gonna do? Ooh, get off my cousin's back. I mean, I think if I were to go this way, that would turn this into like top 10 anime showdowns if I tried to just you know, confront her so directly like that. Yeah, let's I'm gonna be nice, gonna start with, you know, sympathy. I'm so sorry for what happened to your child. Being sorry doesn't change the fact that my Rebecca is trapped underground with no food or water, and we're all just standing up here waiting to see if Miss Tabitha spares us the 2 minutes it would take to let us know what's going on. I'm telling you, Nancy, the fellas on the rig are giving us the updates. Oh wait, that's Becca's dad. I'm telling you, Nancy, the fellas on the rig are giving us the updates as they come in. See, the dad sounds like the voice of reason here. I guess now we know why Becca turned out the way she did. You know, you might have a point there, Tia. You might have a point. There's nothing Miss Scarlet could tell us that they don't already know. I know you want to give her the what for. That's not going to change what's going on up here. Even my own husband is too scared of this woman to stand up for our family. I don't think that's it. I think he just realizes like there's nothing Tabitha can do here. It's Becca's fault that she's stuck down there right now. Ooh. Speaking of top 10 anime showdown, yeah, I mean, it kind of is her fault. I'll be praying for y'all. Sure, Tabitha. Like, if I want to start a fight, this is what I would say. Sure, Tabitha's doing important planning in her office, phone calls. Leave Tabitha alone, she's doing her best. It's not Tabitha's fault the accident happened, it's no one's fault. Your kid is the one who broke into an abandoned mine. I'll just say, yeah, it's not Tabitha's fault the accident happened, it's no one's fault. Ooh, I could tell she doesn't like that either. Of course it's her fault. The mine collapse happened on her property. She was down there. Yes, I see how the reasoning is going here. She was down there when it happened. Therefore, it was her fault. Very solid argument from Becca's mom. When you find Tabitha, tell her I expect her to see her here immediately. Becca's mom turns and leaves. Head to, yeah, let's talk to Tabitha and see if Tabitha has anything useful. You leave the dig site and make your way to Tabitha's office. She just wants compensation. Just give her the court date and lawyer her up. I fear you may be right, TP Ninja. That sadly would not be a surprise at all. For the if she just wants compensation. It's quiet today, empty beyond the ruckus at the front gate. The trailer that serves as Tabitha's office looms above you on the hill. Yeah, I should at least knock. I don't want to barge in. You walk up to Tabitha's trailer and knock on the door. You wait for a moment. No response. Knock again. You knock again. Oh, for the love of... The door swings open. Oh, it's you. Should I go? Yeah, and try not to get yourself noticed. Yeah, who is this guy, Rodriguez? What were you two talking about? I mean, that's none of our business. Hey, do you have a minute? It's important. Don't care about the strike. I just came to see you. I'll just say, hey, do you have a minute? It's important. I can make some time. Ooh, okay. Very actually, that's nicer than the response I was expecting from her on this one. Should I? I already said you can leave, Rodriguez. We'll talk more later. The door clicks closed as Rodriguez leaves Tabitha's office. Tabitha heaves a heavy sigh. Please, just forget you saw anything, okay? I can handle this on my own. I'm not going to undermine you. We're good, Tabby. I know I can help you out. I'll help pressure some miners not to join the strike at the diner. We're family. Ooh, this is a taking sides moment, chat. I don't think I can be on your side for this strike. If you talk to them, do you even know what they want? I don't know if we can be friends if you break a strike. Ooh. I'll just say, I mean, yeah, I think the best thing for me to do here, given that I'm kind of an outsider, is probably just to stay neutral. Because, like, I don't know if... Like, I know the miners are complaining about unfair treatment, but I don't know if those complaints are actually legitimate. Or if, in fact, Tabitha has been treating them okay. I think I just don't really have enough information to say. I'm just going to say, I'm not going to undermine you. Like, we're good, Tabby. Thanks. I know I haven't given you many reasons to be kind to me, so I really appreciate you choosing to be that way, even if I'm not very easy to get along with. I'm sure you didn't come all the way down here to talk about the strike. Why are you here? Don't get me wrong. It's nice to see a friendly face, but you shouldn't be up here. This is my battle to fight. Did you see the calendar on the wall? Oh, that is so cute. October, yeah, the little cat, the Halloween cat. Thank you for pointing that out to you. Yeah, Tabitha is the kind of person who would have that as a calendar on the wall. There's such a tsundere-coded response from Tabby. Yeah, it really is. So we could tell her Stella's been missing. Think they're gonna be able to get the kids out alive. Becca's mom is expecting you to make an appearance. That's all I wanted to talk to you about. Okay, we haven't really talked about anything with her so far. I think it's pretty unambiguous that the workers are being treated poorly. What is ambiguous is whether Tabitha has the resources to give them better conditions. Okay. Yeah, you might have a point there, tax evasion. It could be that there was good evidence of that I've just forgotten from earlier in the game. But, I mean, that would not surprise me, because it does seem like the town doesn't really have much going for it. It's like Tabitha might not have that many resources to give the miners. Yeah, that would be very natural, I guess, a state of affairs. Cat lender, say it right. Okay, I'm sorry. The cat lender on the wall is very nice. Thank you for the correction, Tia. But yeah, let's see what she says about Stella. Stella is still missing. We've been looking all over town for her and don't have any leads. Tabitha groans. You don't think... Wayne... That's what I'm worried about. You said yourself he didn't have it in him. Wasn't any evidence he'd been in their house. He wouldn't hurt the people I care about. I mean, yeah, she did say that herself. You said yourself he didn't have it in him. Okay, but what if I was wrong and he does have it in him? Stella's been known to disappear for days while she's doing her videos, but I think we both know that's not what's going on. Indeed, indeed. I'll see if I can figure something out. Yeah, do you think they're going to be able to get those kids out alive? Don't ask me things like that. I have no way of knowing. They aren't far from the surface, so the drill should reach them soon. But no one knows what the conditions are like down there, or if they're hurt, or even if one of them's dead. I'm just doing the best I can and hoping it works out. Should I tell her? Becca's mom is expecting for you to make an appearance. I'm going to say it, chat. I'm going to say it. So Becca's mom is expecting you down there. Look at her face. Why the hell aren't you out there overseeing rescue? Okay, you probably should. I can't believe she's treating you like this. I know she's going through a lot right now, but she's a real bitch. Just wanted to let you know. You should let her stew, though. Leave it at that. Yeah, a lot of these are good. I can't believe she's treating you like this. I think I'll probably just leave it at that, you know. Great. She can stew. I've got plenty to deal with right now, and the men working the dig site are professionals. I trust them to do their jobs. Yeah, I think that's fair. Gonna keep looking for Stella. Do you have time to hang out later? I miss you. That's all I wanted to talk to you about. I kind of wonder, yeah, what's she gonna say if I don't think any of my responses to her have been like this openly affectionate in the past. Do you have time to hang out later? I mean, she probably doesn't because she's dealing with like this strike, but on the other hand, maybe she could use, you know, just something to take her mind off of it, at least for a few minutes. Do you have time to hang out later? I miss you. Look, she looks so uncomfortable. You do? You're not joking? There's so much on my plate right now. But I'll see you tonight. Maybe we can have some ice cream or something. If you want to spend time together, I mean. Oh, chat, she's going to share her ice cream with us. After she told us never to trespass on her ice cream, never to eat her ice cream. Now she's choosing to share it with us. Oh, look at her face. She's even smiling. Yeah, at first I thought she looked uncomfortable, but now I think, given the context of the rest of her responses, I think she was just a little surprised, and as you say, Tia, just touched. Tabitha's phone buzzes. I'd better get back to work. Stay safe out there, Axaeon. Call me if you run into more trouble. But please, don't go looking for any today, okay? I don't need you going missing too. Okay, we'll try to stay safe, Tabby. Don't worry. You leave the office, closing the door behind you. Uh-oh, but Hex, now if you fail to show up tonight, the familial affection meter will drop. Ooh. You raise a good point, TP Ninja. I'll have to keep that in mind and try to show up and not get like captured by ghosts in the meantime. Oh, Tabby, we love you so much. Yes, yes, we do. You find Kanika and Avery waiting for you outside. You don't look like you found any new leads. Feels like we've done our due diligence here. Come on, I'll drive us back to town. You can figure out our next move from there. The foreshadowing. Ooh, yes. This is a game of much foreshadowing. Where to next? You know, I did, when I saw the church was an option earlier, I did think we should take it. Because we haven't been to the church yet. Not in the entire game. And so, yeah, the church? Why? I mean, you never know. Maybe Stella suddenly became religious. I see what you're thinking. Stella was confronted with evidence of the afterlife. So she might try getting into all that religious stuff. It's worth checking out. And it is Easter tomorrow. So you never know. The timing is impeccable. I think we'd be barking up the wrong tree. But I guess you're right. There's no point in not being thorough. Wouldn't mind stocking up on some holy water while we're there too. Seems like a good idea to cover all our bases at this point. I don't think that's quite how it works with the holy water, Avery, but you know, kudos for trying. I don't think Baptists do the holy water thing. Yeah, I think you're thinking Catholicism there. I'm sure Pastor Daniel would pretend to bless some water if it meant keeping us around a little longer. Yeah, he probably would. That's good enough for me. Let's not linger, though. I don't want him thinking we're possible converts. Oh, kind of nice scenery at the church, at least. Kanika leads the way, taking you up the gradual slope towards the church. You know, I've lived here for a few years now, but I've never actually been to the church. That's probably for a good reason. Where is that weirdo? Perhaps it was the church all along. Yeah, Father Garcia, greater than Pastor Daniel. Oh, yeah, so much so. Like, whenever Father Garcia was on the screen in Faith the Unholy Trinity, it was just like constant aura farming every second. I think it was the shotgun that did it. Something about that look, like Catholic priest with a shotgun. It's just a look that goes so hard. And he nailed it so well. Just tell him to sell the baptism pool water, claiming it's blessed to get some church funds. Easy money. Oh, okay. You're quite good at thinking up these schemes, TP Ninja. That is a solid scheme right there. He can advertise on social media through Stella. Ooh, that he could. Oh, that was almost a jump scare right there in its own right. He is a little creepy. My, 4 visitors at once on a Thursday. This is unprecedented. But there were only 3 of us. Can he not count? Oh no, were we followed by a ditchling? Were we followed by Wayne? Sup, old people? Oh, okay, Zane. Don't know where he came from, but you mean aura. Aura farming implies they're doing nothing, being unhelpful. Really? Is that what it implies? I always read it as like they just have so much aura that it's like they're sort of accumulating it, like just by like being them and doing whatever they do. I guess maybe I've been misreading it this whole time. But okay, so just aura then, not aura farming. So Zane is here with us. I guess maybe he's decided to become religious. Oh, it's just Zane. What are you doing here? All the glimpses of death I've had these past 2 days have forced me into the midst of an existential crisis, my dudes. I wanted to see if faith held any answers for me. Alas, I have not yet found the solace I seek. Give it time, Zane. It sometimes takes a while for the Lord to work his way into your heart. But when he does, you won't regret letting him in. Be sure to look over those pamphlets I gave you, and of course, I'm always here if you need to talk. Sure thing, Pastor D. Peace, y'all. Anyway, we're looking for Stella. She wandered off last night, and no one has seen her since. We're starting to get pretty worried. We hoped maybe you or Janie had seen her. I can't speak for Janie, but I'm afraid I've seen neither hide nor hair of Stella. If you'd like to talk to my wife, she's just over by the alpaca. Okay, this church just got a little bit cooler, the fact that it has alpacas. Like, is this how they draw the kids in these days? They're like, hey, come to our church. We have alpacas you can play with. And to be honest, that would probably do it for me. Or at least that would make me more likely to accept going than if they didn't have alpacas. Though, Axaeon, I was hoping we might be able to talk in private. Oh no, what's he gonna try to do to me? Why does it have to be in private? Yeah, this is kind of weird. No way, I'm not talking to him in private. Yeah, let's see. Well, why does it have to be in private? It's a personal matter. I'd rather folks not pry on this. I won't bite or anything, I promise. And we can talk here, right in the open. I guess we'll leave you to it while we check in with Janie. See you in a minute. So it's not going to give me a choice of, like, not to talk to him now? It's just going to, like, lock me into this? Your friends head off towards Janie and the alpacas, leaving you alone with the nervous pastor. I'm so glad you decided to come up to visit me. Maybe Zane should explore hedge magic? Ooh, yes, maybe he should. Maybe that holds the answers for him. Not sure that's the case, Tia. Most aura farming is scenes of characters being static and looking cool, but it isn't always like that. Interesting. Yeah, maybe we have some disagreements, or at least different experiences when it comes to the term aura farming. I'll have to look it up and see if I can find more information on it later, like whether there's a consensus on how to use the term. We're going to find out that the Scarlet finds the church, but since the aunt's passing, they ran out of funds. You know, TP Ninja, I would not be surprised at all. Maybe this is all about money in the end. It would be so disappointingly mundane, but also kind of like expected in a way. The pastor is one of the scariest things in this game, and no, I didn't forget the ditchlings and the body-snatching ghost. Yeah, there's something up with the pastor. So many young people these days seem to think they can solve all their problems on their own. Meanwhile, God is right there ready to help them. If only they'd let him into their hearts. The pastor's eyes dart back towards the alpacas. Wait, Pastor, what are you doing to those alpacas? If you hurt the alpacas, I swear, the church will be stained top to bottom with your blood by the end of this game. Okay, good. They're gone. You're new in town. What kind of impression did I make on you? Am I creepy? Yes. Mystical. Ooh. Whenever I see you, it's like this ominous little piano starts playing. You're extremely creepy. I don't think you're creepy at all. If anything, you've been extremely welcoming to me. I mean, legit though, like, if it turns out there's actually nothing wrong with him, I'm gonna feel super bad for thinking he was creepy. But the fact that the mystical option, like, clued me into some, like, dark forces behind him makes me think that there has to be something deeper. It's not just bad vibes my character is getting. Personally, I like the cut of your jib. Some of these are just, like, the most useless things to say. Haven't done anything wrong, but you have no chill. And you probably could use a little more chill. Kanika said, you smiled through her dad's funeral. Okay, that is pretty creepy. I think that this is part of the problem. If you have to pull strangers aside to ask them if you're creepy, you probably come off as creepy. I suppose that is one rule of thumb. Stare at them in silence. If I wanted to out-creep the creeper, I'm glad that that is an option the game gives me. I'm going to be honest with him, but in maybe a less brutal way than some of these. Say, whenever I see you, it's like this ominous little piano starts playing. You're talking about a metaphorical piano, right? Because I can't say I've ever heard one following me around. My husband's cousin is a pastor and like the coolest person ever, but I'm willing to grant she might be an outlier. Could be. I mean, when it comes to pastors, I should say too, because like your comment made me think of this, Tia, and it's a really good and really helpful comment. I'm glad you brought it up. But yeah, like I know I'm not religious, but there were like definitely cool pastors that I've met, and like, you know, they're great people, wonderful people. So like I don't, you know, have anything against pastors per se, even though like the one in this game is portrayed in a kind of an unnerving way. But yeah, like despite whatever difference I might have with their beliefs, I'm very, you know, cool with pastors in general, and like, you know, being friends with them and all that. Just the one in this game, like there's something really weird about him. It wasn't always like this, you know. Believe it or not, before I moved to Scarlet Hollow, used to be pretty popular. Yeah, I'm sure like you had constant parties at your house and like 5 girlfriends and everything. You seem like the type, dude. I totally believe you there. I was one of the cool kids at Harvard Divinity School. Oh, yes. I could see how maybe at a place like Harvard Divinity School, they might, you know, being like this guy might be like the ticket to being cool there. He's interrupted by the sounds of a snapping twig and a high-pitched giggle, partly muffled by the underbrush on the edge of the property. Who is this girl? I don't think we've seen her before. Tulip, come out of there. You know you're not supposed to play in the woods. Well, we can see Janie and the others in the background. Yeah, that makes me feel a little more comfortable in this scene, knowing that they're there. Tulip glances back into the woods, quiet as she hesitates. I guess that's his daughter, maybe? Axe throwing endless shade. Sometimes you have to, okay? Sometimes even in a game, even I, when confronted with a certain character, will do this. Oh, hey, Viking Leon. Welcome. Oh, Tulip. Yes, Tulip. Are you going to be good? Or are we going to skip story time tonight? Oh, don't threaten her with skipping story time. That's a little harsh, dude, don't you think? I'll be good. You don't have to skip story time. I won't go into the woods. I promise. I know you won't, Tulip, because you know it's dangerous for little girls in there. Why don't you go help Mama with the alpacas? It's just about time they got fed. You can give them hay. Tulip smiles broadly, seemingly excited by the prospect, and hurries off. Well, he is right that it's dangerous in the woods for given all the things happening in this town for little kids, so he wasn't wrong about that. I don't know, man. Postings to rural areas is usually done to get rid of what they deem troublemakers, people who aren't that capable. Oh. Maybe, so I don't really know too much about how like church postings and all that works, but I suppose that could be it. Maybe that's the case for Pastor Daniel here. Sorry, I had to have a firm parenting moment just then. She's been trying to run off into those woods a lot lately. It's really dangerous, even for adults. The fact that he may have something to do with the ditchlings which live in the woods, and that his daughter is drawn to the woods seems significant. Ooh, yes. Like, maybe it's because she knows that there's something going on out there that he's involved in. Maybe that's the source of her curiosity. Like, that would not be a surprise. Also, chat, this is kind of a side note, but I don't know if I can fully articulate the reason why. I don't know if I can fully explain it, but maybe there are some of you who will understand this feeling that I'm having. Whenever somebody says something like this, like the pastor just said now, sorry, I had to have a firm parenting moment just then. There's something about that that really grates on me, that kind of language. And I don't know why. Like, if he had just said something like, sorry, I had to be, firm with her just then, or sorry, you had to see. I mean, yeah, it's a little difficult to think of like exactly what the best alternative might have been. But something about that particular language that he's using, I don't know, it just seems slightly indirect, or like it's trying to be just a little too pleasant. It's kind of like when people, because there are other language patterns that are like this for me. And most of them, I think, come up in corporate talk, like when people use corporate buzzwords, corporate lingo, that kind of thing. Like, even though this is not a corporate context. But one of them that I can think of is when people use the word relationship in certain ways that are much broader than normal. Like when they say, like, oh, like, what's your relationship with time? Like if a boss asks you this, or if a boss tells you, like, I think you need to work on your relationship with time. Like, you were late to last week's meeting. I just can't stand it for some reason when people use relationship in that way, when it's not speaking of like a relationship with an actual person. There's just something so grating about that. And I'd see a parallel here in the way that Pastor Daniel is talking now. No, I picked up on it too. Okay, good. So I'm not the only one. He's perfectly written is what he is. He is, yeah. There's something unnerving and irritating and alienating about the way that he speaks, but it's subtle, which is what makes him, I guess, a well-written sort of villain-type character for this game. Honestly, I'm just weirded out that attention was drawn to it in the first place. Bro was just being a dad. Usually a simple right where we, or had to handle that, we were talking about. Yeah, I think like that would have been even better at TP Ninja. Like, it's not something that like he even had to sort of make a deal out of in the first place by like bringing it up like that. But yeah, just saying like, yeah, like right where were we probably would have been the best. I agree with that. Makes him sound like a pushover in my opinion. Like parents are supposed to set boundaries and not try to be their kid's friend. Yeah, I can see that too. Like maybe it suggests a broader dynamic of being a bit of a pushover. And maybe that's where the sense of being sort of unsettling comes from. Anyway, it's intriguing. Like it was a small interaction in the game, but I feel like it's the kind of interaction that speaks volumes about what might be going on under the surface. There's this massive trash dump not too far past the trees, but it must be at least 50 years old, so it's all grown over and looks like it's part of the landscape. But if you accidentally walk on it, you might find yourself falling into a hip-deep mound of rusty cans and broken glass. Yeah, that wouldn't be good. Tulip made up some imaginary friends and keeps telling us that they want her to go out there. Like the word of some fictional creatures she made up is going to convince us it's a good idea for her to play in somebody's old garbage. So it could be that, or maybe it's that the ditchlings are out there. Maybe this is just his pretext, when really he's working with the ditchlings. But she's 7. Of course she would get some funny little idea like that. I'd love to get the community to rally around a big cleanup. It's about time somebody got rid of all that junk. Maybe Tulip is not their child, but the embodiment of worship to their cult. Tulip is the secretly evil entity being brought forward into our reality. That would be the perfect twist for something like this. Like, we at first think Tulip is just like a sweet little innocent side character, but it turns out she's the key to all the evil. Yeah, that's not imaginary. Oh, yeah, maybe her friend is not an imaginary friend. I could see that being the case easily. Thinking Tulip may have some kind of psychic affinity with the ditchlings. That too, yeah, maybe like, because the ditchlings do seem intelligent, and maybe they're able to communicate in certain psychic ways that maybe only a child like Tulip could pick up on. How big a trash dump are we talking? A week and hard work there? I mean, I'm not too interested in the trash dump. Just that you were saying about imaginary friends. That trash heap sounds awesome. Yeah, maybe we should ask him about, yeah, like, is there anything more he can give us about this? What's that you were saying about imaginary friends? Like, you know, it's a common trope that kids are innocent enough to perceive magic that adults can't. Yeah, that might be the kind of trope that's at play here. Oh, she's just been talking about these friends of hers lately. Little stories about creatures that live in the church. I'm sure she saw some animal in there and decided it was her friend. Could the imaginary friend be a ditchling? It's nothing to be overly concerned about, except for the trash heap situation. If so, maybe Stella got lured out to the garbage dump. Oh no. She could be trapped there right now. Out of the corner of your eye, you see Kanika and Avery walking back to the two of you. They must have finished talking to Janie. Janie says she hasn't seen Stella either, so we'd better get going. Thanks for suggesting we head up here, Axaeon. We got to feed the alpacas. They were so cute and soft. It was awesome. I'm glad Avery's the kind of guy who can appreciate alpacas. Janie says she'll come by the diner with cookies for the miners, and a few extra for me, of course. She's so nice. She even offered to bring me some since I'm feeling under the weather. Oh, that's quite nice of Janie. I hope your talk with the pastor went well. Yeah, it went super well. Yeah, we're best pals now. Yes, we had a great conversation. I appreciate you all stopping by, even if it wasn't under the best circumstances. I'll let y'all be on your way. And I hope Stella turns up soon. I'll put in some good prayers with the big man for her. Thanks, Pastor Dan. Yeah, you go do that. All right, thanks. See ya. Kanika and Avery start back down the path to town, and you follow. So, what was that about? He seemed pretty insistent on talking to you alone. Yeah, he didn't say anything weird, did he? I mean, kind of nosy, aren't you? Let the man have his privacy. You want to know why everyone in town thinks he's creepy? Everyone in this town is so mean to him. He's a nice guy. Scoops apparently made some weird imaginary friends. Might want to check out later this week. Yeah, they need to know about this. We all need to be on the same page. Might want to check it out. Yes, our imaginary friend situation. Kids make up imaginary friends all the time. Yeah, but I don't think this one is like that. I could definitely see Dan having enough negativity for the ditchlings to want in on. Ooh, like maybe he's so upset about everyone thinking he's creepy that the ditchlings latch on to his negative feelings, and that's how he starts working with them. It would be kind of ironic if it worked out that way, but maybe so. Avery got the cool job. Yeah, he really did. You know, alpacas are like just like the best stress relief, you know. It's just like play with an alpaca. I think he's just very performative. I mean, there's a part of me that's open to that possibility, but I think if that were all that was going on with him, then I don't think that in the previous episode, or whichever one it was, our character, like when we first met him, there were those mystical prompts saying like we sensed something really dark about him. And so I think it is something like actual deeply a part of his character that is sort of dark and evil. Because otherwise I just don't know how to explain those sort of mystical intuitions that we had. Though I still won't claim it with certainty. Like it could be, maybe it's not quite as sinister. That's just sort of the hunch that I have. Let's not get too distracted until we find Stella, though. Where to next? As you consider your next steps, you remember your appointment with Sybil. She seemed to be confident last night that Stella would be okay. Maybe she'll be able to help you find her. Booksmart, she knew about the ditchlings after all. She seems to know all sorts of things. Ooh, Booksmart and mystical prompt. Wow. You have to see her. She's the thread tying everything together. But at the back of your mind, you can't help but feel as if there's more than just fate drawing you to the tea room. Very cryptic. Very cryptic. Yeah, we should talk to your mom. Supposed to have tea with her today. Sure, we can humor her. She's probably going to give you some rocks or bundles of herbs for protection or something, which might actually work. Who knows? Guess there's only one way to find out. Let's do it. I was speaking in the context of the imaginary friends Tulip is seeing in the church. So I'm just looking at the earlier comment. Oh, maybe it's because like she's innocent enough and that's the magic and that's how she sees the imaginary friends. Yeah, I could see that. The bells of the general store chime welcomingly as the three of you enter. Kanika, there you are. You were supposed to stay in bed today, remember? And hello, you two. Hope you've both recovered from last night's little fiasco. Sorry, Mom. It's just that Stella's missing, and Stella can take care of herself. Unlike you, harsh. You need bed rest and lots of fluids. You don't need to go running around town spreading that cold of yours. Oh, okay. At first I thought she was like calling her incompetent, but she's just pointing out that she's kind of sick. Go on, get up to bed. I'll be up in a minute with more tea. I thought you had some kind of important thing to talk to Axaeon about. I'm really feeling okay. I want to hear what you wanted to say to him. I'll just be doing a tea reading. Haven't those always bored you to tears? Okay, you're right. I'm not feeling well. I should really lie down. Bye, Axaeon. Kanika turns and heads toward the stairs without saying another word. Ooh, something isn't right here, but it's hard to put into words or pin it down in thoughts. What could it be? Could it have to do with Sybil? And I'm so sorry to be a bad host, Avery, but I was hoping Axaeon and I could do our reading in private. I'm sure Winnie needs help at the diner. Ah, you're right. I've totally left her on her own today. Good point, yeah. Fine by me. I wouldn't want to mess with your tea vibes. I'm sure those leaves are very particular. Oh, but before I go, I did want to ask. Are you a witch? He just comes right out and asks it. As flattered as I am that you think I'm that magical, I'm just an old lady who likes tea and has a few unusual hobbies. Look, I'm just saying, doing stuff like reading tea leaves is pretty witchy as far as I'm concerned, but I won't push it. Though just so you know, if you are a witch, you can totally tell us. We'd be cool about it. And he's right, we would. Like, we would accept that. I'll leave you all to your not supernatural private tea leaf reading. We'll catch up tomorrow, Axaeon. Yes, that we will. Thank you, Avery. They make their way out of the general store, disappearing down the street in the direction of the diner. Shall we? Sybil motions toward the tea room. Yes, I'll follow Sybil to the tea room. Does Sybil have hypnotic capabilities? You know, I could see that being a part of her character. Like, she definitely has a few tricks up her sleeve that we haven't seen yet. And they involve things that are, you know, supernatural. Or at least having knowledge of the supernatural. Please, have a seat. I'll bring you a fresh cup. You take a seat at the small table at the edge of the room. It's dark here, only a sliver of sunlight able to filter through the heavy curtains, supplemented by the bright grow lights over the plant in the corner. It's castor bean, an incredibly toxic plant, and strange for a tea maker to keep around in her workspace. Oh no. So if she asked me to drink any tea, maybe I should just kindly refuse. Is what I'm getting from that. It's so pretty, though. Sybil joins you at the table and places a cup in front of you. It smells light and citrusy, with an undercurrent of decaying earth. It's the same tea you sampled with Avery at the diner on Tuesday. I'll be able to do a reading once you're done. Until then, how about we just chat? Clearly this is her mage's workshop. The aunt was the former owner of the land, magic-wise, so she's just trying to keep her magic to herself and not get involved. Oh, okay. Yeah, maybe now that the aunt is dead, the magic situation has been disrupted and Sybil's just trying to like keep it under control, keep it to herself. Sip your tea? I think maybe I'll pass on sipping the tea in case it's like the weird poison. So how'd you wind up in Scarlet Hollow? Yeah, who cares? The other day you promised to tell me what was unsavory tales of my mom's youth. Quit yanking me around, yeah. So with all the mystery and ritual. Ooh, there's only one option, like drink that. So Maybe the game's going to force me to. Yeah, maybe I'll ask her this. The other day you promised to tell me... What was it? Unsavory tales of my mom's youth. I most certainly did, though I might have been exaggerating a bit for dramatic effect. I'm prone to do that. In a town this size, you get to know everybody, no matter what the age difference might be. Vivian was a little younger than me, which meant I always had a certain older sister instinct about her. Her family wasn't good to her. Pearl Ann was a lot like your great-grandmother, Edwarine, which is to say, she was not a very kind woman. Unkind enough to beat her lover to death? Similar to Tabitha, but with more social grace and considerably more hatred for her fellow man, I see. Oh, hi, Zero. Welcome. Welcome. Wonderful to see you here. Something does seem suspicious here. And why does she need us to drink the tea, which might have side effects? Yeah, I hope she'll, explain to us, at least, why she needs us to drink the tea. But your mother wasn't a shrinking violet, either. She was just as stubborn as any other Scarlet, so her family choosing her as their punching bag made her into quite the rebel. Okay, so more family exploration questions. So yeah, this is a good question. I feel like I know a lot about the women in my family, but what about the men? That's always a question we can ask. What about the men, chat? Do they even exist? I suppose they just haven't been very noteworthy since Edwarine took over the mines. Her husband died a long time ago, and to be quite honest, I can't even recall his name. Ooh. Did she kill him too? Might have been Stuart or something just as forgettable. From what Vivian said, her father was some teenage fling that ended once your grandmother found out she was pregnant. I'm fairly certain it was similar for Vivian, though she was much older, and I believe she was the one who ended it, with skipping town and all. Yeah, so many names, it's hard to keep track of everything that's going on. But anyway, for Zero and anyone else who just joined, right now, this is Sybil has proposed to do a tea leaf reading with us that's going to help us find out more about the supernatural events going on in the city, or the town, I should say, of Scarlet Hollow. But our mystical intuition gave us the sense that something is off about this, and we also saw some of the plants in her room are poison, so we don't know if she's going to try to poison us or hurt us. Okay, now I think we also know why Tabby turned out the way she did, poor girl. Yeah, Tabby having a rough backstory really, I guess, is very fitting with her turning out the way she did. So it makes sense that she had come off as abrasive at first, and only later come to sort of open up to us. Okay, so Charles Gate confirmed. Charles Gate is a great label for it. Yeah, what do you know about my grandma? I'm afraid there isn't much I can tell you. I think there were two in that generation. The youngest died when the girls were still children. Edwarine never spoke about them, nor did your mother. There were some children during the dream sequence when people were being possessed by the ghost. Wonder if those were the same children. Why were Pearl and my mom raised by Redine? Yeah, what happened to their mother? Their entry into this world was violent, I'm afraid. Their mother was young, too young to be pregnant, especially with twins. She didn't survive the labor. Oh, that's sad. Yeah, what happened when my mom found out she was pregnant? She came to me for advice. She was distraught. It was like she'd been handed a death sentence. Maybe it was fear from what happened to her own mother. Maybe it was something else. But she seemed convinced she was in danger. Tabitha had already been born by then, of course, but she was born in wedlock, so I assumed your mother's worries had something to do with religion. Though the Scarlets weren't particularly religious, as far as I knew. But the way Vivian was that night she came to me, it stuck in my mind. It's always had me wondering what it was about your family that made her panic so much at the thought of having a baby. Could this be related to the family curse? Like if she has a baby, that changes the curse in some way? So how did you... I'm going to hold off on sipping the tea right now. Wonder if there's an option to like politely decline the tea. Yeah, so how did you wind up in Scarlet Hollow? Oh, my family's been in these hills for a long time. That's how I know so much of the local flora. Everything I've learned was handed down from generations of hill folk. There hasn't always been a reliable doctor up here, especially not when most folks could afford. They have to figure out their own medicine. Ooh, mystical prompt. Sybil, why am I being forced to drink the tea? Okay. Yeah, let's confront her and ask her about this. Sybil, why am I being forced to drink the tea? I should be able to decide not to drink it. What's wrong with me? Dear, I'm afraid I don't understand what you're trying to say right now. There's always a choice. Chat, this is so much like Slay the Princess with the meta. I don't know if humor is the right word, but sort of the meta commentary on the nature of playing games like this when it doesn't give you a choice and the characters actually notice it in the dialogue. Kind of a fourth wall breaking moment. New Axe video idea exploring Charlesgate and its implications. It would be a long video. There's so much to explore there. Perfect clickbait. Oh yes. Like anyone who's played this game or seen a playthrough like would instantly click on that video. It's quite an aromatic blend though, isn't it? I'll take your enthusiasm for my tea as a compliment. Ooh, I could say the same thing twice, but I've already said that. Yeah, she must have known having a baby would mean transmitting the curse to another generation. Even explanation, I'm thinking. Yeah, that seems quite plausible there. I'm gonna say, yeah, quit yanking me around. If you have something to tell me, just come out and say it. I'll need your tea leaves first. I have pieces of the puzzle, but the tea leaves should help to give me the full picture. Ooh, a likely story. Sip your... So I could say something I've already said to her, sip my tea or drink the tea. Okay, well, I'll just go ahead and drink it. Wait, WTF happened to my keyboard? Ooh, or supernatural forces influencing your keyboard as well, Tia? Now it's getting extra creepy, isn't it? Well, that mystic option is horrifying. Yeah, because like normally this game gives me the choice to like not do something like this, but here it actually like is forcing me to. Drink the tea. You take the tea, sipping it delicately. The citrus smell is fleeting, quickly replaced with the earthiness at its core. Like you've taken a mouthful of dirt. Oh, yeah, sounds real tasty. But the aftertaste combines the two flavors into something soothing and medicinal. And you find yourself feeling more comfortable, your muscles relaxing for the first time in days. It's soothing beyond what you would expect out of ordinary tea. There must be something magical at work in this blend. Explore the mystic option, but I already did. It was the same thing I said to her, a few minutes ago. Right? We didn't save beforehand. I sent something terrible and it's hard to explain. Oh no. Okay, well I might have just screwed it up then, but we'll see. We might be able to get past this still. The tea is gone before you know it. The small cup empty, save for what's left of rehydrated leaves coating the bottom. Oh, good. Glad you found the tea palatable enough to drink. It should do you some good. It's one of my more medicinal blends. Now, on to business. Is my character going to start slipping away and, like, slink to the floor dead? Sybil takes the cup from you, staring thoughtfully down at the sludge. Oh, dear. This doesn't bode well. Because I just drank your poison. You've got just about every warning that can fit in the bottom of a cup. Cross, kettle, hourglass. All of these mean death, misery, difficulty. And the hourglass ties it all together with definite urgency. It's fair to assume that this all has to do with whatever brought the ditchlings. Something is coming, and whether any of us can stop it, I'm not sure. But we may at the very least be able to figure out what it is. And there's a central figure here. A cat, an enemy lurking in plain sight. Oh no. So plain as to be like right in front of me right now? I hope not. So, I could say mystical I want to see. Maybe it's Frou Frou. Those are the cats I know. Pixel. I don't know if I remember Pixel. The cat could be Tabitha. Ooh, Stella Kanika. So like every character in the game pretty much is listed here as a possible option. How do I know you're not the cat? Mystical. Yeah, I see. I'd like to see. I'm sure it wouldn't make much sense to most people. It'll probably just look like a confusing mess of old leaves. But you're free to take a look. You take the cup, staring down into it. It's just leaves. There's no pattern, nothing swimming together in the dregs of your tea to give you any warnings or premonitions. What? But I have the mystical character trait. Shouldn't I be able to see something? That was kind of a letdown, a little anticlimactic. After a long moment, Sybil takes the cup back from you. I hope that settled your curiosity. Don't worry if you couldn't make sense of it. It takes years to learn this sort of thing, even for someone with your propensities. She winks conspiratorially. Okay, so I feel like this might be a significant choice too, guessing who the enemy might be. Who's the true enemy? Like, dirt is a theme in this game. The mines, buried secrets, the showered scene mentioning scrubbing dirt off like memories. Ooh. Yeah, very much so. And like finding the seal with Charles's body hidden in the dirt too. Yeah, you're right about that, Tia. The cat could be Oscar, Reese, Stella Kanika. So of all these, I think probably the most plausible option is Pastor Daniel. But also, like, I kind of want to ask her, like, how do I know you're not the cat? Maybe the tea leaves had nothing to do with it. It's Sybil's abilities doing the work. Yeah, that could be it too. The tea leaves might just be kind of a sort of distraction or something to kind of just hide the fact that it's not really the tea. The tea was described as earthy. Dirt has power in this town. Ooh. These are wonderful observations, Tia. You're exactly right. This helps tie it all together. Okay, I'm going to save before this one. I probably should have saved before drinking the tea, but whatever. At least we're able to save now. I think I'm going to ask her, how do I know you're not the cat? That's ridiculous. Sybil is helping you. And if she was the cat, why would she warn you about herself? Pick someone else. Okay. I guess the game is telling me that it's not... Wait. That isn't you, though, is it? Ignore it and speak your mind. Some force in the room was trying to make me think it's not Sybil, but it wasn't me. How do I know you're not the cat? And this is so cool, because if I didn't pick the mystical option, I wouldn't have gotten prompted with that. I wouldn't have been able to confront her about this. I suppose you don't. Though I'd think the cat wouldn't exactly warn you about itself. Unless the cat wanted me to trust it. And that was its way of getting me to trust it. That's exactly what an enemy would say. Still, you can't rule anyone out. Even the old woman with the tea obsession. You don't have to figure out an answer right away. It often takes time for the mind to connect the dots. Just be on guard and keep vigilant that someone close to you isn't to be trusted. I was thinking the same mystical trait coming in clutch. It really does. At so many points in this game it has. We know from the ditchlings that something terrible is coming your way, and it's likely that it's connecting to some hidden enemy. I think you're onto something there, Axe. Okay. Well, good to know that we all seem to sense the same thing here. I mean, other than, like, her, the only character I think that really any suspicions have been raised about so far is Pastor Daniel, and he's been, like, the major one. But you never know, the game might throw us for a loop, and it might be someone totally different. Perhaps we can try to counteract whatever might be planned for you. Judging by what you told me last night, those stones, carvings, seals, whatever you want to call them, I think it's likely they have something to do with this. Yeah, you're not exactly going out on a limb there, but yeah, I mean, can't disagree with that. Until the cat reveals itself, It seems like your best course of action is to seek these carvings out, piece together what you can from your visions, and arm yourself with information. Oscar will help us out with that. Have you sensed any others around town? Do you think you might be able to find another? Yep, right in the clinic. Thoughts drift to that door yesterday, the one that seemed to draw you in, urging you deeper into the clinic. Even just remembering it is enough to tug at you, compelling you to return and open it to see what's on the other side. You can find Stella later. Maybe you can even find her there. What's important now is finally seeing what's hidden in the clinic. I think I felt another clinic. Bad stuff always happens around them. I shouldn't seek out more of them. Those stones need to be left undisturbed. Yeah, I'm thinking with the stones, it's like a high risk, high reward type thing. But I probably should go to the clinic just to see if I can find more information there. I think I felt another in the clinic. My gut is telling me it's Tabitha, even though I like her. She's been associated with cats, Fufu the calendar, and resembling the princess, who's also antagonistic. Ooh, yeah. Maybe the devs are taking a page from their previous game and being like, okay, like in the previous game we had you slay the princess, now we're going to have you slay Tabitha, or at least be forced to face this decision. Like, Tabitha is the enemy. Do you go against her? Do you slay her? Or do you go along with her? That's good. If you can find your way inside and uncover another stone, that could give you a leg up on your adversary. You just have to be careful to avoid the doctor. Something tells me she won't take too kindly to you sniffing around her clinic. I mean, she doesn't take too kindly to just about anything, so yeah, that seems like a good call. If I recall correctly, there's a hill that'll take you nearly all the way to the second story, and she never locks any of the doors up there. Okay, that is useful to know, just in case that's helpful information. I think that's all the help I can offer. I said it could be a red herring. Yeah, it could be. If Tabitha's the cat, that would be expected yet cruel. Which would be just in line for the devs to do something like that. Hope this conversation has been illuminating, even if it just brought up more questions than giving any clear answers. I mean, sometimes the best way we can make progress on something is just to more clearly understand the questions that are important to ask. So I do think that's important. Nothing wrong with just being, helping get ourselves clearer on the questions that need to be confronted. Yep, last night, why don't you come with me? Yeah, she'll probably just give the, like, I'm just an old lady shtick if we say that. This wasn't helpful at all. All you did was look at some leaves and tell myself, tell me to put myself in danger. No, I'm thinking, you know, she was actually reasonably helpful. I'll say thanks, I'll let you know if I find anything. Glad to hear it. Hope all goes well, and I wish you luck. Hopefully you won't need it. Thank you again for humoring an old lady and stopping by for a chat. Or it might be chat. Maybe the only way to break the curse ends up being like killing Tabitha or something like that. That would also be really dark, but I could see something like that being the case. With a small grunt of effort, Sybil gets up from the table and you're escorted back to the door. And remember, be careful who you put your trust in. According to your tea, the cat is getting ready to pounce, and merely being ready for it might not be enough. Okay, well, luckily I have the mystical trait. I feel like that helps me with deciding whom to put my trust in. Like, if somebody were right about to betray me, maybe the mystical trait would let me know. Sybil closes the door to the tea room, the bells of its door strangely flat in the stale air of the nearly empty general store. Okay. Talk to him. He's probably not going to like hearing from me, but, you know, just to be polite. This is your mom a witch. Ghosts are real. See any weird rocks around town? Yeah. You. Okay, you got us there, Miles. He smirks. Clearly, this is a very sick burn, and you should feel bested by his wit. Yeah, like what possible comeback can I have to that? Yeah, ghosts are real. Just thought you should know. Yeah, I know. I've seen tons of videos of ghosts doing stuff on the internet. I'm not 12. Well, he's got his beat there too, chat. There's just no getting past this guy. Yeah, is your mom a witch? What do you like to know? Yes, I would. Can I trust her? Do you know? Yeah. Seems that's all he's going to say on the subject. So, Kanika has a cold, huh? That's what she says. She's just trying to get out of work again. Like, if I didn't have anything better to do all week while she sits in her room watching anime. Well, okay, you know what, Miles? When you said at first that she was just trying to get out of work, at first I was sympathetic and be like, okay, yeah, like, she really shouldn't be doing that. But, like, if she's in there watching anime, then, okay, like, you know, that's, you know, that's an excuse, you know. Says the guy in Goku pants. I have to. Yes, says the guy in Goku pants. Everybody knows Dragon Ball is good anime. He watches the trashy shit. Ooh, like what? Let's hear it. What is the trashy shit according to you? Check in on Kanika. Yeah, I probably should check in on her. You're not going anywhere before checking in on Kanika. You make your way upstairs. I hope she's not, like, dead or something. You knock on Kanika's door. Mom, I really don't need any more tea. I think I'm just going to lie down for a while. I'm not your mom. I'm going to the clinic. Mr. Mom, you're adult. Let's get here. Use a breather. Yeah, I could say, hope I'm back. What did I miss? Who did we suspect? Well, we asked how we know that the cat or the enemy is not Sybil herself, and she told us there was no way we could know yet. So, yeah, at this point, it's still pretty open who the enemy might be. Since Kanika was wearing a Sailor Moon shirt before, I think we can guess. Oh, I see, yeah. Sailor Moon is a classic, though, so I don't think Miles knows what he's talking about. He's calling Sailor Moon trash. At least if we're talking about, like, the original. Going to the clinic. Hoping you would join me. Yeah, is Kanika going to help us bust in? Oh, hey. Sorry, Axaeon. My mom was right. I'm exhausted. I probably shouldn't push it, or I'll wind up worse off tomorrow. No worries. We'll take this mission alone. Looks like you're on your own. You make your way out of the general store and down the road to the clinic. You make your way up the familiar hill, past the rows of ragged houses that make up Scarlet Hollow's residential area. You know, chat, for some reason, I just got a premonition that we're going to run into Wayne here. Like, on the way to the clinic. I didn't expect that from UX, but thanks. Oh, that I would, like, show appreciation for Sailor Moon? Yeah. Yeah, there is something really charming, I think, about the original. And I think not just because of nostalgia, like, though I do remember seeing it as a kid, but the way that Usagi's characterization is done, and just like the way she emotes and has so much, you know, personality and heart in her character and shows so much emotion. There's just something really endearing about that to me. It isn't long before you find yourself outside of Dr. Kelly's clinic, its secrets enticing you to find a way in. Like Sailor Moon was what inspired me to start drawing. Oh, I see. Interesting. That's a great inspiration to start drawing. Even at the bottom of the hill, you can already feel the presence. It's like a magnet has been fixed to your ribcage, gently tugging you forward, guiding you towards whatever emits this compulsive frequency. You get it? Oh, yes. Yes, we both get the draw of Sailor Moon. You could see the hill Sybil was talking about, wrapped around the back of the old hospital like a stone blanket. It should take you directly up to the second floor and the unlocked doors of the terrace. Ooh, just going through the clinic door, no one will see. That's so cool that I can know this through the mystic ability. I could make my way up to the terrace. Yeah, since I might as well use this. and I love the boldness of it too. Like, this is the true Chad option right here. Just go through the clinic door. You found at times, if you haven't wished to be seen, there's been nothing stopping you from remaining hidden. Graveyards, abandoned buildings, old tunnels. You've been in all sorts of strange and unusual places without incident. And for some reason, tonight, Dr. Kelly's clinic feels no different. You haphazardly make your way up the old wooden stairs of the clinic's wraparound porch, taking steps in strange patterns. To an outside observer, you might appear to be drunk, but there's an unconscious method to your conscious madness, though even you would be hard-pressed to describe it. But there's no creak or moan of ancient wood as you make your way to the door. Silence. You push the door open slowly and slip in. You can see the doc at a desk in some room down the hall. She hasn't noticed you. You shut the door silently, watching her closely. You're in the clinic, free to explore as you please. Or rather, you're free to explore as you please. You can feel that odd sensation again, the nagging pull of whatever it was that wanted you to find it. You're here now, and it knows you're here. And you know exactly what it is. Another stone carving, eager to show you its secrets. You've been caught by its gravity, an overwhelming curiosity guiding you around a corner and towards a dark doorway under the stairs. I'm glad you're not the kind of dude that writes things off just for being girly. Mayoshi is not a performative male. That's right. I embrace the girly, at least when it's cool stuff like Sailor Moon. Yeah. No shame, no embarrassment in that for me. So chat, what I'm getting the sense is probably going to happen here is that I'm going to be like tempted by the power of the seal in some way. And maybe that's a choice I'll have to make at the end of the game, is do I sort of take the power as my own, or do I like reject the power to break the curse forever? It's been left ajar, as if inviting you to enter. True, only one choice here. He also doesn't mind magical girl dresses. I've learned, yes, that is true. I have been known to occasionally, sometimes you can find me, and Blue Ice Cubes has some wonderful fan art of me in a magical girl dress. Turn on the lights. Reese, what's he doing here? The lights click on. You're in the morgue. Don't tell me Reese is dead already. He's here. What is going on? Axaeon, what are you doing in the morgue? Flirt? Okay, there's a time and a place for flirting, but this is not it. Vampire. Like, could he actually be a vampire? You haven't seen Stella around, have you? She's been missing since last night. Come on, there are more important things to ask about now. Like, we can ask about Stella in a second. You died and she Frankensteined you back to life. Am I interrupting something? Are you human? She killed you. What are you doing in the morgue? I'm just going to pretend I never saw this. Knew that based on a debate off stream we had. Oh, about the magical girl dress, or the being able to embrace my girly side from time to time. Let's see. Yeah, flirt, hi, vampire. It's not even just any dress, it's mine. Well, I think that, I don't know, is it the same one? We might be thinking about different fan art. I think Blue Ice Cube has one of me that is in kind of like a different dress from yours, but then there's also another one where it's us wearing each other's outfits, and in that one, of course, I'm wearing her dress. Flirt, hi. I mean, I love the boldness of the choice and just like the awkwardness of flirting here. And I do try to flirt max in games like this normally, just to like see how many romantic options I can take. But to me, it just feels a little too weird to do that in a case like this. What are you doing in the morgue? Yeah, I'm just gonna ask him, like, Yeah, what is going on? You have to, like, you owe me some explanation here. I'm sure it looks weird. It's not like I expected anyone to come down here. I was just, you know, practicing. A rehearsal, if you will. Like a rehearsal for being dead. Like a rehearsal for lying in your coffin. I respect the dedication, but I don't know if that's a thing people usually have to rehearse for. Tia says, oh, I get it. No, okay. I'll be curious. It's accidentally, I've drawn 2 dresses now from, okay, so I was right. I was not misremembering. That's good to know. Not gonna lie, this is kind of weird, dude. See, being among the dead brings you comfort. Yeah, rehearse, you say. Oh, it's the pun. Okay, rehearse. I get it. Good one. Yeah, he would appreciate a pun like that. His words seem distant to you. The tugging is strong down here. Looking forward and hoping that one corporate magical girl manga gets an anime. Ooh, corporate magical girl. I don't know if I know that one. But the fact that it has corporate in it is kind of a neat little twist. Maybe it will get an anime someday. Okay, I was thinking there were 2 Reeses, a dead one, and the one we've been seeing, a clone, but never mind. Ooh. Yeah, that possibility had not come to mind for me. But yeah, now that this one's alive, it's starting to look like... I agree with you, Tia, now. Maybe this just... There's only one, and like this is the one we've been talking to the whole time. You can almost feel yourself slipping into a trance, and your eyes wander to the back wall of the morgue. Maybe the seal is like plastered there behind the wallpaper. You need to see what's back there. Follow the pull. Yeah, what's Reese gonna think? You touch the wall. It feels disappointingly solid under your palms. Hey, are you okay? You feel Reese's hand gently shake your shoulder, and for a moment, the thing on the other side of the blank white wall loosens its pull on you. You kind of looked possessed for a second there. You good? Make him understand. Use your words. Don't let this fervor consume you. Be present in the moment. Ooh, my mystical chat, it's going to help me not fall under the spell of this thing. You inhale deeply and take in your surroundings. You can't help but notice that one of the body storage drawers is labeled Edwarine Scarlet. Maybe her body is what's calling out to me. Examine your aunt's body. Mine's had a stone carving. I need to see it. Why wall? Need see thing, but wall stand in way. I guess I suddenly became Tarzan somehow for that option. So I need to get behind the wall. Okay. I think for this one, yeah, I definitely have to go with the mystical. Oh, and this one's an explore option, so I know I can still do this other one. But yeah, my aunt's body might have some clues that'll be important to my investigation. It's called Magi Lumiere, Magical Girl Inc., in case you wonder. Okay, thanks, TP Ninja. I didn't know about that one. Might have to check it out. So, safety save just in case, but probably won't need it. Yeah, let's examine my aunt's body. You step forward and pull out the drawer. Yep, she looks dead all right. So this is your Aunt Pearl Ann, coal baroness of the Scarlet Mines, and local she-devil that it seemed no one, not even her own daughter, was able to mourn. This is not the first corpse you've seen, but it feels the same as any other. She's an empty body now, the warmth and energy of a life now dissipated. The same as your mother was, and the same as you'll be one day. Cold air rises from her bluish skin, her vacant, filmy eyes staring up at nothing. You try to imagine what she may have looked like alive and breathing, slinging subtle insults at the townsfolk, but it's hard to picture any expression on a face so stiff and cold with death. Making sure she didn't walk off? Poke her, just to make sure. I think it's good to check. It's weird that the first time meeting her is like this. A judgmental zombie would be just my luck. Yeah, there might be zombies in this game for all we know. Do you know, check for signs of murder? Just, oh, so we think she might have been murdered? She's totally faking it. I'm worried that the doc is harvesting people's flesh for unsavory ends, especially the Scarlets. Like thinking it'll help Reese, but it actually makes things worse. That would be a really dark twist and would make him almost like a vampire slash Frankenstein's monster in his own right, but like not in a way that he's blameworthy for. It would be all his mom that's doing it. So, yeah, do you know how to check for signs of murder? Just wondering. No, sorry. Not unless there's a meat cleaver sticking out of her head or something. Doesn't look like that's the case, though. Just looks like an old lady. Having seen what there was to see, you slide the drawer back in and close it. So yeah, I should let him know this. The mines had a stone carving the other night, as did Oscar's house yesterday. They've been giving me visions, and I can sense one on the other side of this wall. I need to see it. Reese glances back at the wall. You're really serious, aren't you? This is probably a bad idea, but if you really need to get in there, I'm pretty sure there's an emergency axe somewhere upstairs. I just need to get the dock out of her hair. Should take 2 seconds. Get the dock out of our hair? Yeah, if I say I'm sick and need something, she'll drop whatever she's doing and do it for me. Surefire way to get her out of the house. And most of the time, it's true anyway. Let's see, how did you learn that little trick? Oh, well, seems like he's a perceptive kid. He'd pick up on that. Slight tangent, but I feel like now I can contextualize Tabby's reaction, or lack of, for her mom's death. It's hard when an abusive parent dies. True, true. Not that I would understand, but just on a very distant, abstract, intellectual level for me, like it makes sense. If somebody was not good to you in life, it's easy for me to imagine, you know, not having much, you know, of a reaction when they die, or maybe not being able to have the expected reaction, like, you know, the reaction everyone maybe wants you to, or thinks you should have. Especially if they don't realize that the parent was abusive. I could see how that makes sense. Here's what you want to get. We need no shame in that. Manipulating her using your illness. Classy. Normally I'd be against this, but in this case, though, I think this really is important. It might help us stop, like, a future tragedy befalling this town. So we probably should do whatever we can here. Yeah, use what you got to get what you need. No shame in that. Actually, maybe I should just say nothing here. Yeah, that's what I was getting at. Glad it makes sense. Sounds great. Lead the way. Or actually... Oh. I guess maybe that didn't have any effect on his choices there. Thanks for understanding. Yeah, I should do... think I should let him know that I appreciate that he understands. Don't mention it. Is there anything I can do to actually be useful? I'm happy to help. Be right back. He strides past you, his long legs moving swiftly. He seems excited, his usual dour demeanor replaced with an uncharacteristic pep when faced with the prospect of sneaking around and tearing down walls. I see, he's so glad to be useful to someone. Because usually he's the one being helped, but now he gets to help us. You hear a soft voice filtering in through the open doorway at the top of the stairs, a hoarse and sickly edge added for effect as he speaks to his mother. Hey, Mom. He coughs gently. Yes, please, axe now, me at stream time today. That's good, Tia. I would not have thought of that, but I'm very flattered that you would think of a pun like that and that it would the content of it would be about me in that way. Reese, I didn't know you were awake. I still feel like shit. But I think I could finally try to keep some juice down. Looks like we're all out, though. Really? I thought I just picked some up. I've got an errand to run on Main Street anyway. I'll go pick up some orange juice. And some ginger ale, too. That would be awesome. Sorry to ask. I know you're probably busy. It's no problem. It doesn't take long. Don't do anything too strenuous while I'm gone. Just lie in bed until I get back. Thanks, Mom. I'll take it easy. I actually feel kind of bad now because the mom is being nice to him there. Maybe she's only mean to him when other people are around. You hear her footsteps move down the hall, then the front door opening and closing. It worked! The theatric rasp has left his voice, excitement rising in its place. Okay, like, but once we break down the wall, isn't she gonna, like, find out eventually? And won't she have questions then about how this happened? Come on up. We don't have long until she's back. As you step out of the morgue, you relax. The extra space between you and the carving has weakened its hold on you, and with it, your desperation to claw your way through the wall and unveil it. It's one of those emergency fire axes, so it should be pretty obvious wherever it is, though I'm not sure where she would be keeping it. Oh, wait, you're telling me you don't even know where the axe is? I thought he did. Okay, this is going to get to be a more dicey situation than we might have anticipated. I'll show you around. Let's try the doc's office first. You make your way to the doorway of her now vacant office. Don't see an axe in here. He's right. A cursory glance reveals nothing but stacks of paper and cabinets of medical supplies. But something on the desk catches your eye. Some sort of records with your family's name on them. You're a fast reader. It shouldn't take you long to skim these. Ooh, I love that. That's a book smart option. Yeah, let's skim them. Reese stops in the doorway, trying to watch you leaf through the documents. Axe grabbing the axe to axe the wall. We're getting into levels of different types of axes here that theoretically should not even be possible. So many layers. Find something interesting? There are family's death certificates. Okay, yeah, let's look at Pearl Ann's death certificate. Cause of death: sleep apnea, discovered by her daughter Tabitha Chrysanthemum Scarlet. No autopsy performed. Tabitha's middle name is Chrysanthemum? Wonder who cursed her with that mouthful. Said you could read any of these. I mean, we can't accuse them of that. Like, we'd be a hypocrite because we're reading them without anyone's permission. I'm definitely gonna make fun of her for that later. I feel like that was forbidden knowledge. Yeah, let's look at Edwardine's death certificate. I don't see axe in here. Me on Discord between 7 a.m. and 12 p.m. Okay, yeah, fair. I will not dispute that. I will not dispute that characterization. Let's look at Edwardine's death certificate. Edwarine Scarlet, born April 9th, 1913, died February 12th, 2003, aged 89. Cause of death: heart failure. Signed by her granddaughter, Pearl Ann Scarlet. So she lived a long life after she killed Charles. Pretty normal. Almost made it to 90. Died of a normal old person illness. See, what about Enoch? Enoch Scarlet, born September 9th, 1887, died August 20th, 1957, age 69. Cause of death: fall from cliff. Fall from cliff, you say? He sleeps in till 12? Yeah, I mean, sometimes I wake up a little bit earlier, sometimes I wake up later, but yeah, 12 is not exactly unusual for me. I like sleeping in, what can I say? The axe is resting, nods furiously. Yes, do like to get my rest, my beauty sleep, if you will. This one has a coroner's report attached. Organs sustained impact injuries, lacerations to the neck and body consistent with fall from great height. Whoa, an actual autopsy report. Looks ancient. Are there other death certificates? You quickly flip through a few of the other Scarlets whose names weren't quite as familiar. Theodore Scarlet, Born May 24th, 1890. Died 1918, age 28. Cause of death, crushed in mine collapse. Body not recovered. Signed by his brother, Edwarine Scarlet. So you had a great uncle who died in the collapse. Could that be part of the curse, I wonder? Joseph Scarlet. So we're learning more about the men in the family now. Born April 1914, died June 7th, 1944. Hey, that was one day... Was it in World War II? Louis Scarlet, born August 1920, died June 6, 1944. That was D-Day. So maybe he died in the war. Maybe he died during the D-Day invasion. Yep, both killed at Normandy in the line of duty, just as I thought. See, not to brag, Chad, that's actual book smarts there. Helping us with the game, figuring out the clues, piecing them together. These must have been Edwardine's brothers. So that's why we haven't heard about them too much, because they died in the war, and I guess they didn't have anything to do with the town after that, of course. Certificate of fetal death, infant boy, Andrew Charles Scarlet. Delivered April 3rd, 1945, stillbirth. Mother, Edwarine Scarlet. If that's what's responsible for your looks, I ain't never complaining about your sleep schedule ever again. That's very kind of you, thank you, Tia. Maybe it is. Who knows what goes into looks? I'm sure it's many factors, but perhaps sleep is one of them. So this is, okay, Andrew Scarlet, stillborn, but was born to Edwarine. Cause of death, complications during birth. No doctor present. Home burial. Was Edwarine the one who was really afraid of being pregnant? Or maybe that... Oh, that might have been Pearl Ann. Yeah, I think that was maybe Pearl Ann. That settles the question of whether you're related to Charlie. Wait, I'm gonna check on that. So, okay, so yeah, this is Charles, stillbirth, mother Edwarine Scarlet. Whether you're related to Charlie. Wait, is Charlie the same as Andrew Charles Scarlet? Because Andrew Charles was stillborn, so he wasn't the Charles who died, who was killed by Edwarine. I guess this was a different one. Oh, no, that was Vivian. Okay, I see. Thank you, Tia. The home burial part seems suspicious. True. There's a lot of suspicious things in these documents. That is one of them. Alexandra, the owner of the doll. So she went missing. It was the same day Enoch died in a hiking accident. Too many coincidences lining up here. Mary Bell Scarlet, born September 3rd, 1946, died October 30th, 1963, age 17. One day before Halloween. Cause of death, complications during childbirth, signed by her mother, Edwarine Scarlet. Wow, that's a lot of kids to outlive. That was a STEAM achievement there for reading the family's medical records. You turn around and leave the office. It's time to move on. The medical supply room is probably a good bet. A fire axe seems like something that might be useful in a room full of chemicals. It's just down the hall. There it is. Okay, good. Yep, there in the top left of the screen, there's the axe. We can see it. Looks like it needs a key, though. Oh, dang it. I was hoping it wouldn't need a key. We better not break the glass. I'd rather explain why I had to steal the axe after we've had the chance to use it. There must be a key in here somewhere. He stops, as if listening to something you can't hear. Shit. She's back already. Oh, no. Did we spend too long looking at the documents? I don't think that was it. I think she would have come back anyway. You're going to have to distract her some way, Reese. As if on cue, you hear the front door to the clinic open and close, the creak of its antique hinges echoing down the hallway. Footsteps start down the hall. Another thing, chat, that we need to think of here is he told her, like, the juice was all gone, and if she, like, goes to the fridge and sees that the juice is still there, she's going to know that he lied to her. She's headed this way. Quick, we gotta hide. I'm not supposed to be here. Oh no, we'll both have to hide then. Yeah, run upstairs. No, I'll run upstairs if I can, but I don't know if I can at this point. He opens the closet door and hurriedly motions you inside. You slip past him, scrunching into the small space as best you can. He attempts to slide in after you. Let him in. Ooh, but there's not enough room. Hide somewhere else. Oh no, chat, what should I do? This is so tough. Because on one hand, like, I want to let him in, but if there really isn't enough room, I don't know if that's going to get us discovered. Whereas, like, if I tell him to hide somewhere else, maybe he has a better chance somewhere else. But, like, if this is his only chance, I don't want to turn him away. So, time to save. I'll let him in. You make space. I mean, he's a pretty skinny guy, so skinny strats to the rescue here. You make space, and he slips in next to you, closing the door just enough that you can both still monitor the entrance to the supply room. Dr. Kelly storms in, plastic bag in tow. She takes something out of the bag and places it on the counter. Let him in. Oh yeah, we had the same thought, Ice Cubes. In Phasmo, if two people hide in the same closet, it doesn't work. Oh, I did not know that about Phasmophobia. Looks like the strategy is working better in this game, at least, than it works in Phasmophobia, so I'm grateful for that. It's a chance to flirt, clearly. That would be kind of awkward if we were, like, pressed up against each other. Or maybe not awkward, depending on if we wanted to use it as, like, a flirting opportunity. And then she hurries back out, bag rustling as she makes her way back down the hallway. We better wait a second, just in case. Yeah. Good call, good call. Flirt with Reese. Quietly wait for the interest. Okay, this is too good a flirting opportunity to pass up, chat. Time to flirt. Can't help but notice Reese's ears are pointed like a mystical creature. Ooh, maybe it comes from his connection to the darkness through his, like, art. Maybe that's made his ears pointed. Yeah, maybe I'll just sidle up next to him and be like, "So Reese, you know, I think I feel something rising, and it's not the shield hero." Sorry, that was terrible. Anyway, let's flirt with Reese here. You're momentarily distracted from the danger at hand by Reese's sudden closeness. It's almost strange to be here with him after the way he was hidden away for the first few days of your week in Scarlet Hollow. It made him into a seemingly mythical figure, the tragic artist wasting away in a basement guarded by a tyrannical warden. My first playthrough, I went for Kanika, but I think I fumbled her by hitting on Reese in front of her. Then I went for Reese. Oh, okay. So Kanika is the jealous type, then it sounds like. I knew it. Yeah, someone get him off the mic. Well, chat. Axel. Well, when you're in the situation of, like, you know, pressed up against someone like that, and, you know, things can happen sometimes. And it wouldn't surprise me if this game had the boldness to go there, you know, in an event like that. Now he's right in front of you, a flesh and blood human being, one you could reach out and touch if you so desired. Ooh, there's no one I'd rather be stuck in an enclosed space with. That's very sweet. Like you, you're interesting. If you're scared, you can hold my hand. Leaning dangerously close to him. Lean in, gently touching Reese's arm. If you're scared, you can hold my hand. I kind of want to see, like, if I lean dangerously close to, is he going to get, like, flustered? Because that would be really cute if he does. Across the door frame, leaning dangerously close to him. Reach out a steadying hand as if trying to get a good look at the office through the small crack in the door. You could see the edge of the door tremble and realize that Reese is shaking slightly, the air between you practically vibrating with the tension. Oh no. You have to get better at flirting, X. No, so far I think I'm doing... So far I have a good vibe about the flirting in this moment. We'll see how it shakes out. Sorry, I know these are close quarters. It's okay, Reese. I wouldn't like it as much if they weren't as close. It's okay if we touch. Does it bother you to be so close to someone else? Let your shoulder brush against his. Maybe I'll ask him, yeah, does this bother you? Being so close to someone else. His gaze is fixed intently on the office outside the closet door. The hand gripping the doorknob is trembling slightly, the edge of the door shaking almost imperceptibly with his nervous tremors. No, it's... Oh, maybe he's a little nervous. It's actually really nice. Oh. He relaxes slightly, his tense shoulders easing back down from their place by his ears. His arm rests gently against your shoulder. His skin is cold, as you'd expect from someone who'd just been napping in a morgue, but it's not unpleasant. It's almost a relief in the sticky air of the closet. You're so warm. His voice is almost imperceptibly quiet, his words struggling to be heard over footsteps that once again echo down the hallway outside. His head swivels suddenly. That was the door to the house. We're in the clear, let's go. Oh, so the mom left again? The two of you spill out of the closet. Reese quickly and quietly starts pulling out drawers, scanning them for keys. You can't help but notice what Dr. Kelly left on the long steel table in the middle of the room. A sprig of small furry flutes. Castor beans. You've seen them elsewhere in town, but for the life of you, you can't remember where. Okay, chat, help me out on this, because that name sounds familiar. Where have we seen castor beans? It wasn't Sybil's house, was it? Like the plant that was poisoned? Was that where we've seen them? Or was it somewhere else? I hope it wasn't the poison thing. Might have to think about it more later and see if I can place where that was. What if the pills she feeds him are made from Sybil's beans? You know, I don't want you to be right, Tia, but I'm afraid that you might be. Because if the plant really is, like if the castor beans, if that really is the same plant, then yeah, it seems like she is poisoning him. Explore, flirt. Okay. I knew she was poisoning him. I called it baby. Yeah, you had a good intuition about that, Blue Ice Cube. You were exactly right. Dear Lord. Yeah, maybe she sort of just wants him to be dependent on her, and poisoning him is the only way she knows how to do so. Very sad, very dark, despicable, if that's what she's doing. I was having fun in there. Reese pauses his search, barely glancing back at you. But you still see pink blossom on his cheekbones. We could always spend more time together later, once we're done sneaking around. Well, that's cute, he likes us. If the doc hasn't kicked you out by then. See, chat, someone was saying earlier I have to get better at flirting, but I mean, come on, like, that was pretty smooth, right? Like, wasn't that a smooth, smooth line? If I do say so myself. He turns away, continuing to rifle through drawers, trying to hide the grin that spread across his face at the suggestion. See, like, he's head over heels for me now. Why did your mom get castor beans? Yes, found the keys. Oh, so that's how he's going to avoid answering. He holds up a small ring of keys with a strip of colored tape on the head. Axe, I think we missed unveiling the poisoning. Because he discovered the keys? Yeah, maybe we missed it. But, I mean, we asked him about it, and the game didn't really give us any other option for exploring that route. So I don't know, maybe this isn't the time that we're supposed to, like, confront that in the game. Oh, what's this about beans? Okay, maybe he does know. Oh, those weird little fruit things. Reese unlocks the cabinet and hands you the fire axe. Here's your axe. Oops, now we have two axes in the bottom right of the screen. And I don't know. I've never seen them before. I'm not allowed in the supply room. because she doesn't want him to discover that it's poison. It's probably some kind of medicinal plant, right? She took out a chemistry set too. Though, come to think of it, she's not supposed to make medicine. She's not a pharmacist. This room is just storage for orders she gets from a pharmacist over in Brevard. Why would she bring something like that in here? It is quite suspicious, isn't it? This plant is not medicinal. It makes one of the deadliest poisons known to man. Castor beans make rice and a deadly poison. She's poisoning you. This all but confirms it. I should... Yeah, these first two options are kind of the same pretty much, but... See, this plant is not medicinal. It makes one of the deadliest poisons known to man. But she's not using it for that, right? Why would she give people poison? Do you know what she gives you for your supposed illness? I don't think she's making it for everyone, just for you. I do want to let him draw his own conclusions, but maybe like asking him questions in kind of a Socratic spirit is what will help bring them out. Yeah, do you know what she gives you for your supposed illness? No, I don't. She's never explained it. I thought it was just too complicated for me to understand, so she didn't bother. Maybe she has some kind of information on it lying around here somewhere. That drawer over there is locked. If I were information on some mysterious alien-looking fruit, I'd probably be in a locked drawer, right? Good thing I already have the keys. He unlocks the drawer, pulling out a notebook. This is about me. Oh no, chap. Gonna find out the horrible truth. I was also thinking about the Socratic method, yes? Oh, okay. Naturally, so the two philosophers, yeah, we would think about the Socratic method at a time like this. There's stuff in here from when I was like 12. It's some kind of diary or medical history. Or both, I guess. His long nails. Ooh, you're right, Tia. He does have long nails. Makes him even more vampiric. I'm gonna be sick. Yeah, I know it's so awful what the mom is doing. What the hell is this? Something about another episode? I'm guessing she's referring to one of my rough nights. Oh, here we go. There's some illustrations. He glances to the strange plant on the countertop. It's those beans you mentioned. She uses them to make my medicine. That's poison, right? He jerks his head towards the door. Shit. That was the door from the house. We've got to run. You follow Reese's instruction, once again starting down the basement stairs, letting the pull of the stone carving guide you back to the morgue. Dr. Kelly's voice filters down from above. I was right. We did already have juice. It was just in the back of the fridge. But there's no harm in having extra. Whew. Okay, I thought she was going to discover their ruse upon learning that there's already juice in the fridge. The fact that it was already in the back was good. If Reese intentionally moved it there, that was a very good call to like hide the deception. I don't think he did intentionally move it there, but if he did, very nicely done. What are you doing in the clinic? I thought I told you to go rest. Oh, I'm just gonna chill in the morgue. I got my speakers, so if you hear some weird sounds, that's just my music. I'll be sure to put in earplugs to drown out all that industrial clanging you listen to. Okay, good, good. This is all working out. You know I'm not the biggest fan of you spending time down there. It can't be good for your mental health to hang out in a refrigerator for corpses. Do you at least have a blanket this time? Yeah, I'll be fine. It's just a change of scenery. My room feels too claustrophobic right now. Like a morgue isn't? Okay, I'll let you know when it's time for dinner. You don't have to do that. I'll grab something from my room later. Sure, whatever you're able to do. You hear the door close, and the sound of Reese descending the stairs to join you in the fluorescent lit room below. That was actually a surprisingly well worked out excuse. Yeah, the music excuse, yeah, works every time. Hey. Wall now, yes? Wall, what is with these Tarzan responses? It's like the seal is having such an effect on my mind that it's making me forget how to speak. Listen to music that sounds like a wall being broken down. I could see it for a guy like Reese. I should warn you, yeah, something spooky might happen when we break down that wall. Reese smiles. Good. I feel like I've been missing out lately. In addition to his monstrous qualities, I kind of believe now she's not poisoning him out of pure desperation to keep him close. It feels like something is wrong with him in the connections with Sybil. Oh, huh. She's not pointing out pure desperation, just something's wrong with him in the connections with Sybil. Makes it feel like actual medicine, even if it's harmful to humans. Oh, like maybe the supernatural forces have kind of gotten a hold of him, and this medicine that's normally poison, like it's the only way to keep them at bay. That would be an interesting twist. Maybe it's kind of like chemotherapy in a way, in that, like, it's harmful, but it's, you know, one of the only ways to sort of root out the cancer. Maybe it's a similar relationship here. Okay, stop asking questions. It's time to see what's left on the other side of that wall. I will say, yeah, I never felt like there was a reason to believe she had malicious intentions. Yeah, it could be. Maybe that was... I think the only thing that made it seem like that is, like, how mean she was. Just like a mean person, at least to other people, but she's nice to him when it's just the two of them around, it seems. But in any case, let's do this. I'd like to do the honors, if you don't mind. I've got some confused and angry feelings I'd like to express. Okay, go ahead, Reese. You've earned this. Reese takes the axe from you and approaches the wall. Sounds plausible. Explain why Sybil is growing the stuff too to help others. Oh, true. Very true. Reese manages to cut through the wall with very little effort, unexpected from someone with his frame and condition. But you know his stringy muscles are backed by mounting fury at what's been done to him. That goes a long way. He staggers back from the massive hole in the wall and admires his work. Yeah, it's a pretty decent hole. Holy shit. The splintered edge frames a dark passage, seemingly cut deep into the side of the cliff, cold seeping from a forgotten place into the already frigid morgue. Reese coughs as he takes a better look at what lies beyond the wound in the wall. There's a whole hallway back there. Thick, stale air leaks from the hole, filling the morgue with an earthy mildew smell, like the room is slowly filling with dirt. And with the stink of the grave-like room beyond comes an even stronger compulsion. You step forward, and you climb into the hole. This is wild. I had no idea any of this was here. An entire hospital wing rotting away for decades behind some flimsy drywall. Ooh, dirt theme brought up again, yeah. Yeah, man, Reese had anger to take out. That he did. You gotta feel for this guy. But yeah, the earthy smell and the dirt's coming up again. So a whole wing of the hospital is behind here. Why is this place hidden away? Someone doesn't want us to find these carvings. I'll probably pass out. Yeah, don't worry about me, I'll be fine. I'll say someone doesn't want us to find these carvings. I wonder if it's whoever put them there, or if it's someone else. Whatever their reason, they went to a lot of effort to hide this one. I wonder if even the doc knows about this wing. You step forward into the unknown. You don't bother to retrieve the axe. The final wall concealing the carving is rotten, water damage having eaten away at the wood over the course of unknowable years. the planks nearly reduced to sawdust. You tear into it. Though there it is. Enoch, I thought you weren't going to come. I was worried you'd leave me here forever. They said there's nothing they can do. I'll never use my legs again. Ooh, is this the brother from the collapse? Or... Enoch, what am I going to do? Calm down, Teddy. Those doctors don't know what they're talking about. I've been doing my own research, and I found us an alternative. We won't have to worry about anything from here on out, I promise. Oh. So he made a dark deal with something supernatural. I went to talk with the witch. A witch? But that's nonsense. It's all right. It's all sorted. We're taking you home today, and everything will be resolved by this time next week. That's right, Doctor. At this point, I think it's safe to say his body was never recovered. Oh. So that he lied. This is part of the cover-up. Whoever it was who claimed to be Theodore, it wasn't him. Wasn't even paralyzed, as it turns out. Just some grifter trying to take advantage of the tragedy. Everything goes black. Your vision swims back into focus, and it takes a solid second or two to reorient yourself. You're in an unfamiliar bed. Reese leans against the far wall, eyeing you with concern and curiosity. Hey, I was worried you'd slipped into a coma or something. So is this connected to the forbidden door upstairs? Or, you know, I was wondering that too, because, like, the forbidden door, I thought it was upstairs, but it seems like we went kind of down to the morgue. So I don't really know what the connection is between the two of those. So Theodore lived? It looks like it. You tore down a wall like a wild animal, found some weird carving and collapsed. I think you might have had some kind of seizure. Are you okay? Let's see, how did I get here? Man, I guess he had to carry us. Yeah, does Dr. Kelly know I'm here? No, I snuck you back into the house while she was busy in the medical storage room. Imagine him dragging you here while sneaking around his mom. I mean, this is apparently what he did. Like, nicely done. That could not have been an easy feat. Figured you wouldn't want to come to the morgue. Come to in the morgue. Yeah, oh, yeah, good one, thank you. That was very considerate of you. Didn't call an ambulance. I'm glad he didn't. He made the right call there. I had a vision. Like a hallucination? I have those sometimes too. Used to have them a lot as a teen. Always just weird little things, like my hands would look wrong, or my neck would seem too long, or the room would feel smaller. Ooh, so he maybe has a similar kind of sensitivity that we have. At least one of those death records is murky. I don't think Teddy died in the mine collapse. My family has secrets. Yeah, I think that's one that wouldn't have occurred if I didn't read those documents. I think those visions are things that actually happened. Suspicious. Yeah, all these other ones are more vague. Just give me seizures and hallucinations. Yeah, the only one to go with here is at least one of those death records is murky. I don't think Teddy died in the mine collapse. My family has secrets. It's a weird thing to cover up, but that's not too surprising. An old family like that usually has at least a few secrets, but hopefully that's all ancient history. It's not like it's easy to cover up deaths these days, right? I'm trying to figure out the implications of Teddy surviving. Me too. I can't say I fully understand them yet, but I guess we'll find out more as the game progresses. So you probably get going. Stella's still missing. Just 5, stop yelling at me. So what now? Got nothing so far, but I feel uneasy. Yeah, me too. A little bit. I think Dr. Kelly should look me over. No, that would be the worst thing right now. Yeah, I probably should get going. Stella's still missing. The stone here finally stopped yelling at me. That might be a little tricky. The dock is on the warpath up there. Wait, what do you mean? I refused to take my medicine, and she's not happy about it. Ooh. I'm sure you can understand why. There was no way I was going to take anything she gave me. She's been poisoning me for years. I've been thinking about what you said at dinner last night, and I don't see any other possibility. It's only been a day since I stopped taking my pills, and I feel great. I went ahead and blocked my door, so she can't get down here. Now we just have to wait her out. Wow. Okay, this is getting really intense. Yeah, I'll just say this. I don't get why your mom would poison you, though. What are his thoughts on this? I don't know. But it's all in here. She never outright says that's what she's doing. In the recipe she came up with to deal with my flare-ups, whatever she thinks those are, involves that weird plant that was on the counter. Those castor beans. You were right. Ricin poisoning matches up with quite a few of my symptoms. Because my last theory was right, things are going to go bad in future ups. Yeah, like if that was keeping like demonic forces at bay, then yeah, he's going to be like taken over by the demonic forces. The thing I can't figure out is whether she's been trying to kill me slowly, or if she just likes keeping me sick enough to be dependent on her. Either way, I don't think I ever had an illness. I think the illness was me growing up and becoming less easy to control. She sure found a cure for that. Ricin is really bad. How are you not dead? Maybe it was a small enough dose then. But I do know Ricin is supposed to be really bad. So yeah, how are you not dead? I don't know. Maybe it's low enough doses, or maybe I developed a tolerance. But I think the fact that I feel more and more alive by the minute is enough proof that she was keeping me sick. I don't even need solid evidence. I think one thing we can say, though, is... yeah, he's developing super strength. What's next? Suddenly gain strength to carry a whole-ass person. I think even if the mother was in fact doing this for his own good, like for everyone's own good, then I think she should at least have let him know. Should at least have been forthcoming with him about... Because then she could have avoided this whole sense of betrayal upon him discovering the truth. Maybe going to the cops. Yeah, we should get out of this basement soon. Need to get you out of here. Yeah, who knows what she'll do when she finds out what you know. Where would we go? The only person I know who has a car is Kanika, and she's not answering her phone. I don't know anyone else. I don't have any other family to go to. I never even finished high school. When I get out of this house, I don't know how I can make sure I don't wind up right back down here. You can stay with me if you want. We can figure it out together. Just waiting your mom and getting out of here. It's hard to let him know, to be honest. I think there might be a lot of doubt and self-image issues to come. Yeah. I'll just tell him, yeah, like, you can stay with me if you want. I should warn you, I do live in some guy's shed, so quarters are tight. A shed? Not exactly what I pictured for somebody living in the big city, but still sounds a lot better than here. Tight quarters and all. He smiles, his eyes distant as he imagines the possibility of such a life. Undoubtedly for the first time. I'm gonna drink some water, chat. That's a hydration check. Don't forget to drink. Want to stay hydrated. Oh, okay, that's better. Inclined to agree, especially when he became an adult, but she seems like the type of parent to infantilize her child. That she does. Thanks, Axaeon. You have no idea how much this offer means to me. But I guess we've still got to pass some time before we get out of here. Distraction seems like a good idea. As you can probably tell, I'm getting a little jittery. Maybe it's the lack of poison in my system for the first time in years, or the fact that my whole perception of reality has been turned on its head. Probably a combo. This would be so wholesome if not for the fear that he'll quickly morph into a monster. Yeah. If he does morph into a monster, I like to think maybe my character could handle him, but probably not. I might just have to run away. It would obviously take more than a day for ricin poisoning to be out of his system. Ooh, maybe that's a clue, chat. Clue that it wasn't just him being poisoned. The medicine was to keep the monsters at bay. It doesn't feel awful, to be honest. You could always draw me. This is just the most random flirting line ever. What if you're... Oh, well, I guess he is an artist, so maybe it's not super random. I believe you all may be showing of Shino Chai, Death Blood. Whatever is you. Kill next time, perhaps I help you more my anti-anxiety. Chill with whatever, just go with the flow. Kind of like this one. You could always draw me. You're sure you're okay with sitting for a portrait? I'd love to draw you. There's a quality to drawing that's almost like catching memories, as sappy as that probably sounds. But this can be a sort of snapshot of the night my life turned around. What if we actually fucked him over by telling about the poison? Yeah, that would be... I'm sensing that we probably did. The kind of dark twist. We were trying to help him, but alas, we ended up doing the opposite. I think the option is offering to be a nude model. Oh, I see. Yeah, probably so. He's gonna morb? Oh no. If he morbs all over us, then it'll be over. It's definitely a memory worth holding on to. I'll get you a chair. Excitedly hurries across the room, pulling out a couple of chairs. You can see the difference in his energy now that he hasn't had his daily dose of poison. He's more talkative, less slouched. His long limbs no longer perpetually tucked in at his sides. May I touch your face? Axe is going on in on Reese, literally. Yeah. Yeah, I mean, I usually my policy in games like this is to just like try to go all in on like pretty much anyone. Over like everyone who crosses my path. Unless I don't like the character for whatever reason. But I like Reese. I think he's a good guy. Sure, please do waggle your eyebrows suggestively. Ooh. So you can have to ask permission. Or I could rebuff him. Please do waggle your eyebrows suggestively. Places a gentle hand on your jaw, tilting your head slightly to the side. His hands are warm now. The corpse-like coldness is gone, replaced by a lively heat that stays on your cheek even once he pulls his hand away. Perfect. He pauses for a moment, his eyes locking with yours, a palpable tension filling the room. Let him start drawing. Ooh, take his hand in yours. Yeah, let's do this one. You reach up and gently take his hand in yours. I could say, never mind. Ooh, I could lean in to kiss him. Or I could stare meaningfully into his eyes. I like how bold this one is. I would say, maybe you could study my face more closely. Lean in to kiss him. Or is this going too far? Is he going to... You know what? Save. Maybe you could study my face more closely. Reese stands stock still as you lean towards him, a slight nervous tremor in his shoulders. His cheeks flush red with more liveliness than you thought his sickly pallor could muster. You could see the disbelief in his eyes, the anticipation. He reaches back up to you, his fingertips resting lightly on your cheek, trembling against you. He leans forward. There's a knock on the window. Oh, are the ditchlings gonna mess up this moment for us? Please tell me the ditchlings aren't gonna ruin this. Oh no, even potentially worse. Or potentially better, maybe he's looking out for me. Axaeon, don't get any closer to that thing. It's time to go home. That voice. I know that voice. Is that who's been following you around? Without another word, Wayne starts pounding on the window. Good luck, freak. That glass is shatterproof. Enemies upstairs, enemies outside. We're surrounded. Even if I get out of this house, I won't be safe. You won't be safe. Oh no. The block just gets thicker and thicker, chat. Back blocked by ditchlings. The worst possible fate. Holy heart, my heart. Yeah, Wayne knows something important. I think he's going to tell us the truth about Reese's condition. What do you mean? Yeah, Wayne he hasn't hurt anyone. Why did he call you that thing? I mean, Reese probably isn't going to know, because I don't think he knows the truth of his condition. I'll just say, maybe it's okay. Maybe we can all get out of this without violence. So what do you mean? Wayne isn't going to hurt you. Like, he hasn't hurt anyone, at least not yet. Yes, he will. He's furious with me. Can't you hear it? But I'm not weak anymore. I can fight back. I don't have to cower in fear from the people who want to hurt me. I can protect both of us, Axaeon. The window shatters. As much as I also like Reese, I think he's getting unstable. Yeah, I'm getting that vibe too, Tia. As Reese tears at his clothes, paint bubbles up from the canvases, his ghoulish figures peeling themselves out of their two-dimensional worlds, invading yours, crawling up the walls. Oh no. Are the monsters from his paintings going to come to life? Grab my hand. I'll pull you out. He's turning, chat. He's turning. Leave us alone. In a surge of violence, the change that has been brewing inside Reese finally comes. As it manifests, the broken basement window is sealed off, and Wayne along with it. Run for the stairs, or stay where you are. Oh my god, this is my soul leaving my body. Yeah, me too. He looks so sinister. Oh, it's Morbin time, yes. Tifa Ninja, yeah, we got your wish of seeing him morb. Yeah, like, I mean, I don't want to stay where I am, but like if I run for the stairs, isn't that in the opposite direction of where Wayne is? But maybe I can get away from him. Safety save. Yeah, no, that is a good call, Blue Ice Cubes. Stay where you are. I like to think, you know what, chat, what I hope is possible? I hope there's some way we can still help Reese in the end to, like, overcome this condition. But for right now, we have to get away from him because it seems like he's dangerous. Even though, like, to be fair, he hasn't... Like he looks really creepy, but I don't know if he's shown, like, any... I don't think he's shown any malice to us in particular. But, like, we don't know what we're dealing with here. Like, we don't know if that's going to change any second. So, I'll run for the stairs. You've seen enough to know you need to leave. You run up the stairs. The door is blocked by a chair. And then it's blocked by something else, too. Oh, no. That does not look good. Try and tear through them, or run back downstairs. If I try and tear through... I don't think tearing through them is going to work. If I run downstairs, at least Wayne is kind of close there. So I'm going to run back downstairs. You run back to the basement. The remainder of Reese's paintings await their artist's command. Oh no. It's okay. Stay right there. I can take care of this. Then she won't be able to hurt anyone anymore. I'll be right back. Maybe it was a mistake to ask him to draw as opposed to being in a more open space, even the doc's clinic. Probably so to you. Seems like ask him to draw, maybe like brought out the dark energy. It was like speed running the dark energy formation in him. Reese storms up. Oh, is he gonna kill? Is he gonna kill Dr. Kelly? I hope not. Reese storms up the stairs, leaving you with his creations. So I could call Tabitha for try and warn Dr. Kelly. First of all, Reese, see how things play out. Try and leave. Wait for Reese. You know, I think I should try and warn Dr. Kelly. Maybe she'll at least be able to get out of there with her life. You make way to the door that beckoned to you yesterday. All intrigue now washed away. You know where it leads, and you know what secrets that stone that lurked in the forgotten basement of the clinic had to share with you. I meant because the drawing takes place in the basement. Oh, right. Yeah, true. Yeah, he could be the master ditchling or maybe another creature altogether. Like, he's definitely tied in some significant way to the ditchlings. Now the clinic holds a new horror. Somewhere beyond the narrow hallway leading from the house proper into the doctor's office, there was a monster, preparing to do something unthinkable. Open the door. You grasped the handle and turned. Doc! Oh no. What? Where? Now's not the time. Don't. Okay. Yes, I will follow her commands exactly, Doug. You do as she says, ducking out of the way. She shoots. The gun isn't very loud. There's only a pop as the projectile leaves the barrel, whizzing through the air. This is just like Slay the Princess stuck in the basement with an eldritch being. It is. I hadn't thought of it that way, but you're right, Tia. Ooh, maybe it's a dart with the poison / medicine. You turn to see a dart embedded in Reese's chest. He pulls the tranquilizer dart out from between his ribs, heaving heavy breaths as the drug courses through his system. You're going to have to try harder than that, No! How did you... Oh, it's Wayne. As if you could hope to stop me, you pathetic waste of flesh. Before Wayne takes another step down the stairs, paint flows out between cracks in the wood. Reese's panic pulling in a mob of furious creatures to hold his enemy in place. So they're natural rivals, Wayne and Reese. The artist darts away, but his creations continue their work in his absence. Dr. Kelly makes her escape down the hallway as Wayne is overcome, glued in place at the top of the stairs by stiffening globs of paint. Run after Dr. Kelly, or run to a nearby room. I mean, if there were an option to help Wayne, I would. Run after Dr. Kelly. I mean, I think Dr. Kelly's probably okay. Maybe I'll run to a nearby room because that at least leaves us closer to Wayne, and maybe we can find, like, if we save again. Okay, good call. I think this is a good time to save again. Maybe we can find the axe and use that to help Wayne. Run to a nearby room. You rush out of the main entryway, taking cover in the first room you see. Wayne has super strength. Oh, okay, yeah, maybe he's okay then. A few seconds pass. Things are quiet. Hey. Dr. Kelly's voice crackles out of some unseen speaker. You, Axaeon. I'm stuck in the safe room. I can't help you from here, but you can help the both of us. Okay. What the hell is your son? No, now we just need to focus on survival now. Explanations will come later. I'm not helping you. You're poisoning him. You deserve to pay the price. I guess if someone were particularly thick-skulled, they might pick this option. What, so you keep poisoning him forever? Okay, I guess remain silent is the best option here. Remain silent. You're in the medical storage room, right? I need you to use the black taped key to get into the cabinet and bring me the elephant tranquilizers. bottle labeled carfentanil. Bear tranquilizers clearly aren't going to cut it anymore. Gee, oh, there he is. Oh no. An intercom system, huh, Doc? Good. You should hear this. Axaeon, you don't have to do anything she says. I'm not gonna hurt anybody else, just her. If I don't, you and I both know she's just going to shoot me full of elephant tranquilizers. Did I hear that right? And shove me back down in that basement, or maybe someplace even worse, and keep killing me every day for the rest of my miserable existence. Oh, jeez, he's getting even worse. He's becoming even more monstrous. I feel amazing right now. Better than I've ever felt in my life. I'm not dangerous. She's just scared because she knows she has to finally pay for what she's taken from me. He has a point, dog. I'm not going to let you kill someone. Yeah, I don't want him to kill her. Can't you two just get along? I'm on Reese's side. Sorry, Dr. Kelly. Ooh, Wayne, help me. Remain silent. Wayne's son, Tusky thing. Yeah. It would be nice if Wayne could help us here. But I also want to say, oh geez, he looks so creepy in the corner. Okay. I'm not going to let you kill someone, Reese. Yep, can't do it. Someone who's severely chronically ill. Well, save. Okay, I did just save a little while ago. I feel like I could, if I need to go back, I will use the safety save I made just a moment ago. Someone who's severely chronically ill. I'm 100% with Reese here. Oh, sorry to hear about the chronic illness. Tax evasion. From the Wayne threat to the task. It's like a roller coaster of emotions every time Wayne shows up in this game. Yeah, I mean, to be fair, like with your comment too, tax evasion, I understand, I think, why Reese is upset. Like, I think Dr. Kelly definitely should have been honest with him about what she was doing. But, like, killing her is just going a little too far, I think. Like, they should sit and talk this out. Who was threatening Wayne? Well, a second ago we saw the creatures from the walls trying to sort of take him down, but I don't know if that's what you were referring to, Tia, or maybe like a different threat. I'm not going to, yeah, I'm not going to let you kill someone, Reese. Why not? She wasn't afraid I might die. Does she know those tranquilizers aren't going to kill me? Does she care? Trust me, Reese, I've always been careful with your medication. I want you to live. I love you. Tell yourself whatever lies you have to, Mom. If you want a good relationship, wanted a good relationship, you had your chance. And you decided to convince me I was dying instead of just letting me exist. Don't try to spin it like some kind of crime of passion now that the consequences are staring you in the face. There's Wayne. Behind. Is Wayne gonna take him out? Enough. Reese cries out in pain. Ah, what the hell did you do to my shoulder? I'll handle it. Try to get somewhere safe until then. The two stagger off down the hallway. But also, what is up with his constitution sheet? Yeah, so it does seem to have a pretty strong constitution. I think Wayne's upset is coming at least 50% from his curse, though. Oh, yeah, it could be. Maybe the curse like gives him extra anger. Like it channels the darkness through him. Or if he's even human. Yeah, I don't know. If maybe like half human. I assume the ditchlings got to him when he was young or something. Yeah, that could be it too. Maybe they altered him. Summon from Wayne being a potential threat to the Savior. Yeah, that is definitely the character progression that Wayne seems to be having now. It's like the showdown of all time. Wayne just realized Bruce Wayne. Ooh, nice connection there. Dr. Kelly. Oh, quick, grab the tranquilizers and head to the safe room. Okay, we'll grab the tranquilizers. You do as she says. The tranquilizers are easy to find, marked with a small square of black tape to match the key. She's certainly an organized woman. Okay, head for the safe room. You make your way out of the medical storage room and back to the hallway where Dr. Kelly disappeared. As you approach, Dr. Kelly heaves open the door, slowly breaking apart the mass of paint sealing it shut. This is the forbidden door, the secret one. Hurry! I don't think I could keep it open for long. You slip past her into the safe room. She shuts the door quickly, though one of the little smears manages to slip past her. Yep, stomp on it. She stomps on it. Painted viscera splatters across the cement floor. It sounds like Reese and your friend are still fighting. We probably have a few minutes before he gets here. Let's talk, Reese. What's the game plan? Both short and long term, right? Any other secrets you're keeping? Yeah, let's talk, Reese. Yeah, I bet you have some questions. Go ahead. I have nothing left to hide. Yeah, when did you find out? A little after he hit puberty. Sounds like he had a rougher puberty than most. He had all the usual changes, then a few extra. Thickened nails, sharp teeth, elfish ears. Figured he might have some kind of genetic disorder. Had him checked out at a few specialists. But there was nothing obviously wrong with him. Then we had an argument, and he changed right in front of me. It was nothing like what he is now. Just a couple inches and some facial abnormalities. Enough to be normal. Enough to be noticeable. I was scared. He could see that, and he stopped. I thought it was a one-off, or maybe a hallucination. But the second time, it wasn't as subtle, and it didn't go away as easy. That's when I knew for sure that this was something beyond my realm of expertise. Maybe he's a changeling. It's classic. Well, oh, maybe. Could be a changeling, yeah. How did you not know what he was? I've been medicating him since he was 12. We've only had 3 incidents like this before, maybe 4, depending on what counts. This is the worst one by far. He doesn't seem to understand at first that he looks different, and I just make sure to stay on top of his dosages, so he rarely ever does. But I've been preparing for this inevitability. He's an adult now. There's only so much I can do to control him. Original Reese says a child was taken, replaced by the changeling child, unaware of what he... Ooh. If that's the case, it makes me wonder what happened to the original Reese. How did you settle on Ryson? Dr. Kelly gives you a long, hard look. I don't want to talk about that woman. But screw it. I might die tonight. Sure, I'll tell you. It was... And that's all I have to say about it. What happened? That's all I have to say about it. Did she, like, erase our memories just now? Is that... The game just skipped that dialogue. Yeah, that wasn't any button that I pushed. And it's not even represented in the log of the game. So I guess maybe the game doesn't want us to know the truth on that one. I feel like stuff like this would be so easy to live with if everyone knew. It's a small town in the middle of nowhere, and Reese seems somewhat reasonable. I agree 100%, Place Cubes. I feel like, yeah, Reese was reasonable enough to have told the truth about this. Does it seem to be the case based on the game's lore? Oh, like Reese being taken as a child, being a changeling. Usually the original child get nommed by the Fae. Yeah, I mean, if I had to guess, I'd say it's still been the same Reese the whole time. But the changeling is an interesting possibility to keep in mind. Yeah, what is he? First I thought he was some kind of werewolf. But if he doesn't follow any kind of full moon rules or anything. Silver doesn't do shit to him. And you've seen what he looks like. It's just weird. And was his dad... Yeah, maybe is the dad, like, in the picture at all? I almost wish I could examine him while he's fully transformed. I'd be fascinated to know what happens to him, or how his body does it. But he seems pretty hell-bent on ripping my throat out, so I guess that'll just have to remain a mystery. Yeah, was his dad similar? Strange little smile creeps onto Dr. Kelly's face. I wish I knew. Reese just kind of happened. I wasn't seeing anyone. I just woke up pregnant one day. I knew how impossible that sounds. I'm a doctor, for Christ's sake. So maybe she was like cursed by someone to give birth to this child? And the child was in her not by any natural means, but like supernaturally she was made pregnant with this child? I kept having these weird dreams, almost like sleep paralysis episodes. Romantic sleep paralysis episodes. They're actually kind of sweet, but they were just dreams. Well, we know that the ditchlings plant their eggs. Could he be the result of one of the ditchlings? Like one of the ditchlings got to her, and that's how she became pregnant with him? But then, all of a sudden, my period stopped. I got morning sickness, and roughly 9 months later, Reese. Wow, wholly revealed true. I think I know what she's going to say to this, but I'll just say, yeah, why did you start poisoning him? Dr. Kelly sighs. Can we stop calling it poison? Yes, it's poison, but the act of me giving him poison was not me poisoning him. I was medicating his illness. That's a fair point she's raising. It started when he was around 15. I'd been giving him increasingly high doses of Klonopin. Klonopin? Sorry, I'm not sure how to pronounce that. But his body kept adapting and his symptoms would come back, especially if we ever fought. Ditchling human. Yeah, I think maybe he is a ditchling human hybrid. She got incubated, yeah. This lore drop is insane. I'm processing it like a fax machine. This is like definitely one of the most significant lore drops. Probably the most significant lore drop in the game so far. I couldn't keep ordering all those drugs. It was already suspicious, and I could risk losing my license, especially if anyone ever found out what I was using them for. Someone approached me with a solution. I took it, and I've been dealing with the emotional and mental consequences of that decision ever since. The relationship between you seems so difficult. Yeah, you could say that. He was such a cute kid. When I found out I was pregnant, I was terrified. I didn't know if I'd be ready. But he made me love being a mom. It's not like I was going to be sunshine and roses forever. No matter what, kids grow up and they change, sometimes for the worst. This is part of being a mom too. Doing what you can to make sure the child you brought into the world isn't going to go around eating people. Nice, well said, well said. Yeah, how do you know he's dangerous? I mean, apart from the fact that he like threatened to kill you and has huge claws and everything, and a giant terrifying jaw. Well, he wants to murder me, so that's clue number one. Yes, yes, very rational. It's not like he's usually a violent kid. He's mostly just sad. But every now and then we butt heads, and that's usually when this side of him comes out. Imagine if this happens anytime he gets frustrated with anyone. Imagine he gets road rage one day, turns into a 12-foot tall monster with a million teeth, and rips somebody apart in the middle of a major metropolitan area. Yeah, I can guarantee you that's the last time anyone would mess with him. Like in his future outings on the road, people are just gonna give him the right of way every time. If that happens. Yeah, he's dangerous. Menace to society, you are the biggest threat to him. Well, I don't know if that's fair to say. Why not just kill him? He's her son. What you're doing is difficult, but it's necessary. I can fix him. It's not an unjust assumption if he's homicidal. Yeah, it does seem like he's homicidal. This makes so much sense when thinking about her keeping people away from him or constantly trying to please them. Ooh, yes. Indeed, that is a good connection, good observation. The situation reads to me as kind of metaphor for neurodivergence, with Kelly making the decision to medicate him against his will, because she assumes that his differences make him wrong/deviant. Yeah, it's an intriguing note, Tax Evasion. I hadn't thought of it as a metaphor for neurodivergence. But it does seem like... I'm still not sure like why Dr. Kelly didn't just... why she wasn't just open with him, you know, about his condition and why he needed... I think if she were, a lot of the future conflict could have been solved. I mean, to be fair, I'd be pretty homicidal on the assumption I've identified someone has been poisoning me my whole life. Yeah, I suppose so. Although I think the second, like if I looked in the mirror or looked down at my body and saw like I had morphed into some kind of monster, I like to think I would then realize like, oh, that's why they've been giving me this poison to, you know, keep this condition at bay. But maybe Reese doesn't realize that yet. This situation, Bob the Builder. Oh yeah, can we fix it? No, it's fucked. Yeah, I don't think we can fix it. It is a funny option. But I think this is probably the most thoughtful choice here. I don't think it might be a self-fulfilling prophecy. Oh, don't preach to me. Is he a sweet kid most of the time? Absolutely. And Ted Bundy was sweet to the people he picked up on the side of the road. Didn't mean he didn't go ahead and slaughter them anyway. I know what my son is capable of, so it's my job to make sure he doesn't hurt anybody. I can see the we can fix it option is really popular in the chat for some reason. I don't think I'd actually do it, but I'd be having fairly homicidal thoughts. But I can understand losing calm in that situation. True, true. Okay, I'll leave it at that. Yeah, what is this? This is just like a general safe room? Old extra room, lead walls. After I realized this whole situation was a possibility, I had the door reinforced with special remote-controlled locks. Glad it could finally come in handy. Yeah, what is the game plan, both short and long term? Well, I pump him full of elephant tranquilizers, then I lock him in here. Then I somehow convince him to see things from my perspective. Oh, okay. It's a bold plan, but might work. You know, I can't really think of a better alternative at this point. Then we all live happily ever after. Has that worked before? May I just find a way out and kills you? So you're just going to lock him away again. It's just going to make him feel trapped. I see no flaws with this plan. Yeah, and if you can't, yeah, what do you do then? Doesn't really change much. Whether he's a willing captive or an unwilling captive, doesn't matter. He's either under my constant supervision or he's dead. That's just how this has to go. I feel like looking at your body saying that's why they were doing it, such a philosopher thing. Yeah. Maybe Reese needs to be more of a philosopher to help us get out of this. If I found out someone thought it was better to keep me chronically ill and miserable for years than to just let me exist as I am, I would be doing much the same thing. Well, that is a powerful way of putting it, Tax Evasion. I suppose it really does all depend on, like, when he morphs into his monster form, is he capable... Like, does he become just violent in general? Or, like, is he capable of being in that form and maybe, like, physically very intimidating and very, you know, hideous, but, like, still, like, not going on rampages and trying to hurt people? I guess I see that as the key that makes... Because if he is capable of just, like, acting normally, even when he looks very abnormal, then, yeah, I think then it would be wrong to use the poison to, you know, keep that condition at bay. So I'd certainly agree with that. Honestly, you probably should be more proactive rather than waiting for things to explode like this. I agree with that, TP Ninja, and I think the best way for her to be proactive would be just to have come clean to him about it, you know? Like, talk to him about it. Seems capable of being reasonable in that form. He didn't want to hurt you. Yeah, exactly. Say, any other secrets you're keeping? You have it all. You have no idea how relieved I am to finally say all this shit out loud. Oh, glad we could help. I guess all we can do is sit in silence and wait for Reese. Wait for her son to make his way to you. The sound of distant breaking glass cuts through the silence of the clinic outside the safe room. Shit, this might be game time. Get those tranks ready. We have to get this door open before he crosses the hallway. Dr. Kelly opens the door. The two of you stare out into the hallway. All right, let's do it, chat. Oh no, he looks even worse than last time. Jeez, that is terrifying. Is this what you were so afraid of? Hand over the tranquilizers. This is our shot. Chat, I can choose to give her or not give her the tranquilizer. That's so fascinating. I wonder what happens if we don't give them to her. But I know what I am going to do is save, because I know this is going to be an important choice. Like, potentially like a game-defining choice right here. Wait, but what if this is a Slay the Princess situation, where if you inform the Eldritch being they are one, it becomes a self-fulfilling prophecy? Yeah, it might be. That would be like the Slay the Princess situation. I mean, I'm inclined to think that giving the tranquilizer is the best option, because like once he's in there tranquilized, even if he's like really pissed off at first, maybe we would what's the right word? Maybe we could convince him in the end, you know, that all of his treatment was necessary. And once he knows the truth, like maybe they can work together and be more proactive about it from then on. Whereas I feel like if I don't give her the tranquilizer darts, like he's just going to outright kill her. And then like that's not good. I feel like, you know, she doesn't deserve to die. I'd risk it and not give her since you saved. Ooh. So like just to see what happens, in other words. Counterpoint. We're both now dead if the trank doesn't work. Yeah. No, I mean, I'm curious to see both possibilities too. Although I feel like... I'm not sure if it would be better to just like watch both of them on YouTube later. Because if I don't give her the tranquilizer darts, then like he's probably going to kill her immediately, and then unless Wayne comes and like... Actually, by the way, that's a good question. What happened to Wayne? Did he kill Wayne? I hope not. But I think, yeah, what I should do, I think, is give her the tranquilizer darts. Though I might come back later and like if I'm curious and see like what would happen under the alternative. I think it's cheating to save come on first playthrough. Oh. I wouldn't want to cheat on the first playthrough. That would be going against the ideals of justice, would it not? All right, first playthrough. Yeah, I guess I have mixed feelings about that. Like I've saved scum in certain games before, though they weren't really visual novels. I guess with visual novels, maybe save scumming is a little more serious than in other types of games. Maybe we take Curious Peak since we saved, don't give them to her. All right, first playthrough. Just play through and hand the darts. I don't think him trying to kill Dr. Kelly is unreasonable, TBH. That's an interesting opinion, Tax Evasion. I see you strongly take his side in this. Like you're very sympathetic to him. But yeah, in light of all the considerations brought forth here, I think probably the best call is, yeah, give her the tranquilizer darts. Maybe sometime later I'll come back and see what the other, if I don't give them to her. I think leave the save there and complete the floor through chapter 5, then come back to explore alternatives. Yeah, I agree. That's probably best. Ooh, really wish this was a timed event to get blood pumping. That would be so intense if they gave you a timer on this. Saves scummed in Baldur's Gate 3 because they locked up the good build gear behind really weird story choices. Yeah, no, I save scummed in Baldur's Gate 3 as well. So I can understand that choice, TP Ninja. So I'm going to give them to her, chat. Here we go. You hand Dr. Kelly the tranquilizer darts. Dr. Kelly quickly loads them into her gun, leveling the barrel at her son. She got him. Direct hit. Ooh, now he's back into his old form. Axaeon, I thought we were in this together. Thank God. Dr. Kelly sighs heavily, staring down at the warped figure of her son. I can drag him to the safe room on my own. I'll meet you at the front when I'm done. Leave her to it. You return to the entrance of the clinic. Everything is quiet now, only streaks of paint where Reese's minions had once roiled out of cracks in the wood. I guess tranquilizing him also kept his monsters at bay. Yeah, it sent the monsters back to the paintings, I suppose. I hope you understand that this needs to stay between us. I don't care how much you feel like you need to share what just happened with other people. The more people know about this, the more trouble it is for me and for him. I don't need any more well-intentioned escape plans. Don't worry, we'll just tell Stella and she'll make like a YouTube video about it. And like it'll go viral on her channel. But that's all we'll do. Like no, nothing more than that. And with that, the Reese route has closed. Oh, good point. What a way to fumble a romance interest. I did not even think about that. Time to scrub the... Yeah, the walls are gonna... They've taken quite a beating in this chapter. I think is being a time choice would unfairly privilege the pro-Kelly choice over the pro-Reese one from a game design perspective. Yeah, I guess that's a fair point. Because then, in that moment, players are primed to think about like the danger to themselves and so on, and the danger to Dr. Kelly. But yeah, I feel where you're coming from there, TP Ninja. I didn't even want to do the choice, I just wanted the gear. Yeah, when there's gear, there's an extra motivation for saves coming. I'm actually worried about Wayne. Want to pick his brain too about what's up. Yeah, I really hope we're going to be able to find out what happened to him. Because I hope he didn't die in that interaction. Because I feel like we haven't gotten to see enough of him yet. Can I come visit him? Do you think he'll let any of his friends after this? Yeah, I'll ask, can I come visit him? As long as you don't bring anyone else along, yes, that would probably be good for him. I can't promise he'll want to see you, or that he won't have some harsh words if he does. But I don't want him to be entirely isolated. Ooh, chat. Maybe Reese romance option has not closed. Maybe there's still a chance I can save it. This might be salvageable after all. Something about this ending feels so worrying. Reese is locked up again and feels betrayed, not to mention you won't be able to talk to him while he's locked up to explain. Well, maybe the mom, Dr. Kelly, will let me talk to him while he's locked up. You know, depending on how long he's locked up. I might be able to come back there. Oh, sort of made with the desire that players should never feel the need to save scum, because even a bad outcome isn't a worse story / experience. Okay. Yeah, that's a good point, tax evasion. With a game like this, I think the best way to engage with it is just to, like, you know, go in and, like, just see what happens. And if it's not what you expected, then just kind of take the story as it comes. Do you think you'll let any of his friends in on this? She heaves a sigh. I'll have to think about it. We'd run the risk of one of them trying to break him out. But if he's stuck in a windowless room with no internet and no friends, that's a one-way ticket to insanity. Then I'd have an insane monster on my hands. Stella in particular would be a problem. That girl never knows how to mind her own business or follow other people's rules. She would have absolutely no fear of what might happen if he was cut loose. Kanika, I might consider. She's got a bit of a bleeding heart and pretty inflexible morals, which could be a problem. On the other hand, I don't know how well she could keep a secret. If Stella found out, then Kanika could probably be convinced to do a jailbreak, and then it'd all blow up in my face. You can probably tell I've put a lot of thought into this. It's the same calculation I've been doing for years, debating whether or not I could be fully upfront with any of them, instead of just pushing them away and hoping they didn't notice what was really going on. She sighs again. Maybe I'll get him a kitten or something. Yeah, no, that is always good. Cats, always good. Perfect solution. Like they did for Coco the gorilla. Might as well give him a tire swing while I'm at it. Some enrichment for his enclosure. Okay, you could maybe put it in a less patronizing way than that, but sure, yeah. I hate that I have to do this to him. What kind of Stockholm Syndrome scenario flirting? We going with Reese here? Yeah, we'll try. I hope it doesn't get too Stockholm Syndrome-y near the end. Tia says, I don't see how this outcome could have been avoided once he found out about the poison. Yeah, maybe it was, in a sense, inevitable. Maybe telling him about the poison was the moment that sealed it. Yeah, this was no good innings route. Kelly definitely would have died otherwise. I honestly see this as the worst outcome. Death versus being imprisoned indefinitely. Yeah, but the thing is, I feel like now that this has happened, this is going to force a reckoning. Like, Dr. Kelly's going to have to come clean to him about, like, everything that's happened. And, like, maybe that now he'll know his condition and they'll both be clear about it. And maybe they can proceed in a more positive way from now. Like, maybe if he comes to understand the importance of keeping his condition under control, like, maybe he can take a more active role in it, and it's not just her, like, imprisoning him. I know that's maybe kind of optimistic, but I like to think maybe that's part of what's possible here. I think she was trying to be patronizing, more self-depreciating. Okay. Yeah, I could see that too, Tia. I might have been reading it a bit uncharitably. Say, there's a magic stone in your basement. Just thought you should know. Also, we busted a hole in the wall down there. Sorry about that. In our defense, that is the least of this house's worries right now, given the chaos that just rampaged through it. Okay. Thanks for the heads up, I guess. Sorry, I feel like this is all my fault. I mean, it kind of is, so. Someone needs to kill him. Be better for everyone, Reese included. Jeez, that is harsh. Stuck alone and poisoned in that tiny cage is no way to live. I think I was starting to like the guy. Don't really see that happening, because this incident will only reinforce Kelly's belief that he's too dangerous to let out. Maybe so. I mean, yeah, I might be putting a little bit too much optimism or too much confidence. But I think if Kelly realizes that the reason why he was so mad and therefore so dangerous was that he felt like deceived and betrayed, then maybe she would come to realize that if she starts treating him a little differently from now on, like, he might not be quite as dangerous. But again, that could just be my general optimism. I'm going to say poor Reese. I almost wish he was more like a werewolf. Transforms on a predictable schedule. Isn't aware of himself when he does. It would make all of this a lot easier. Instead, I have to stare him in the eye while I turn the key, knowing that every time I do, I'm driving him further and further away from me. As much as I'd love to stand around chatting, I have to get to work. Gotta clean this place as best as I can before tomorrow. You should probably get home. It's dark. I'm sure your cousin is worried about you. Hug her, leave. Oh, this is so sweet. Unless Kelly is willing to offer him to live in the woods option or something. Yeah, I guess that's... He could live in the woods away from any people and just be like a wild animal, maybe. Or to medicate himself going forward. Almost seems more isolating living in the woods. Or he could visit. Yeah, if his friends are able to visit him in the woods, that might be a possibility, I guess. Definitely be preferable to a windowless cell. Or he could build... Yeah, I think if he lives in the woods, he'll do it like Henry David Thoreau, do it like Walden, you know, just like build his own cabin. And he could probably be happy that way. I want to believe there's a cure out there for Reese. The situation may be unfair to him, but it's like a trolley problem, you know. You know, what I ultimately hope is that if we are able to solve, like, the curse that's over this town, maybe that will cure Reese at the same time. But anyway, Dr. Kelly really deserves a hug. You put your arms out for a hug. No offense, but I'm not a hugger. That's realistic, at least. See you later, Axaeon. She firmly escorts you to the door. It was worth a try. It was worth a try. It closes behind you. You could start a YouTube channel. Oh, that would be so cool. Life as a cryptid. Yeah, Stella could even, like, make a video about him. The night is oddly warm compared to the chill of the day. Crickets singing quietly in the sleepy little neighborhood. Oh, wow, it's night out, chat. Hope you can still see me. I tell you what, chat, maybe... I think I might start up a candle. Can y'all see me by the candlelight, chat? Okay, I just turned on a candle so that now you can maybe see me more easily. Everything that happened in the clinic feels almost like a dream. Now that it's over, you realize how little it meshes with your understanding of the world. It's time to go home. You don't get far before you're interrupted by the jingling of dog tags. Ooh, Gretchen. Hey, Gretchen. Does that mean Stella's around here somewhere? Gretchen appears at the edge of the road, running as fast as her geriatric pug legs can carry her. Gretchen seems distressed. Oh, no. She whines as she stares up at you from the ground, eyes desperate, anxiously jumping back and forth, darting away when you try to lean down to her. Good doggy, pat her on the head. Where's Stella? Stella's stuck in the well. Follow. What? How would I know that? Sorry, Gretchen, I'm really tired. Continue going home. Yeah, I think I will follow Gretchen. I admit I'm very biased against Kelly for personal reasons. She was put in an impossible situation, but I think some things are completely unacceptable to do to your child. Yeah, I think that's a pretty balanced way of looking at it, I suppose, tax evasion. Yeah, she was put in a situation where, like, there were no good options. But it could be perhaps she went too far. I definitely think she should have been more upfront with him about what she was doing. Like, to me, that was her main mistake. No, I was just going to say we never found Stella today. Yeah, let's follow Gretchen and see if she leads us to Stella. You follow Gretchen. She nervously runs ahead of you the whole time, constantly looking back to make sure you're still there as she leads you into the dark woods. Before long, the trees thin, and you find yourself on a steep hill by a 2-lane road, lined on one side by sheer rock. There, sitting on a log, staring mournfully out at the asphalt, is Stella. Gretchen runs up to her and sits in Stella's lap. Gretchen, you're back. Don't scare me like that again. You sit on the log beside her. Axaeon, how did you... Wait, did Gretchen come get you? Wow, she must think I'm dying or something. What are you doing out here? She could have gotten grabbed by the ditchling, Stella. You know, I'm not going to be hard on her. She doesn't need harsh words right now. I can't believe everyone's been looking at for you. Things happened. Start slow, nice and slow. Was she investigating something here? Maybe. So yeah, Gretchen found me. She's a good girl. She really is. What is this place, Stella? Why are you here? Yeah, all these I kind of like. But to say, what is this place, Stella? Why are you here? Stella faces you for a moment, desperate eyes trying to force out words a part of her thought she would never have to say out loud. And then she turns back to the road. This is where the accident happened. My parents died on this bend in the road. They were taking me to college. I was lying in the back seat. It had just rained, and the sun was finally coming out. Oh, wow. Emotion cutscene. Oh. That's how they met their end. Oh, jeez. It was an especially traumatic sight that she woke up to. Poor Stella, wow. Sorry. I know it's probably a bummer to talk about. It was awful. It really messed me up for a while. I think I'm still messed up. There's whole years of my life after the accident that feel like they just never happened. Like every time I try and remember them, it's blank. I have all these videos sitting on my channel that I don't even remember filming. It's scary. At least it hasn't been like that for a while. Thank God. That's why corner mirrors are so important. True, true. She was spared because she was lying down. Yes, so it seems. I've never talked about this stuff before with anyone. Take her hand. Thanks for letting me in. Yeah, I think you're at... Oh, take her hand. Reach out to her, taking her hand. It's warm against the cool night air, and the skin of her knuckles is soft. She finally tears her gaze from the road, her sad eyes meeting yours. But the hint of a smile creeps up the corners of her mouth, her dimples beginning to crease. Her hand shifts, her calloused palm fitting into yours, her grip tightening. It's strong and comforting. You can tell she feels held, and so do you. The two of you stare out at the road. I think the accident is probably why I got into ghost hunting. I think I just wanted to see them again. Wanted to know whether I even could. I never found anything, so I eventually gave up. Then last night happened, and I ran out here to see if maybe it would happen with them too. Even if it meant seeing the crash again, or seeing them all messed up and dead. I just wanted to see them. It's been a whole day. I don't think they're coming. So we can always wait a little longer. Stella nestles into you, her well-muscled shoulder relaxing against your body. You share each other's warmth as you stare out at the quiet mountain road. Gretchen pants lazily in Stella's lap. Nothing happens. Nothing continues to happen for a few long minutes. I think I'm ready to throw in the towel. It's not like I want to see them like that anyway. I guess I came out here hoping I might get a chance to say goodbye. Something like that. Since I didn't get a chance when they were alive. It makes sense now. It does. It does. I'm going to put an arm around her shoulder. Carefully place your other arm around her shoulders and pull her close to you. Feel her chestnut hair against your cheek. She smells a little sweaty and a little sweet, the faded scent of her shampoo mingling with the natural perfume of her skin. It's nice. You take in a deep breath, stroking her arm with your thumb, letting her lean into you. She rests her head against your shoulder, closing her eyes serenely. That hint of a smile spreads into a barely contained grin that finally chases the worry away in her features. Glad we could be here to help her like this in her time of need. Wow, lots of responses here. Just because they weren't there doesn't mean they don't love you, wherever they are. It's a very thoughtful comment. It's a nice thought. Thought a lot about what might come after, whether they're somewhere else or if they just stopped existing. Guess we've seen at least some evidence of the afterlife. I hope that means that there's a good version too, where they're still on that long car ride listening to Dad's tapes, with a place in the back seat for me when I eventually catch up to them. Wow, what a beautiful thought that is. Reese's romance being so quick did have me a little curious, but I get why now. Oh, because now the romance of Stella is coming back. And then it won't matter that I never got to say goodbye. You have a long life ahead of you before that. You can always say goodbye now. They died with your future on their minds. It's time for you to start living it. Yeah, I like all of these in their own way. In fact, maybe I should save here just in case it ends up going a different way, but... yeah, I think I'll learn, like, yeah, you could always... if you feel like it's something you need closure with, you could always say goodbye now. Stella sits in silence for a long moment, her breath slow and even. Goodbye. I love you. Don't worry about me. I'm gonna be fine. She's silent again, as if waiting for a response. But it never comes. But she smiles, a lively glimmer returning to her sad eyes. That kind of felt better. I don't think I realized how much I'd kind of trapped myself in my own head. Thank you for breaking me out of it. She straightens up, stretching her neck. Gretchen hops down from her lap, tags jingling in the quiet night air. We should probably head back, right? I haven't slept in a day. I have a theory that there are actually two opposing magical forces in this game. The Scarlets and the Ditchlings. Wayne got his maybe from being involved with Tabitha, and maybe that's why. Ooh. Yeah, I like that theory that maybe that helps explain some of the... Because this is a very complex story, obviously, with a lot of nuance, and that could be part of the nuance. Is that there's sort of those two competing factions of supernatural forces. That could be why the Scarlet's dying seems to be bringing out the Ditchlings. Ooh. That is a very good theory, Tia. I like that a lot. So she doesn't need to hear about this tonight. I think this is another tough call, but I think she might actually appreciate getting the chance to hear. Well, but then again, the mom, Dr. Kelly, told me not to tell anyone about it. And if I tell Stella, she's gonna like go crazy and like tell others and like make a YouTube video about it probably. And I don't think that would be the best thing for Reese's situation. Or it would quickly make it unmanageable, like if lots and lots of people knew about it. So yeah, I'm thinking probably she doesn't need to hear about this tonight. I feel like we should honor our promise to the doc, at least for now. Well, did we ever promise to the doc? Like, did we ever tell the doc, okay, I won't tell anyone? I don't know if we ever did or if she just asked us not to. And, like, we didn't say anything. But in any case, I still think it would be wrong, like, to the doctor to divulge this. At least right now, like, before we've given further thought to it. So I'll just say she doesn't need to hear about this tonight. You keep the events that transpired at the clinic to yourself. At least for now. I don't suppose I could ask you to walk me home? I'd love nothing more. Sure, we're both headed that way anyway. Tabitha's probably worried. Just start walking. Yeah, so I'd love nothing more. You offer her your arm. She smiles, slipping hers into the crook of your elbow. She pulls you closer until the skin of your forearm brushes against her side. This is me. Do you want to come in? Oh, that's sweet. Tip. Dialogue options marked romance will start a romantic arc with the character you're talking to. And we'll... Oh, dang it. We'll lock you out of romantic arcs with the other characters. Yeah, well, we knew this earlier. A commenter in chat told us this would happen, but yeah, I wish it didn't lock us out of romance with the others. But I suppose I understand why they did it. I thought you and my cousin had anything. Isn't she a girl? I mean, yeah, Stella could be bi. Yeah, what about Tabitha? What about her? I'm interested in you. Oh. I was hoping you'd ask. I love to. Yeah, I feel the same. Stella, I really like you, but I'm in town because of my cousin. Maybe another time or in another life. But I've got an important ice cream date waiting for me. Oh. Chat. That's right. I do have that ice cream date. Well, actually, I don't know if we ever like officially set it as a date, or if I was just like, hey, wouldn't this be cool to do sometime? Like we could have ice cream together. Because if it's more flexible like that, then I do kind of want to keep things open with Tabitha. This is such a hard choice. I think it makes sense. We can't untell people things if it turns out to be a bad idea. Yeah, that's true. Don't leave Tabby waiting. Okay, I'm gonna have to think about this one for a second, chat. Right, Tabby seemed to be really looking forward to that, and I would feel so bad, chat, if I let Tabby down, because you can just tell that she's the type of person who rarely trusts people. It's like if she were to come to trust me and then I let her down, like she would retreat even farther into herself. I mean, ideally there would be a way of like keeping open the romance possibility with Stella, even if I don't like act on it tonight. But I feel like if I don't act on it tonight, then like probably that's going to be my only chance. I'm in town because my cousin made him from another life. I've got an ice cream date waiting for me. Tabitha's probably worried about me. Yeah, these are all options that I feel like Stella's probably going to interpret these as like we're not interested in her. So hard depending on whether you value more romance or friendship. Yeah, of course, Tabitha, there could... Well, actually, sorry. I almost said something really... I forgot for a second she was my cousin. You probably know what I was going to say, chat. Oh, dear. Okay. I want to check with Tabby because of what you said, maybe get more lore. Yeah, I mean, I'm leaning toward Tabitha, too. I hate abandoning Stella in this moment. But like with this option, at least if she knows it's because of an ice cream date, maybe she'll know it's not like I'm just blowing her off. Tabitha's probably worried about me. He thought he was from Alabama, not Tennessee for a moment. Right. Yes, you cut on so readily to you. Wait, did I already save this one? I feel like I have lots of safety saves here, but yeah, I'm just gonna do careful X. That kind of talk had to be banned on the BTG Discord. I see. The Black Tabby Games Discord. That's really funny. It doesn't surprise me, given Tabitha's popularity as a character, that people would be saying that. You walked her home and that's enough. Yeah, I mean, I guess that's a good point. So I will say, I really like you, but I'm in town because of my cousin. Maybe another time or another life, but I've got another important ice cream date. At least this option says that I really like her. So maybe she'll take that seriously. I'm in town because of my cousin. Maybe another time or another life. But I've got an important ice cream date waiting for me. Stella's expression sinks a little, though she tries to hide it. Oh, that is so sad. After that moment we just had too. You really care about her. That's right, I do. Maybe in another life then, Axaeon. Thanks again for coming out here to find me. I didn't realize how much I needed to just talk to somebody. I'm glad Tabby has someone like you looking out for her. See you tomorrow. She gives you a tired wave before retreating into her house. Wayne! He made it. He's alive. Jeez, that was kind of a jump scare. I did not expect him to be there. Time for you to get home, too. He appears as if out of nowhere. Clothes streaked with what at first looks like blood and gore, but you quickly realize is paint. Evidence of his altercation with Reese. I think that's her romance option closed for good after her response, "Oh man." Yes, I think so too, Blaze Cube. A tough, but I suppose necessary decision. I'll walk you. So you run away, walking home by myself. Thank God you're okay. I was worried Reese might have gotten you. Thanks, I appreciate it. I'll tell him, yeah, thank God you're okay. I was worried Reese might have gotten you. Wayne emits a strange kind of coughing sound. Don't worry, Wayne's still on the table. Oh, for a romance option? Yeah, maybe I could romance Wayne. You realize he's laughing. Shall we? Ooh, maybe he's laughing because like he's so powerful, like even Reese didn't have any realistic chance of taking him down. Wayne walks just ahead of you in near complete silence. Did you know... Ooh, lots of... Flirt? We can flirt with Wayne, chat? Okay. Time to get some weird flirting in. I'm interested in you, Wayne. I want you. I missed you today. Wish you had dropped in sooner. Just can't stay away, can you? You must really like me. Actually find one quite repulsive, not because of the zombie thing, because of the protectiveness. It's a big turnoff. Ooh. I see. So you're the kind of person who prefers more independence. Normally, I think I would agree. I would feel the same way, tax evasion. It doesn't bother me quite as much in this case, just because of like the strange things happening in the town. I feel like maybe I could use a little protection, but I can understand that in a general sense. I just think this one is so... I like, thanks for walking me home. I do, going for both of Tabby's exes today has me on the floor. I can't believe I didn't think of that Blaze Cube, but you're right. Today, I am in the mood for Tabby's exes. Sloppy seconds are on the menu, boys, and Wayne is looking freshly cooked up right now. I'm interested in you, Wayne. I want you. This one is just so direct. I'm just curious to know what Wayne's going to say to it. I want you. Ooh, I just got a Steam achievement, Monster Lover. I know I've already won your heart. The bond we could share, Axaeon. Oh, I didn't expect him to be into it. I expected him to be kind of distant, but he actually seems into me. Wow. True, I was thinking about going more after 2 Eldritch Abominations. Also true. Wayne is the sloppiest second. I see. It would be deeper than any bond you could form with anyone else. Oh yeah, now he really is doing the kind of like protective thing. Let's see. Did you know Reese was like that? He actually said, Slavi seconds, indeed I did. I knew he was different. How exactly, I wasn't sure. But now I know. Yeah, aren't you going to lecture me for not saying... Yeah, why are you following me around? I think this is like the most significant one. Why are you following me around? Why not Stella or Kanika or Sybil? Why not Tabitha? Because you're special. Wait, but why? Yeah, why am I so special? The funny thing about Wayne is that unlike every other love interest, he has no standards. You could try to punch him in the face every other action and then flirt with him and he's still into ooh. Maybe the punching is like, maybe that's what he's into. Maybe that just makes him like us more. What if Wayne is another version of you? It's the attachment and talk of connection. Oh, yeah, like maybe the first time we tried to root out this curse, we weren't successful, but it did make like an alternative version of ourselves that could like go back in time and try to like help us succeed again. I know that's kind of far out, but yeah, something like that with Wayne I could see being the case. Say, but why? Why am I so special? You simply are. Do you not feel the ties that bind us? They are unbreakable. Yeah, I'm getting kind of like a Twilight vibe from him, sort of. Thanks for looking out for me tonight. Yeah, I should thank him. Like, he did help me in that interaction with Reese. Anytime you find yourself in danger, I'll be there for you. I will always be there for you. Okay, this is definitely turning like into more like Twilight. Thought you might have done something bad to Stella. I didn't have to. She didn't have it in her to stand by your side. Wait, was he gonna do something bad to Stella if I romanced her? Because if so, like, that's not cool, Wayne. I don't support that. Remember that. She won't be there if you need her. Yeah, I found my family's death records today. Things aren't adding up. Good. You're starting to see the holes then. Look for more. Is he not going to lecture me for staying at the estate, or for not staying at the estate? You were free to make your own decisions, and those decisions have been made. I know that something pulls at you, and now that it's started, I know that you cannot stop until your task is finished. I'll keep you safe while you do what you must. Continue on in silence, back to the estate. I'm sure we'll see each other tomorrow. You should try to spend some time in that old building before you head to town. Tabitha won't be around, too busy at the mines. Forbidden places won't be forbidden without her there to stop you, and you might be surprised at what you find. Ooh, I guess that's our hint at what's coming tomorrow, chat, in the next day of the game. Until then, sleep well. He disappears into the underbrush. Oh, there's Tabitha. You're back. I was wondering if something happened to you, or if you'd maybe forgotten about our ice cream plans. Oh, no, in fact, I gave up a whole girlfriend, a whole romance, just for ice cream plans, Tabitha. That's how special they were to me. What happened tonight? Well, I should probably refrain from telling. I mean, Tabitha, I think, is pretty trustworthy to keep a secret, but I don't know if I should tell her about the stuff with Reese just yet. I'm gonna miss cousin bonding time for the world. Let's do it. I'm just gonna head to bed. No, that's the worst option. Yeah, I wouldn't miss cousin bonding time for the world, Tabitha. Let's do it. I'm kind of glad I won't be eating alone tonight. Thanks. You follow your cousin to the kitchen, and she pulls out 2 pints of banana chocolate chunk. Oh, chunky monkey, here we go. She puts one on the table and wordlessly thrusts the other into your hands. This is her, like, sharing her most precious possession with us. Man, I was hoping for more of a lore drop. Yeah, Wayne's kind of cryptic with his lore drops. He drops lore very sparingly. Get the feeling we might see more tomorrow, or the next day of the game from him, once we explore the house more. I'm sure there's a lot you want to talk about, but we're both here. We're both safe, and we both had a long week. Let's just exist together. That's so sweet. This is like one of the first times she looks just genuinely, happy to be with us. The two of you stand in the kitchen, quietly eating banana-flavored ice cream, while Frou-Frou purrs gently in her sleep nearby, an oasis of calm. Oh, even Frou-Frou is feeling nice and happy. I actually just want to see some horror media where it's all a bunch of monsters and entities fighting. There probably are horror media like that, but I'm not sure if any come to mind at the moment. I have to think if I can find any examples where, like, the monsters are fighting each other. But as Tabitha's spoon scrapes the bottom of her empty pint, the moment ends. Ooh. All right, I'm off to bed. You should try and get some sleep, too. Here's hoping tomorrow's uneventful, right? Thanks for this. No problem, Tabitha. Your cousin leaves for her room, your body breaking down from the stress of the day's events. There's nothing left for you to do but head to bed. Yes, go to bed. Exhausted beyond belief, you stumble into your room and collapse on the bed. The damp smell of the mattress is starting to become almost welcoming, a sign that the now daily horrors of Scarlet Hollow are finally behind you, at least until the sun inevitably rises once again. You close your eyes, your exhausted body succumbing to sleep almost immediately. As you drift off, you think of Reese, trapped in that tiny windowless room, all his greatest fears realized, his body no longer his own. But you stopped him from killing Dr. Kelly. The world, at least for now, is protected from him. And then you think of nothing. This is the end of episode 4. Episode 5 awaits. So time to save. Episode 5 finally awaits. All right, chat. I think that is a good place to stop today's stream. I know this has been a long stream. Wow, going on close to 6 hours, but it's it's been fun. I enjoyed this chapter a lot. So thank you, everybody, for experiencing it here with me. Whether you're here for the whole stream or just like for parts of it, it really meant a lot getting to experience this chapter with you. I don't know exactly when I'll play the next one, but maybe sometime next week, because I think the next one is out. Episode 5 is already out. Sounds like on day 5 we'll visit the Forbidden Wing. Yes. Yeah, and I'm looking forward to it. Should be a lot of fun. So chat, since it is getting late, I hope you, well, at least it's getting late here. I hope that you have a nice rest of the evening, a nice rest, a nice sleep, if that's what you're doing. Or if it's morning, I hope you have a good rest of the day. Yeah, I think probably won't be streaming tomorrow, but I will be streaming sometime next week, so stay tuned for more information on that. Anyway, thanks again, everyone, and I'll see you all next time. Bye-bye for now.